27 years ago, Bill Wright began the Florida Winter Tour to break up the slow winter months for karters, and as the word spread, the tour grew. Importers, teams, manufacturers, and drivers alike all came to Florida to prepare for the upcoming season. One weekend became two, and the fun became serious fun. Since then, the karting season has started with the Florida Winter Tour, where teams compete to establish dominance for the coming summer. Drivers from all over the world look to make their name and leave their mark on the national scene, much like Pato O'Ward, Enzo Fittipaldi, and others have done in Florida Winter Tours of the past. The original Florida Winter Tour, the series that made karting a year-round sport in North America and where tomorrow's superstar drivers are discovered. 27 years later, you can still go karting and have some serious fun. Are you ready to join the action?
Good morning, race fans from all around the world, and welcome to the Orlando Kart Center for the first round of the Florida Winter Tour for ROK Cup. We are incredibly excited to be here after a day of heat racing yesterday. It's the long day in the books for today, a couple of heat races and a pre-final on what is a greasy, drying, and dare I say, still a little bit wet track. DJ Clark up here in the commentary booth alongside Jason Ewers. It's going to be an excellent day of racing. We saw some fantastic battles, and truthfully, we saw some pretty heavy domination out on the track as well yesterday, Jason.
Yeah, we definitely did. It's, they say rain's the great equalizer. So as you look at the track, there's still puddles on the track. We don't know. It's still a little bit damp. Felt a little rain still coming down. So I don't know. I don't know if we're going to go dry today or if we're going to be on wets all day long. We just don't know. No sun scheduled to come out today, so, it could be interesting. And like we said, it's the great equalizer.
Yeah, it truly is, and we've seen that here in the warm-up this morning. Quite a few karts finding their way off track, just little errors that you wouldn't normally see sneaking into some of these drivers' repertoire, really changing things up. And, of course, when we talk about the rain, you say it's the great equalizer, and part of that is you've got to be running that alternate line many of the times, that rain line, making sure that you're able to maximize the grip, and that is not always on the traditional racing line.
No, not at all. And the other thing that's interest here is, with your rain setup, you go to a much larger rear gear. So I saw just in warm-up some people throwing some chains. So normal line that you'd run, some of the curbs that you normally run, where you've got that gap of the sprocket to the ground, you don't have that here. So that's something to look for.
Yeah, that's going to be something to watch out for. Obviously, the mechanical side as well, although I'll be the first to admit I am not as well versed in that side of it. You get me in the kart, you tell me how to go. I can tell you what the car's doing, if it's loose, if it's tight, how to be able to control it in that way. But you get down into the technical details, and I'll be the first to admit I throw up my hands and say I don't know.
Yeah, I'm just looking at the video on the TV right now. There was no gray line, and we've had a whole round of nothing but warm-up right now. So I don't know. It's like I said, it's going to be very interesting. It's going to great racing. We're going to see some spins. Are we going to see the teams teaming up, and pushing each other? The visibility that you get with the lack of visibility from the rain tires throwing up a spray. All things that we will soon see.
Well, we certainly saw a little bit of that team up yesterday. I'm thinking back in particular to the VLR junior class and then the senior class as well. A little bit of that team working together. I wouldn't necessarily call it a team-up that we saw. We didn't see a lot of cooperation in between the drivers, but we certainly saw a healthy respect displayed among the teammates, not being too aggressive down into the corner, not making some of those moves that are a little bit on the questionable side.
Yeah, it's definitely – I like respect.
Yeah, that's the way to put it.
At the end of the day, you're all racers. And as long as, you give me a gap, I'll take it. And I don't care if you're my teammate or not, but I'm going to take it.
If you no longer go for a gap that exists, then you can no longer call yourself a racing driver. The quote from the great Ayrton Senna, of course. And going to be seeing if there are any young Sennas out in the field today. That's one of the great things about karting is obviously it is a lifelong activity that we see all the way into the Masters category for those that are 32 and over. But a lot of the stars of tomorrow getting their starts here in karting. And so if you are a fan of any of the higher echelons of racing, keep an eye out here in ROK Cup. You're probably going to recognize a few names in about 10 years.
Oh, absolutely. And speaking of that, where we start here with our 206 senior class is scheduled to go off at 9:05. Yesterday, we saw some domination by Abinson. I think he covered the field by 15 seconds.
Yeah, he did. And if we think back to qualifying, he was able to get a second gap on the rest of the field. So Amundsen clearly has a target on his back here in this 206 shifter category. Definitely the driver to beat. He will be certainly looking to carry on that dominance. But as you said before, rain on the track, a damp track, how is he going to be able to handle that? How is the team going to be able to handle that in the preparation of that kart? Looks like we've got 6 entries out there today. It's going to be Amundsen, Albanese, King, Gowland, McDill, and Mash that are going to be your 7 karts, as Sam Philippe is also going to be able to make it out on track.
Yeah, what's interesting is half the field didn't even go out for the warm-up. So Amundsen, no show for the warm-up this morning. So it'd be interesting to see if Albany's experience going out there during that warm-up have an advantage and maybe be able to close some of that 15-second gap that they, Amundsen won yesterday.
Yeah, and that's going to be the big question here. Also, a couple of great liveries farther back in the field. Want to give some credit there to Riley McDill and Blake Mash. We were kind of chatting a little bit before in this warm-up session this morning, commenting that it's kind of reminiscent of the Leighton House Formula One liveries that we used to see. And those are certainly always welcome to be seen out on the track. So always very happy to see those.
Yeah, this is going to be interesting. Start that first corner. I mean, we'll see who's got their kart dialed in. A little heavy on the brakes. We don't know.
Well, we always saw it seemed to be in that first corner. It's a double apex right-hander, kind of an extended corner, but you really want to blend them into two. I'm going to argue almost a little bit like Suzuka. In the way that you want to take that corner in that opening lap, that you've really got to kind of chuck it in and then slow the car down for turn 2. But what we really saw is, as opposed to Suzuka, where that outside lane is normally the dominant lane, it was the inside lane that seemed to consistently win out.
Absolutely, yep. I mean, it's just the preferred line. All right, they're lined up.
All right, they're coming down here around the final couple of corners. This is that 10-11 flick, pretty much flat out in these karts, maybe a little bit of a lift of the throttle, and then down into this left-handed hairpin that leads you back onto the front straightaway. As we said, Dylan Amundsen leading the way in that number 36 kart on the inside, the red machine to his outside. That's Eric King. As they make their way onto the starting grid, fanning out here in those lines of 2 that we are so used to seeing. Waiting for the official signal, slowing down here until they enter into that acceleration zone. Flagman out of the way, and there goes the green. We are racing here in Orlando, and again, a great getaway there from Amundsen. King going to lose out there, as Albany is going to be able to send a move up to his inside, and that's going to be the only real change in position that we see. Definitely getting the sense here, drivers very tentative in the way that they are approaching these corners.
Yeah, I mean, running in the rain in a go-kart is the pucker factor. You're sitting there not just hoping this kart rips, and it will rotate and go. You always get a little bit of front push when you're doing this, and then all of a sudden it just grabs and then it rolls through. So it takes a little bit. Tires got to get some heat in them as well. As you can see, Abinson, they're just kind of doing a nice little controlled drift around that corner. Looks behind him a little bit there, and it's like, all right, not the gapping that he had quite yesterday. Like we said, it's the great equalizer. So King looks like he may actually have something for him today.
Yeah, and remember, King able to send that move on Albanese going down into the first corner. Excuse me, that's actually reversed there. That's Albanese that was able to send the move on King. Our timing and scoring hasn't updated quite yet. But I think Albanese definitely has some speed here to maybe catch in. But there, as they come out of that turn 12, it looks like here Dylan Amundsen starting to put the pedal down a little bit. I think that those tires, as you said, getting up to temperature, starting to grip up a little bit more, and confidence starting to build for these karters.
Yeah, and what you also notice is if you didn't catch that down the start finish, Albanese is actually diving down to hit the pumps because he wants to cool his tires down. So once the track starts to dry out a little bit, they'll start getting some heat in these tires. You want to make sure you down. You start getting heat in your tires, they start to cup. And when they start to cup, they start to wear down, and then you start losing grip.
What do you mean by cup? That's a phrase I haven't heard before.
The heat will start cupping them out because they're grooved. So the outside grooves will end up being a little bit taller, and the inside will start cupping themselves out.
Okay.
Yeah.
I come from the world of sports car racing and that kind of thing where we don't see as much of that. These are obviously much smaller tires, much less surface area, and more prone to that kind of change.
Yeah, absolutely.
All right, well, Albanese trying to close in here onto the back of Amundsen, but Amundsen starting to stretch that advantage. Again, this will be a 12 minutes plus 2-lap session. That is going to be the majority of the racing today, 12 minutes plus 2 laps. The exceptions to that will be in the pre-finals at the end of the day, and then for the micro and the minis, those will be 10 minutes plus 2 laps.
Yeah, and what's interesting here, there we go. Okay, Amundsen's starting to go down the lap times. But, you know, Albanese threw a 1:16.1 down in warm-ups this morning. Where's that speed at right now?
Well, I mean, is it a situation where he's just trying to be a little bit more cautious, doesn't want to risk throwing the car around? I mean, I don't know why you would throw more caution to the wind in a wetter session that was warm-up this morning.
Yeah,
but
race push.
Yeah.
If you're noticing, watching right now, it's definitely different lines than we saw yesterday. Sometimes we were joking earlier, it's like they're running the cushion. Some of these corners, they're almost up against the dirt and running that high line just to keep that momentum up and staying off the rubber.
Well, and the best example that I've ever seen given of how to explain that dry line versus the wet line are Townsend Bell. Obviously, our hearts go out to him and his family as he's lost his home in the California wildfires, unfortunately, has been talking about that. But Townsend always talks about, think of a granola bar, chocolate on one side and then the exposed granola on the other. When you're racing over in the wet, that on that chocolate side, the water just pools on top. It doesn't have any way to soak into the circuit. That's the way the rubber responds to the rain. Flip that granola bar over where you have the exposed granola. There are more cracks. There are more there's more surface area for the water to seep into, and so it's going to absorb into the circuit a little bit more and not get as wet as a result. So the best way to be able to get the speed, finding the drier lines around the circuit. That's why you're seeing those alternate lines.
Yeah, and what's going to be interesting too is if the track starts drying out and there's the option to go dries. We're going to have a combination at some point in time of some people going on wet and some people going on dry. A wet setup on a go-kart is completely different than what a dry setup is. You raise the chassis, you go to a bigger gear, your rollout's different because the tire circumference is a little bit different. So there's significant changes to do. So it'll be interesting to see, and I'm guessing we are probably going to go end up with that situation at some point in time today. But, it's Florida. You never know.
Yeah, we do never know. I can tell you weather conditions here are relatively overcast. It just feels like there is water in the air. We haven't necessarily seen it come down in any sort of major way, but definitely a little bit of precipitation just lingering around, a little bit of mist reported.
It's been misting, yeah. And that, your track's never going to dry if it's consistently wet out. So the other thing you notice is, as you get to the larger classes, what we talked about yesterday, those runoffs are starting to get dug out with wet soil, the sandy soil that they have. So, corner 8, I went this morning and went over there and took a look at it. I mean, it's a good 3 to 4 inch drop off of that runoff. If you get your tire off of that, that's going to cause some significant issues with that chassis.
Yeah, and that's something they're going to have to watch out for, especially considering the fact that it is wet. This is one of those areas, Junkyard Turn, you can see just how much it is torn up there around the outside. We've got to remember the penalty for running off is going to be more as opposed to a dry track because there is water. That soil is more prone to split and to send out and to get that groove in it. Now, we should say we are in Florida, as you can imagine, for the Florida Winter Tour, so not exactly Georgia clay that we are running on. It's much more of a sand-type soil, so that is going to respond a little bit differently. Just something else that these drivers have to keep in mind. It's the many, many things that you have to really be thinking about that may not necessarily immediately come to the forefront of your mind.
Yeah, no, absolutely not. So, as you can see, I think Amundsen's got this pretty much under control, comfortable. I guess he didn't need a warm-up.
Well, and, how many times have we seen that over the course of, name the series, whether it is Cup cars running at a road course where there's some rain in the air, IndyCar or Formula One, thinking of high-level sports car competition as well, whether that is SRO or other series. If you're out in a practice session where there's rain coming down and you know that the race may be damp at worst, why go out and risk the car? Why go out and risk the cart here in that morning warm-up if you think it's going to be a different condition than what you're going out in?
No, he definitely nailed it. I mean, you're perfect on that one. I mean, I personally would never go out and warm up when it's wet out.
Yeah.
I mean, I know what the cart's going to do. I know how to set my chassis up. Just go out, because you're right. You're out there with other guys. They could spin. You could hit them, and then not a ton of time in between your warm-up to your heat. So if you do any significant damage to your chassis, do you have enough time to get it repaired and get back onto the track?
We were only looking at about an hour in between checkered flag for the warm-up and green flag here for this heat number 2. So, yeah, not a lot of time, going to be cautious. And clearly here in the case of Dylan Amundsen, it didn't matter. 7.3 seconds, the gap over Luca Albanese. Philippe, trying to close in there. That gap only about 4 seconds. Looks like Eric King has been able to make a move on Blake Nash. Nash, I think, had a little bit of a bad lap there, a 1:19.85. That's one of the slower times that we've seen out there today. And Nash just looking like, although with that 1:19, that is his fastest lap, so clearly struggling a little bit, and King able to take advantage.
Yeah, and it looks like Gollin's going to end up clutching Mash. And we'll see if he can make the pass. But again, you really only have one line in the wet. So you got to get him set up, like we talked about yesterday with these 206s. You're thinking about your pass 2 laps ahead. So, you got to strategically figure out where you're going to go, and it's going to be most likely either trying to outbrake them, and then the issue is then you're on the inside, you lock your brakes up, you spin, you're probably going to take your competitor out with you.
Yeah, and that's the last thing you want to do, especially considering the fact that we've got another heat this afternoon, and we've got pre-finals and, of course, finals tomorrow. There we've got a little bit of a battle. Sam Philippe able to send a move on Luca Albanese. This is the battle now for P2. Albanese chasing Sam Philippe in that bright day glow helmet.
Yeah, I did not see Philippe coming like that.
Nor I.
I wonder did he have a bad lap?
Yeah, look at that. It was a 1:22.48. I wonder if there was a little bit of a slip and slide moment. But there he comes back up to the inside. Albanese with a little bit of a surprise move down into turn 5, able to take that position away back from Sam Philippe.
Good racer.
Yeah, very good. Now they're coming down here into Junkyard turn 8. Now that was an area that we were very surprised yesterday. Saw more than a few moves get attempted to be thrown, but Sarah really the only one to send a good one down in there that made it stick.
Yeah, absolutely. That was textbook. What's going here? How are we looking at the back? What about King and Gollin? Are they still?
Looks like they're closing on in. I think that gap is separated out. This is still the closest battle on the track at the moment. 2 seconds in between Mash and Gowland, so that's still a little bit far away. Let's keep our eyes here with 1 minute and 41 seconds left to go on the clock. Albanese back into position following that rough lap they had, and Sam Philippe trying to catch back up once again.
Yeah, I think Philippe just needs to be patient. If the best thing you can do right here is just put the pressure on him, and hopefully, Albanese maybe makes another mistake.
Well, and that's the thing, and that's yet again another one of those things that you have to be thinking about as a driver. Philippe knows that Albanese is prone to a mistake, that he has made a mistake previously. Let's see if he can push him to that example. Mash, by the way, setting a 1:19. That's compared to Gowland's 1:16. That gap now expanding up to about 5 seconds.
Yeah, absolutely. It's definitely. Gowland's got his car rolling. I mean, look at Amundsen, though, with a 1:14.5. He's just hooked up and moving.
Yeah, he is checked out up at the front of the field. Under a minute left to go here before we get the 2-lap marker. That should be the next time by as we check back in on Dylan Amundsen. Working his way across the start-finish line there. 3 laps to go for your leader and perennial favorite here in the 206 category.
Yeah, just running nice lines, just keeping it off the rubber. running a different line than the other guys, if you notice that. He's running more of the inside line, so he's staying under the rubber instead of everyone staying over, outside the rubber.
Well, that was something that we noticed, particularly going down into turn number 4, is that we saw a couple of karters bring that kart super low, as you said, jump up onto the curbs and actually use that unsettling of the kart to rotate it through the corner.
Yeah, I mean, the thing with running in rain is you want to get that kart as straight as possible, as fast as possible. Anytime you're turning, you're going to be sliding. Right? So, get that thing through the rubber, get it squared up, and turn and back on the gas as fast as you can.
Yeah, and that's exactly what those karters were able to do. Amundsen, though, here coming down through turn 12, back out onto the front stretch. Bring that kart to the line here, and there you see the signal from the flagman. 2 laps to go at the line. 2 laps for Dylan Amundsen. That gap now 17 seconds. He keeps going the way he is.
Yeah.
He may crack 20 before this is said and done.
Yeah, very impressive run.
Very impressive run for him. And once again, as we saw previously, very calm, cool, and collected. We're not seeing him overdriving. We're not seeing him hustling this kart necessarily. It all looks like it's all under control.
Yeah, I've been kind of keeping an eye on his hands, and just look at that. Just nice, controlled, slow, little small motions. Nothing erratic. And, that's a great sign of a good rain racer.
Yeah, the more erratic you are in the rain, the more unpredictable you are, and the more unpredictable the kart is going to be as a result, and that's just a recipe for disaster.
Yeah, he's definitely comfortable in that VLR.
Yeah, looks very good here as he comes through that flick of 10 and 11. Down through 12 right now. Going to come to the line to get the white flag here. 1 more lap to go for Dylan Amundsen.
Battle back with Albanese and Philippe. Did that tighten up, or did Albanese just start checking out?
Looks like it's about 0.3 of a second the last time of asking. So it's a little bit tight.
Yeah, it's just that 1 lap. But again, that doesn't. Albanese just dropped a 1:15.7, so he is moving as well. Just not that 1:14.5 that Amundsen had. So it's gonna be hard. I think my money's on it. Amundsen's got this covered unless he has some type of a mechanical issue throughout the whole day and tomorrow. There's one of our beautiful liveries is off over there in our junkyard turn.
That may be Riley McDill there. I couldn't tell for sure. Could be MASH as well, but we'll have to wait until the timing and scoring updates to give us a clear-cut picture. No concern, though, for Dylan Amundsen. So he's able to come out of turn 9 now through 10 and 11, working his way through turn 12 as we speak. Brings that kart on to the main straightaway, eyes towards the flag stand. Domination yesterday, domination today. Dylan Amundsen takes victory in the 206 senior category.
And wait for second place.
But this is great. This just shows how dominant Amundsen was. There is second place. Enough time for us to make a joke and have a little bit of a laugh about it. And he was able to crack that 20-second barrier. 20.59 back to Luca Albanese.
You just got to understand how impressive that is. These 206 engines are so equal. So it's not like it's obviously has his chassis dialed in a little bit better, but he's just that good of a driver.
Well, and let's think about this. We're running, roughly, I would say 13 to 14 laps or so, somewhere in that genuine area. This is 1 mile of a circuit.
And he set his fastest lap on the last lap.
Yeah. This is pretty remarkable for Amundsen. Wouldn't be surprised, though, if we do see a couple of drivers setting their fastest lap on the last lap if track conditions hold.
If they're drying, which I'm
because
looking.
they'll dry.
And I still do not see any light gray coming up. I'm going to poke my head out and see if we've got any wet.
All right, he'll poke his head outside real quick to take a look and see what he can see. That is the first of our multiple heat races here. Heat race number 2 for the Briggs 206 category. Next up will be ROK Pro Senior. This is the GP Pro category. And that is sponsored by Sodi Velocity, so we're very happy to have them on board. There you can see them making their way out onto the circuit. Well, Jason's back here after taking a quick sojourn outside. What'd you find out?
Track still looks really wet, but there's no moisture in the air, and it feels like the wind's picking up a little bit out there, so that will help dry out the track.
All right, so that will help dry out the track a little bit. Maybe we'll see those lap times continue to fall. Blake Nash, your dominant once again driver from yesterday. Caden McQueen, Diego Ardiles, Lucas Nanji, and Javier Suarez. Nanji and Fuca had a pretty good battle yesterday, but Fuca ending up farther back in the field. If we remember back, this was the race where Nash was able to get out in front and relatively control the pace of the field. Caden McQueen close to him, but the battle was really between about 3rd and 8th going on all the way through. It was very impressive.
Very great battle. I mean, between 3rd and 8th. Like you said, Nash just owned it yesterday. Had that chassis, that OTK just rolling.
Yeah, really and truly did. We'll have to see if he is able to continue that on here today. Caden McQueen, though, another driver to watch out for. I'm keeping my eyes, though, as I said earlier, on Lucas Nanji, that 308 back in 4th place. That could be a little bit of a surprise. There we see, though, weaving back and forth down the back straightaway. You can see by the camera things lightening up a little bit. Should help with some of the residual dampness around the circuit. We heading out of turn 2 right now. Coming onto the main straightaway as they line themselves up. Getting ready to enter into that acceleration zone. There they go, racing again, and this is a much faster getaway. A little bit frenetic there through turn 1. Couple of karts off into the grass, but everyone's staying together as they flick through turn 3. Big slide for Caden McQueen. Meanwhile, Fuca with a big start, a big jump up through the field. He'll jump all the way up into 4th, right around Nanji, and we're almost 3 wide coming down into turn 5.
Yeah, I'm shocked on that. Going through turn 4, they went 3 wide through that. So you had people in the rubber, under the rubber, and over the rubber.
Yeah, very impressive stuff. They were all able to hold that together. Alternate lines there coming down through turn 7 into Junkyard Turn. Battle looks like it's starting to percolate here between Caden McQueen and Diego Ardiles. McQueen actually going to take a defensive line to try to hold off that attack in the 395. Sneak attack move from Nicholas Fuca down to the inside. That's going to be able to get a position away from Diego Ardiles.
Yeah, very racy back there for early in this event.
Very racy indeed as they now try to sort themselves out. That's the 393. Excuse me, that's Ardiles that actually got the pass back from Javier Suarez. Now getting the update. Fuca did not have the best run. Fuca actually backed down in 8th. Nanji up into 2nd. That wasn't McQueen. McQueen's been shuffled down into 7th. As we go side by side, that's the 387. That's Suarez and Ardiles.
Did not stick.
No, it did not.
Well executed, just did not stick.
So this is the battle for P3 that we watch on our screens right now. Trying to send a little bit of a move down to the inside was Javier Suarez, but that didn't play out. Down in the Junkyard Turn right now they go. Nash leads Nanji. Nanji continuing on that good run from yesterday. A little bit of a poke to the outside here for Suarez. Going to look down to the inside. Tries for the crossover as they exit out of turn 8. Nothing to play for.
Yeah, he's got to watch his rear right there because Tavagno is just kind of starting to close up on that group. As they sit there and battle, like we said yesterday, it just allows the people behind you to catch up to you.
Yeah, the more you get out of line, the more you get offline. It does allow for that to happen. Poke to the outside there for Suarez, looking for the crossover. Not going to happen, but a good line through turn 3. Slideways coming out of 3. And now, as you said, he's got to watch out. That's Fuka back on the attack.
Fuka just did a pass 2 on the inside. Nice move.
Banging wheels there were Ardiles and Suarez, and now that's going to be side by side. They're going to try to sort themselves out before they get into turn 6. Looks like they were able to do just that. It's going to be, it looks like Ardiles that holds on to the position for now. Here they come back onto that back straightaway, headed down into turn number 8. Heavy on the binders they go. A little bit of a side-by-side up at the front here of the field. This is a battle between Nash and Nanji. Nanji's got him.
Wow. I thought Blake was just cashing out on that one, but no, Nanji just moved up. Again, you know, his range setup maybe just a little bit better than what Nash's is right now.
Yeah, it could be. Could be a tire pressure as well, where they're just kind of coming in at different points. Nash trying to close back up here. Big look down to the inside. He's going to get that cart up and over on the curbs. Nanji says, anything you can do, I can do better. Does a little crossover, gets him around, but Nash has that preferred line down to the inside. Nanji able to roll speed through 5 and carry on with the lead.
Yeah, that I think that kind of caught Nash off guard. I mean, he kind of checked out to a 2-second lead there, and I think he got comfortable. The next thing you know, Nanji shoves it on the inside.
Yeah, very surprising there that Nanji was able to get that done, but he looks like he's starting to pull away at this point. Nanji with a great amount of speed.
He's 7/10 faster. I mean, you're going to put a pretty big gap between you and your competitors if you're 7/10 faster a lap.
Yeah, very, very true.
So it looks like Nanji's got this covered. Let's see what's going on at the back of the field here.
Looks like we've got a nice battle back for 4th and 5th. Tear off of some of that tape as they try to get it. This is Ardiles and Suarez. Battle for P4, excuse me. Ardiles leading the way. Suarez trying to attack. A little bit of a look to the inside for that 387 of Suarez. Not going to open up the door. Now, Jason, I do want to explain to some of the viewers here. We saw them kind of playing with the tape over that radiator. We see a lot of them taped up, whether it's silver or red, like we see there on Ardiles. What's the point of that?
Well, the motors have an optimum temperature that they want to run in, so you have to close off the amount of air that's going to the radiator to be able to kind of control the temperature of that motor. So as you're going down, normally you'll see it going down a straightaway. They have the time to sit and look at the telemetry and see where their motor is at on temperature. And, you know, if it's too hot, then you just remove some tape and it starts cooling the motor down.
All right, and all about getting that kart engine to run in that optimum window. Big move down to the inside there. Oh, that was a problem. Breakdown there, I think, for Ardiles.
Yes. I don't know. Did he throw a chain like we talked about? Could be an issue.
He's out. He's done.
I'm trying to see. I saw something hanging from that side of the chassis. So. That's a bummer for Ardiles. He was definitely there with the speed.
Yeah, Ardiles having a very, very good run. He's out. There's your leader, Lucas Nanji. And look at this. Blake Nash not only losing a lot of ground to him, but frankly losing ground here to Nicholas Fuka, who's starting to close in.
Yeah, I'm thinking Nash maybe went out with too higher tire pressures. I think those tires are starting to go away a little bit because it's not going to be within about a couple seconds that Fuka's going to be right on Nash's rear bumper.
Yeah, we're under halfway here. We're just about halfway, I should say. That's your leader, the 308 of Lucas Nanji.
Yeah, we talked about that yesterday in the week. You know, you'll see it even more with some of these drivers when it's wet. They're just trying to get as much weight transfer to that outside rear tire, just get as much grip and drive as they possibly can.
Yeah, it's not just the G-force that sends them around. That is a deliberate maneuver to be able to, as you said, maximize that grip, maximize the rotation of the car through the corner.
And it's really interesting because if you watch racing over in Europe, almost everybody drives like that. It's just in the U.S., some people adopt it, some people don't adopt it.
One of the great things that as they continue to go, they try to hold off to everything. Here's a nice little battle as well. This is Javier Suarez and Peyton McQueen back into the mix. That's Mundy Lawyer kind of loitering in the background. McQueen had a rough start to the race. He was down in about 7th or 8th after starting in 2nd position, but that Kart has come alive in the second half of this race, and McQueen now pressuring the back of Suarez.
Absolutely. And I mean, you talked about, Monday, yesterday, Lawyer, very little, kind of in the back of the field. But today, with the rain, being a player.
Yeah, and excuse me, that's actually Caden McQueen up and able to pass by Javier Suarez. So Suarez went from battling with Fuca to losing position here to Caden McQueen. There's a big send for Lawyer down to the inside in that red helmet. Not able to get it done, but he clearly showed the nose. He's going to try it again down to the inside there of Suarez. And we got a battle now for P5.
We absolutely do. I think visually the track doesn't look like it's bringing up, but the karts look like they're just hooking up a little bit better as the race progresses.
Lap times do continue to fall. Our leader in Nicholas Fuca down into the 102s. Inside line there for Lawyer coming through turn 9. Try to be able to close on in. Narrower line, narrow exit out of turn 12. Looks like that cost Lawyer just a little bit.
Yeah, I don't know if the inside line's the trick right now. I think you can keep the momentum up, go to the outside of the rubber. Seems to be the preferred line today.
He's trying to close in here, but he's not nearly as close as we saw him a couple of laps ago. Now that's more of a traditional racing line there for Monday Lawyer, so maybe starting to think that is rubbering up a little bit, ripping in, and some of that wetness is removed from the track.
Yeah, this is an interesting track because it's very porous, so it may not gray up like most tracks do as it dries up, but I'm not seeing much spray come off the tires. We may be. By the end of this first heat, we might see that combination of people on wets, people on dries.
Well, that's where it's going to get very interesting to see just how that strategy will play out. Always my favorite part of any motor race. Checking back in on 2 and 3. This is Nicholas Fuca, been able to get by Blake Nash.
Yeah, Nash is definitely struggling right now. I mean, Fuca's just laying some laps down.
Well, and interesting there, Fuca, or Nash rather, not just struggling for speed, I think, but as we saw him come off at turn 3, struggling for a little bit of grip. That car looked very squirrely.
Yeah, you're kind of throwing a dart at the setup, trying to figure out what's best for you. Probably went out in warm-ups, was comfortable with the kart, thought he had it covered. I mean, he started great. That's what makes me think that, he maybe went out with too high of air pressures.
Look down to the inside, not sure if that was to just try to get in the head there a little bit of Fuca, or maybe just try to cool the tires a little bit. We're sort of in that window where you're not sure what that maneuver would be.
Yeah, I think he's definitely just trying to cool the tires. Again, that gives me another sign that he's probably went out with too high air pressure. Just put too much heat in those tires and just losing the drive.
They're going to come across the line. We're going to be able to give you an updated gap of what that roughly is. It's about 0.7 of a second, so that is a pretty hefty margin here for Fuca. Nash, about call it 7 seconds ahead of Caden McQueen, so he's got breathing room behind him, thankfully, but definitely wants to try to regain onto that second if he can.
Yeah, I tell you what, though, Nanji has all the breathing room. He's 7-second lead over Fuca right now. He's just in cruise control.
Yeah, and that cruise control definitely going to be nice, and what it's going to allow him to do is understand the track a little bit more, how it dries, how it evolves when we have a wet racing surface, so that if we do have another wet session, he will be able to try to master that as much as possible.
Yeah, I mean, the weather, it's not calling for rain today. It's just overcast and damp outside.
Yeah, overcast and damp and not having the best way to do it. Checking back in on your leader, Lucas Nanji. Nanji continuing to putter around here with a 8.5 second gap now. This will be 3 to go at the line for Nanji as he crossed with about 20 seconds left to go on the charts. Excuse me, 2 to go at the line for Nanji.
Yeah, and if our listeners out there want to actually know the rain setup, they were running 52s, mid 52s yesterday, so they're at 102.3s today. So it's about 10 seconds slower with the rain setup and with the wet track.
Yeah, and those are the things that you just have to do to make sure the car is going to perform, because obviously rain on the track means less grip all the way around. Less grip means less speed, and so that certainly does change things up. Nanji across the line, though. 2 laps to go.
Look at his consistency. 102.33 is his best. Last lap was 102.36. Just very comfortable with that car.
Yeah. Very comfortable indeed.
Also a battle in the back there, so you're looking at the Queen Suarez and Boyer are also kind of close to each other.
Yeah, they're holding on to that position. We'll keep an eye on that as we continue to follow Nanji. Down through the junkyard turn. And there you can see that red on the driver's left, viewer's right side of that cart. That is that tape we were talking about to adjust that radiator temperature.
Yeah, and it's crucial. I mean, if you can't, these motors are very particular on where they like to run at temperature. So trying to keep it in that, if I recall right, 120, 130 degree temperature is your optimum.
I'll tell you who is optimum. That is Lucas Nanji on the final lap here as the white flag has flown. About 9.3 seconds the gap between himself and Nicholas Fuca.
Yeah, I mean, the question is Nanji finished 4th yesterday on dry track. Dominant right now in Heat 2 on the wet track. Is he wanting this to stay wet now? That's the question.
He very well might. If this is the way his car is going to perform, he may prefer a wet or drying track, and he's just able to really bring that kart to life.
Yeah, I mean, the great thing about this is, these Levanto rains are fantastic, and they get 2 sets. So, again, how are you going to maximize your tire situation? These rains, it starts drying out. You're going to start going through them pretty fast.
Yeah, you're going to start tearing them up, and as we misreported yesterday, actually get 2 sets of dries over the course of the weekend. But we'll talk about that later, because Lucas Nanji comes across the line to take victory in dominant fashion, waiting about 10 seconds back for Nicholas Fuca. There he is, Blake Nash, your pole sitter, falling back to 3rd place. That's the storyline of this race for me. This heat is Blake Nash falling back through the field.
Yeah, I mean, Nanji on that Kart Republic just really kind of showed everyone what he can do in the rain.
Yeah, and as we were saying, 2 sets of dry tires over the course of the weekend. We anticipate they will be running the same set up until the finals on Sunday. Try to save that fresh set of Levanto kart tires for the finals come Sunday.
Yeah, I mean, weather tomorrow doesn't look any drier.
Yeah, it looks wet tomorrow, so we'll have to see what is going to happen. Indeed, they're actually predicting maybe some thunderstorms in the morning. So stay with us. We will keep you up to date on just how everything breaks out in terms of that. But we are getting ready as heat number 2 finished here for the ROK Pro Senior category.
And what's interesting, I just got through our little information thing here, 50-50 rain slicks. Driver's option.
Interesting.
That's what I just saw, GP Junior.
Which is the next one up.
My guess is not many people are going to be going out on slicks, but
I mean, if you're starting farther back in the field, do you take that gamble and just see if it plays?
Not.
No?
Because you have to make passes, and your line is one line when you have slicks on right now. And there's no way I would be going out. This track does not, for me personally, I would just burn up an extra set of rain tires and be done with it.
All right, so there is your prediction from Jason Ewers. Love to hear that. I always love to have the mentality of a Carter here, because that is invaluable here to our viewers and our audience around the world to definitely tune in and make sure we all know what they think will be happening.
And here we go. Oh, hold on. That looks like Van Chef is on dries. Easy to tell. The dry tire is a lot wider than the rain tire.
All
so
right.
you just look and you can't see the tread on it. If it's a narrower looking tire, it's a rain tire. Now he's on rains.
All right, we do that quick cursory look through the field. Alexander Vanchev is your pole sitter, by the way. Sarah Bradley, one of the drivers here in this session, really the surprise to me from yesterday. Very talented driver. We knew that coming in. But the move down into turn 8, for me, the move of Heat 1 yesterday. Somebody actually going off into the dirt on the exit of turn 4 on the warm-up lap here.
That's never good in a warm-up lap.
No, it's suboptimal.
Medeiros was fast in the early morning warm-up. See if that translates to a little bit drier track than what we had this morning.
Yeah. We'll be starting roughly around 10th position.
Yeah, he's a good half-second faster this morning, so it will be interesting.
Yeah, it'll be one to keep an eye for. You see those little burnouts and shakes of the carts, trying to get them, those tires up to temperature, as we said. Very aggressive burnouts and weaving here, trying to get everything working. Coming through turn 12, they'll get ready to go double file here shortly.
I can't tell if Vanchev, if he is on dries.
It's the 206, that pink and blue machine. As they enter into the acceleration zone, green flag flies. We are racing. 3 wide, down into turn 1, almost 4 wide. Can't tell if that was calamity or not. It looks like everyone's able to make it through cleanly. Vanchev going to lead the way here. Wide run for what looked like the 211. There you see everybody trying to sort themselves out. A lot of consternation there coming out of turn 4. Vanchev leading out of junkyard turn. Single file through the majority of the field here. Couple of karters ducking down, trying to maximize that aerodynamic effect of the cart. Looks like I saw yellow flying in the back there. I believe that is cleared now. Now battle on for P2. Big move up into the inside. Here they go. That's the 207 and the 258. That's Cole Medeiros, one of the ones you called early on.
And Sarah Bradley.
Yep.
And Medeiros was really fast early morning warm-ups. Oh, making that stick.
Very nice move. By the way, our apologies there. Our timing scoring is not perfectly up to date on that opening formation lap. That is actually, Vanchev started down in second position, fell all the way down, and now it's Mateus Ramahalo that's up into P1. No, Vanchev was in pole. Something happened to him.
Is he the one that fell off?
He was the one that went wide coming through turn 1, or coming through turn 4.
Yeah, is he down there?
No, he's back out on the track. He's just running 13th at this point.
Well, that'll make it interesting.
Yeah, see what he's able to do.
Work through the traffic.
Well, but as you said earlier on, Cole Medeiros, one of the drivers to watch out for, he's leading the race right now. He's been able to get that push on. He is all the way up into the front of the field.
A little battle there with Sarah Bradley.
Yep, that's what we're watching on your screen right here. Sarah had to fall behind. Dallensar, now Katowski trying to go around the outside of Sarah. It's Ramahalo.
This is a great battle.
That's the 281 and the 257. That's Dallensar. Dallensar and Ramahalo.
I think 281, if anybody wants to put a livery on that sponsor 281, feel free to.
Yeah, with the speed we're seeing here, I wouldn't blame you for doing it by any stretch of the imagination.
This little defensive lines right here. Little break lock up there.
Yeah, that was Katowski trying to send a big move. Bradley taking a little bit of a look. Not quite able to get it done. That's on Romahalo.
And here we go.
Excuse me, that was Katowski sending the move in the 292.
Big curve hop. See that divot right there just getting worse and worse.
And you saw from Ramahalo just how treacherous that is. Indeed, was still in a little bit of a tank slapper halfway down the straight leading into turn 4. Now we focus on the battle between Ramahalo and Bradley. That's your leader coming by the screen. Then De Alencar. Katowski now into third. Ramahalo and Bradley, your top 5.
A little bit of gap to 6th. I mean, but Medeiros has just dialed it in and checking out. I mean, 0.8 faster, half a second faster than everybody else. Very impressive.
Very, very impressive.
It's interesting. What we're seeing is every class we have a dominant cart. And that goes to yesterday on the dry track. Like, it seems like then the battles from 2, 3, 4, 5 and on. You know, it's like the leader's just checking out, and then everyone else is battling.
Yeah. And speaking of battles there, that was Alexander Savage and Alessandro Tuscio. Good run for Savage. Now Franco Paolini going to try to get in on the action. This the battle for about 6th position. A little bit of a gap, as you said, up into 5th. Going to bring their way on through. Don't count out Luca Cariotti as well from this battle. Ooh, little bit of a mistake there, I think, for Tuscio. Almost up the door there for Paolini. Paolini's going to take a look down to the inside. Nope, going to poke back into line.
You know what's surprising, though, is our yesterday's winner, Kennedy.
Yeah.
All the way down to 20th.
Not having the best run here for Edward Kennedy.
No, I don't know if maybe they went out on dries.
Maybe.
I don't know. I haven't been able to see it.
All right, we're going to keep our eyes fixated on this battle. That's the 229 machine. That's Cariotti. Car spun. Coming through turn 2. That's one of your leaders. 229 of Cariotti on Tuscio, and the 217 gets it done. Tuscio gets a little bit of a line off the corner, looks down to the inside of turn 5, and going to be able to shut the door momentarily. Paolini not done yet, though.
Yeah, my guess is Kennedy's on dries because he was turning 104.8s this morning in warm-up, and he's at 116s right now.
Yeah.
So maybe a bad call from the team. We don't know.
It looks that way here at this point. That's the 229. That's Cariotti ahead of Tuscio. Again, this the battle for P8. Medeiros comes across the line with a 103.99.
Fastest lap of the race for him.
There we go. Back at it again.
Yeah, that bump is getting significantly worse.
Really is. You can see just how hard that is. There they come down into turn 5. That's a lot of carts trying to sort it out. Bradley leads Savage, Paolini, and Cariotti. That battle that we saw earlier is now all converged on top of each other.
Yeah, and, you know, if they could be smart and team up together and work together, they may be able to catch Ramahalo.
Well, I think Ramahalo is part of that battle, actually.
281.
We may have to wait until they cross over the start-finish stripe to officially get our timings updated. Don't want to give you the wrong information here. They cross over. It's Bradley, Savage, Ramahalo's back down into 6th, and Paolini in 7th. Cariati, Truscio. We keep our eyes focused on Bradley, Savage, and Ramahalo, splitting the different shades of Schumacher and Hakkinen.
They're definitely running into some of that slower traffic. The karts that spun earlier in the race, they're just catching up to them right now, which always makes it interesting, you know, as racing, to come up to the slower traffic. How do you handle that? You know, you trust where that guy is going to be. Is he going to move on you? Always things you always are kind of constantly keeping in the back of your mind.
Yeah, and there's a look from behind from Alexander Savage. 3.5 minutes left to go as Savage tries to close down Bradley for 4th position. Side by side farther back in the field, that's Paolini and Cariati.
Yeah, I just noticed here, though, Dallin car is starting to close that gap on Medeiros.
Yeah, it's down to under 0.2 of a second.
That's surprising. I thought Medeiros was just gone.
Well, again, this could be a setup issue. The Medeiros' cart just gets a little bit worse as the session goes along, or the Allen car starts to get a little bit better as the session goes along. Could be a combination of the two, frankly.
And getting comfortable. I think a lot of it is, too, is like, oh, I can make this kart stick. I can go harder into this corner, where at the beginning of the race, you're a little bit more tentative. But he's definitely, I mean, almost a full second faster than Medeiros.
Yeah, we'll have to see on this lap if he's able to close that in. We keep our eyes on Bradley. Savage, Paolini now up in that battle as well. Some lap traffic, I believe.
Gonna make it stick. Oh, Bradley with the spin. Just tried to not get outbroke there and just did not make it stick.
Is that? No, that wasn't Bradley. That was a lapped car.
Oh.
Yeah, that's still Bradley up at the front there. It's Bradley, Savage, Paolini, Cariati. Those are the 4 on your screen. Paolini tried to take a little bit of a look to the inside. Now it's going to be Savage on the attack. Savage looking very strong, but wide run coming out of turn 3. That opens up the door for Paolini. Paolini chucks it down to the inside, tries to get a little bit of muscly, and pushes him wide. That's going to be Paolini up into 5th. Right now as they run down into turn 8, junkyard corner. That was Sarah's third overtaking opportunity. Another lap car getting out of the way. Big wide run there for Paolini. Maybe that'll open up the door for Cariati. No, it is going to open up the door there for Alexander Savage. Savage getting by Sarah Bradley. Allen car has gotten by Medeiros for the lead of the race, though.
Yeah, it wasn't going to take long when you're that much faster. I mean, obviously, Medeiros' car peaked.
Yeah.
You know, early, mid to the race, under a minute to go with +2, so about 3 laps left. But as you can tell, the battle here is with, 4th, 5th, and 6th.
Yeah. And a little bit of a look there for Alexander Savage. Paolini, as we said, able to take those positions away. Up into 4th right now. Runs Paolini, Bradley, Savage, Cariati. This battle on your screen. Savage in the 202, thinking about a move. Now has to play defense from Cariati as they're going to drag race.
Yeah, Savage was trying a couple moves there to try to get some grip to be able to get that forward traction that he needed to be able to try to make the next move. But as you can say, it cost him.
Yeah.
Oh, big curb hop.
That was huge from Alexander Savage. Cariati has been able to get by him. That's going to hurt Savage's back. That was a big, big impact into the ground.
Yeah, and then I've got a question. What that's doing to your equipment?
Yeah.
Bend an axle there.
It is not the way you want to see everything play, I can tell you that.
Yeah, as we're looking right now, the Allen car is already gapped by almost 2-second gap on Medeiros. Kwiatkowski's just kind of cruising along there in 3rd.
Yeah, really in an island unto himself, about 8 seconds back of Medeiros. Call it about 5-6 seconds back of or ahead of Paolini.
Oh, we got a crash there.
That's the 269. That's Edward Kennedy.
Let's see.
And that's not the only kart that we've seen have problems down into turn 9. That looks to be the area where folks are just locking up the brakes.
Yeah, and once you lock these brakes up on a wet track, it's so hard to keep that kart straight.
2 laps to go, given by the flagman as we watch Cariotti trying to make an attack here on Sarah Bradley. Bradley, good run. Able to hold off an attack here for the moment. Christian Chiano able to make a move on Mateus Ramallo. Bradley now trying to hold off Savage. Or excuse me, Cariotti. Everybody's really separated out here.
Yeah, not much to talk about. They kind of, all the excitement happened in the middle of the race. So
yeah.
They kind of all settled in and a little bit of battle here.
Look behind there for Cariotti, for your leaders as they come across. There's Bradley.
Yeah, Bradley and Cariotti fighting for the closest battle on the track right now. But, is this it, 1 lap to go? Or are you just kind of settling in? Take your victory as they're bringing in the kart, no damage to it.
I mean, I think that's the way I'd approach it is in tricky conditions such as this, just take it as a good thing that you're able to bring the kart home in one piece. All right, that's your leader on your screen down car. Cole Medeiros behind him. Victor trying to close down. Comes now through the flick. 10 and 11. Wide run. That's going to open up a door here for the 292.
That's a big finish for the Allen car. He finished dead last yesterday with a DNF.
Yeah.
So going from 25th to first is huge for him.
All right, down car did take the victory. Medeiros, Katowski, Paolini, Cariotti, Bradley, Savage. Your top 7. Then it was Truscio. Looks like Chiano is going to hold out for P9. Roman Doria will round out your top 10. A very, very spicy race here for heat number 2.
And to me, that means the track is starting to be more than just one race line right now in the wet. Or I don't know if I want to call it wet. It's called damp. But yeah, we'll see with our next class coming up. What happens? Is anybody going to try to go out on wets? I'm trying to get confirmation if Kennedy was on dry slicks.
Okay.
And just see. And if that's the case, that's definitely not the way to go right now.
No, it's not. I will tell you that the next one we're going to have out is the ROK Micros. And that's going to be interesting. These drivers, funnily enough, some of our least experienced drivers that we have, the Micros from age 7 to 10, it's a mini engine with a restrictor and fixed gear ratios. But this was some of the best racing and, more importantly, some of the cleanest that we saw yesterday.
Yeah, the respect that these kids have for each other is fantastic. And as we talk about the ladder system of karting, to be able to teach these kids this age good, clean racing is only going to make the sport even better.
Yeah, it's fantastic. And you and I were talking about this yesterday, that there is a trickle-up effect that you do see, that if you have folks that are driving a little sketchily, a little less than perfect in race trim, in the karting ranks, when you go up through the ranks, that's just going to get worse and worse.
Yeah. I mean, bad racing and just doesn't work well for anybody. I mean, it's doesn't work well for teams, doesn't work well for other drivers. It just doesn't do great. No, I don't have
a group text.
We don't have that capability.
We're not over PA.
scaled line with their race tires. Those will be scanned into the system. Once again, if you do have rain tires, do not be surprised that our team will be by to the close. Please be ready. Thank you.
All right, we get ready for the ROK Micros to head out on track here.
Yeah, sorry about that, folks. We had a little
Technical difficulties
difficulties
with the boots that we just had to fix out there.
because this is an official event. All tires are scanned, so they just wanted to make an announcement to all the racers that please make sure that they get their tires scanned, their rain tires.
All right, so making sure that just a couple of carts being hauled back into the paddock here. That's kind of what we're waiting on.
Yeah, so what I've been kind of doing here is looking at the morning warm-up sessions. You know, we had Medeiros in the last race. The Allen car came from nowhere. Obviously made the changes that he wanted to make, you know, from the warm-up session to the heat race, and obviously made the proper changes to his car because it was a dominant victory for him. So, you know, just kind of sitting here looking at the morning warm-ups here, and definitely with the micro, you know, Medeiros, another Medeiros right there. Fastest Gottschalk was second. Baradas was third, Westbrook fourth, and Alvarez is rounds out your top five. So those are probably the ones that I'd be keeping an eye out for because they obviously know how to race in the rain, have their cart set up correctly for the rain. And we'll just see.
Yeah, we'll see. I think Zev Gottschalk definitely one to watch out for, the Curacao driver. Definitely quick, has been quick all weekend long. Definitely one that I kind of have had circled.
When did it go to Curacao? I always thought it was Caraco.
No, it has the little thing under the sea.
Are they different?
No, it's the same thing.
Okay.
Yeah, but it's Curacao because it's the...
It's my Hillbilly, Indiana that says Caraco.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay.
No,
it sounds better to say Curacao.
It has the little... I don't know the linguistic name for it, but the little squiggle under the sea means that it's a s.
See, learning things every day.
Yep. All right. We're still waiting. As we said, we had a couple of carts go off in that last session, so they're starting to get themselves ready to get back into pit lane.
Yeah, and don't forget yesterday, you know, we had Westbrook, Gottschalk, Medeiros in your top three, and it was a pretty close battle. Yesterday's micro race was one of the ones that was a true battle for the lead. You know, between Westbrook and Gottschalk, I think Westbrook only won by 2/10.
All right, we're going to take a quick step away and pay the bills with a few words from our sponsor.
27 years ago, Bill Wright began the Florida Winter Tour to break up the slow winter months for karters. And as the word spread, the tour grew. Importers, teams, manufacturers, and drivers alike all came to Florida to prepare for the upcoming season. One weekend became two, and the fun became serious fun. Since then, the karting season has started with the Florida Winter Tour, where teams compete to establish dominance for the coming summer. Drivers from all over the world look to make their name and leave their mark on the national scene, much like Pato O'Ward, Enzo Fittipaldi, and others have done in Florida Winter Tours of the past. The original Florida Winter Tour, the series that made karting a year-round sport in North America, and where tomorrow's superstar drivers are discovered. 27 years later, you can still go karting and have some serious fun. Are you ready to join the action?
As you can see, karts are making their way out onto the circuit for the ROK Micro Series presented by Orsilon Racing. Very excited for this one. Always one of the more exciting ones. Seeing the young kids coming out here in these micros and flex their stuff for everybody else to see.
Yeah, and what's also interesting with these kids is they're on a different type of rain tire. All the other senior classes are running the Levanto Reigns. Our micro and minis are on the Bridgestone rain tire.
Now, what is going to be the difference in between those primarily?
My guess is compound. I haven't seen the Bridgestone rain tire personally, but it's definitely going to be a compound tire. Same size as their mini, standard mini size tire. But we'll see. I mean, they did some good lap times. Yesterday there were 1 flats. We'll see what they do today in the wet.
All right.
Let me see here. What was their warm-up time? So there were 1:13s. So not too bad. Typical like everybody else. About 10 seconds off.
All right, so about 10 seconds off what we're anticipating here as they do make their way now down and out of turn 9. A little bit of weaving, a little bit of back and forth.
A lot of pushing going on there. You can watch their heads kind of snap back. That's them getting little love tap on that rear bumper.
Yeah. A little how you doing, as we used to say.
Wake it up. We got to go.
And, well, they're about to be woken up pretty loudly here as they get their way back out, ready to come onto the track. Yeah. As they get ready to go here. Into the start zone.
He's shooting a commitment gun there.
And there it is. We are racing once again.
Well, the outside line had a great run there.
Clean through turn 1. The question is if they're going to be able to keep it through turn 2. Big slide farther back in the pack. Couple of micros going a little bit sideways, but they're going to hold it together. Looks like we've got 3, almost 4 wide on the exit of turn 4.
We have one spin right there on 4. Who is that? Let's see that.
Yeah, I couldn't tell who that was, but as we get up to the lead, that's the number 47 Kart. That is Mauro Nario. I believe that's Dutch Westbrook right behind him.
Yeah, where's Medeiros and Gottschalk? They were inside. Oh, that's Danny O'Gara with the spin. Did he get a little help there, or just a little too hot going to the corner?
Well, we've seen quite a few drivers go a little bit hot, but it's traditionally been down into turn 9 where we see that. I think that's Aiden Go, actually, directly behind him.
Yeah, Nario and that Orsolon is just looking really good. Interesting is they're on Paralins for their kid kart stuff. And then on their adult chassis, they're on a different chassis.
All right, so your top 5 here at this point: Nario, Go, Westbrook, Gottschalk, Alvarez, Lennox Lockhart, who we saw a little bit earlier, also out there.
Yeah, it's definitely a lot faster right now. So the track obviously is drying out. Trying to see if anybody had the guts to go out on slicks.
There you see that lane from Nario coming down through turn 6. Not seeing a surprise Sarah Bradley style maneuver, but we've got to keep an eye here on Dutch Westbrook. Westbrook closing in on the back of Aiden Go.
Hey, Westbrook was your winner yesterday, so definitely has got the kart figured out in dry and in wet conditions.
It looks like he's coming on pretty strong here. Actually took a little bit of a look going down into turn 10. Now going to take it into turn 12. That's a great move from
That's
the 33.
a place we haven't seen a pass at all weekend.
Well, it's a very difficult place to get that pass done because of that sort of flick of 10 and 11 that you have to go through. Go trying to fight back on him, but just not able to do it into turn 3. And now Dutch Westbrook has his eyes set ahead.
He's got that Bennett kart set up really well. And I tell you right now, Nario needs to keep an eye on this.
Yeah, I think Nario is going to be under pressure here. Now remember, this is the micro and the minis. These are 10 minutes plus 10 laps, so a little bit less. Plus 2 laps. Sorry, I knew that. So it is going to be a little bit less, but nevertheless, got to keep an eye here. Yeah, he's all over the back of Nario already.
Is he going to try for an early pass on, or is he going to be patient? We'll see.
Well, let's keep our eyes here into turn 12. That's an area of the track where we've seen Westbrook like to throw a move. He's certainly close enough coming in through 10 and 11.
Yeah.
And now he backs off a little bit, not able to get it done. What that is it looks like Westbrook's just able to take a little bit of a narrower line mid-corner, and that'll send him out.
Asking for the push.
Nario saying, give me a little bit of a push here. I don't think Westbrook wants a push. I think Westbrook wants to
get
go.
around. Yeah.
Yeah.
I think you're exactly right. And I feel that move's going to come up here pretty quick.
I like the restraint, though, that I'm seeing out of Dutch Westbrook. He's not pushing the issue. He is just there.
I mean, he's 8 tenths faster than Nario, so it's just a matter of time. And there it is.
Yep. Nario Elmo holding back a little bit. Now he's going to have a little bit of a poke down into turn 6. That's gutsy, and that's done for Dutch Westbrook.
Yeah, we'll see what happens now. He's going to check out. The Bennett is just hooked up, asking for the push. Come on. You don't need a push. You're just running from him.
I think that was a little tongue-in-cheek. I've got a sneaking suspicion that was Dutch looking back to Nario going, no, you
me
push
now."
me. Yeah. Remember, these kids are between 7 and 10. That is a sarcastic child. Great stuff there from Dutch Westbrook as he takes over the lead of the race.
Yeah, they're kind of all just single file stretching out a little bit. Let's see what's going on in the back of the field here by timing and scoring.
Medeiros is able to get a move done on Iker Alvarez. Cam Becker able to get a move done on Bautista Perez Bassi, and so that's going to be good runs for them. They're going to continue to push through the field. Dutch Westbrook bringing his way up ahead.
Yeah, they're pretty spaced out. I mean, that between Medeiros, Alvarez, and Lockhart seems to be the closest battle on the track, but still a couple kart lengths between those.
Yeah, and Medeiros just got by Alvarez, so I wonder if that gap's going to start to grow a little bit once he streaks off down the road.
Yeah.
Want to give credit here, though, to Mauro Nario. He is keeping this relatively tight with Dutch Westbrook. He's not letting him streak off into the distance.
No, and again, we talked about this yesterday a little bit. Is he learning Westbrook's line and maybe just shadowing that line, and it's a faster line?
Yeah. I mean, that's the thing. There you see that little bit of a duck from Dutch Westbrook trying to push himself ahead as much as he can.
Yeah, Nario obviously is picking something up from Westbrook, and he just turned the fastest lap of the race.
Yeah, he's right behind. A little bit of a look behind there for Nario.
Maybe it was that little tap on the back of the helmet
Yeah,
that got a little bit more go juice in him.
Yeah, maybe. Just that little bit of cheekiness coming back to bite him.
It's like, I'll give you a tap.
Yeah. All right, he's going to come on here. Yeah, that's a tighter line through 6. Remember, that was where he got passed.
Yeah, absolutely. So, and these karts may be able to work a little bit more in the rubber than the senior karts because it's a much smaller tire.
Yeah, very well could. 3.5 minutes left to go in the session. Nario sawing at the wheel, trying to get that taken care of. We're going to jump back and take a look at the battle for third place. This is going to be Aiden Go and Zev Godschalk.
That's your man, Aiden Go.
Yep. One of the best names in racing. You better be fast if your last name's Go. But Aiden holding off a good attack here from Godschalk. No, excuse me, Godschalk's actually been able to get on by Aiden Go, but Go's looking to try to attack.
Leaders. Who's that? Is Godschalk all by himself, right?
No, your leaders are there. Then it's Godschalk and Go on our screen right now.
Is that a lap car?
Medeiros is the car behind. I don't think there's a lap car. Those are your race leaders. That's Westbrook and Nario. In the back of your screen there, you see the 1, 2, 3. That's Godschalk starting to pull away from Go, and Medeiros starting to close in a little bit on the back.
Yeah, that's going to end up being an interesting battle. But I still think Nario, impressive, keeps running the fastest laps of the race. You know, I think he picked up something from Westbrook.
Well, I mean, it's the old adage that you can learn just as much by following than you can by leading.
Oh, absolutely.
There's a great story, and I forget who it was to. May have been Collins or someone, but around the old Nürburgring, Jim Clark told him, follow me around, held him for a lap, and then Jim took off at the end of lap 1, and he realized he was holding back.
Aiden Go, it looks like getting a little pressure from Medeiros there. And Medeiros is on the outside. Not the preferred line, but...
Yeah, Go's going to be able to hold him off.
But I think Medeiros is just a little faster right now.
I think he is, too. They've got to be a little bit careful. Iker Alvarez, Lennox Lockhart not too far behind. So if these two really start to scrap, that's going to pull the two of them right up into this battle.
That little check behind. We've got a minute left. Plenty of time. much more inside line right there and made it stick.
That's the second time here in these micros that we've seen a move into turn 12. Very, very surprising. All right, so now it is Medeiros in front. Go going to try to hold him behind. Doesn't send it down into turn 4.
Yeah, it looks like Medeiros is just running, and I think Go also is just kind of tucked in behind him. They're just running the racing line now.
Yeah, I think it's fair to say that this track is relatively dry. We're not seeing that water line, that rain line being run.
And I noticed if you look at it, you can see the tires look like they're almost disintegrating a little bit. That's just the heat in the tire because the track is drying out.
And we assume that they're still racing on the wets.
Now, I can absolutely tell you they're racing on the wets. You can just see the tire.
All right, so they work their way on through. Medeiros starting to press his advantage. This is Lockhart, Alvarez, Cam Becker behind them. Lockhart's been able to move their way forward. 2 laps to go at the line. Nario, another fastest lap of the race.
Yeah, he's figured something out. 2 laps to go. Is he just going to be patient? He's 3/4 of a second behind. Has he got enough to close?
Well, this is that battle up for the top spot. We watch right now Dutch Westbrook leading the race, 7/10 of a second back to Nario in that white and green cart as they work their way through 7. Now down into the junkyard turn.
I mean, Westbrook obviously is feeling the pressure because he's running really fast laps, but Nario is just a little faster.
Yeah. The question's going to be is if Nario's able to close that gap enough to put himself in the position to attack with only 1 lap to go.
Yeah, he's only 1/10 to 2/10 faster. I don't see that gap closing that much in 2 laps. But again, Westbrook, he's pressuring Westbrook. Westbrook could make a mistake.
He could make a mistake. He could fall himself into a little bit of problems. This is the battle back for P6 that we were following earlier, Lockhart, Alvarez, and Becker.
Yeah, that's your battle right there. And I can tell you right now, Alvarez is not going to stick behind him very long.
No, Alvarez looking particularly
here we
quick.
go,
There's
right
the move
there.
down into turn 4. Gets it with the crossover from Lockhart.
Couldn't make it stick. Oh, look at this.
And that's going to be Becker trying to make the move. Gets his elbows out there a little bit. Forces Iker Alvarez to the outside. And that's going to be Becker up into P7.
Yeah, Alvarez just dropped 2. Got all happy, and then this dropped 2.
There is your leader, though, Dutch Westbrook. Gottschalk, Medeiros. There's that battle. Go, Lockhart, Alvarez. Go's got to be a little bit careful. There's a little bit of a run there for him. There comes your leader. Down through turn 9. Makes his way on through as your leader comes to the line, and it is Dutch Westbrook taking victory over Mauro Nario. Zeb Gottschalk in 3rd. Medeiros and Aiden Go round out your top 5.
Yeah, Westbrook turned his fastest lap of the race. Very last one.
That's impressive. He responding to the pressure that he got there from Mauro Nario.
Yeah, absolutely. It was good racing. Good clean. Again, we got a little coming onto the start-finish line right here. Oh, someone's not happy.
Oh, that is suboptimal there.
And that looks like teammates. Ooh, that's 22.
That's going to be Liani Chavo.
Who's the other one? I think it was Katowski.
I think it was as well. Unfortunate runs for them, but a great race here for ROK Micro presented by Orlson Racing.
And that sets us up for our next race.
Yeah, which is going to be ROK Mini presented by AM Engines.
Which Mini is same chassis. They're running the same tire. Just no restrictor on this and no set gear ratio. A little bit older kids. You know, these kids are from, what are they, 9 to 13.
Yep. All right, so they're going to bring their way on out. Looks like we've got to send out the ATV here for a couple of carts that are still parked around the circuit. So that'll take us a little bit of a minute.
Yeah, and from morning warm-ups, I'm just looking here. Collins was fast.
All right, we are going to go pay the bills one more time, and we'll be back with you shortly for that ROK Mini presented by AM Engine Series.
27 years ago, Bill Wright began the Florida Winter Tour to break up the slow winter months for karters. And as the word spread, the tour grew. Importers, teams, manufacturers, and drivers alike all came to Florida to prepare for the upcoming season. One weekend became two, and the fun became serious fun. Since then, the karting season has started with the Florida Winter Tour, where teams compete to establish dominance for the coming summer. Drivers from all over the world look to make their name and leave their mark on the national scene, much like Pato O'Ward, Enzo Fittipaldi, and others have done in Florida Winter Tours of the past. The original Florida Winter Tour, the series that made karting a year-round sport in North America and where tomorrow's superstar drivers are discovered. 27 years later, you can still go karting and have some serious fun. Are you ready to join the action?
Welcome back to the Florida Winter Tour, a part of the ROK Cup here, and for ROK Mini, presented by AM Engines. The Minis are headed out on track right now. We've already got a little bit of a spin there. Coming down one of the back straightaways, look like they're going to be able to get themselves sorted as everyone makes their way onto the circuit for the formation lap. DJ Clark and Jason Ewers joining you up in the commentary booth. Santiago Orioli going to be leading off here. Ludmila Ibarra, Alex Chandler, Schinenberger, and Gaddis, your top five.
Yeah, it's going to be great. I mean, the track is drying out. So that's going to make some interesting races. We saw that in the last class. Different lines. Looks like they're using the racing line now. They're not going off the racing line. But, this morning warm-up, you had Collins, Ibarra, and Pavin as your top three. Be interesting to see if that's going to stay translated into the heat race.
Yeah, going to be very interested to see if that will play the same way. We were just talking here while we were in commercial break about how wonderful the racing was in that micro division, and I've got to imagine we're going to anticipate more of the same.
Yeah, absolutely. And yesterday, we had Orioli with the win, with Chandler coming in with a close second, just by almost 0.004 of a second. So, again, these micro and minis are the closest racing that we're seeing out here amongst all these classes.
Yeah, it's very close, very competitive. Looks like there were a couple of drivers that needed to sort themselves out in order a little bit. That looks like the 130. Not sure who that was exactly.
I don't know. The one. We're having a little bit of an engine issue with this. The 117 of Schneigenberg?
Yeah, maybe.
Did he get it fired? Looks like no. Oh, that's so frustrating.
That's the 117 there. Yeah, that is Scheinenberger.
Oh, he's on dries. I think. Yeah, I think most of these kids are on dries. Yeah, that's so frustrating. You get out there, you're looking forward to that first heat race, and then,
yeah,
your engine dies going down the front stretch. I mean, it's
incredibly frustrating. But who is not frustrated here at the moment, that's Santiago Orioli in that 106 kart. Going to line themselves up into the rows of two.
Yeah,
get out of the way, and here they go.
Everybody looks to be on dries.
Oh, contact there, almost sending Ludmila Ibarra spinning around. Gaddis going to try to get in there. Somebody's kicked off into the grass as here they come out of turn 3. It is going to be the 139 holding on to third place. I believe Alex Chandler's moved up into third.
Yeah, Orioli just got a great start there. Just kind of gapped the field by several kart lengths.
Yeah, able to get, wow, that's a really good gap there for him in that 106. He is going to start to try to press that advantage. Meanwhile, battle back for Ibarra and Gaddis right now. Looks like Gaddis had to back out of it ever so slightly.
Yeah, he's got the Kart Republic really rolling right now. Let's see if he can continue to do that and just build upon this. I mean, yesterday it was a great race between him and Chandler. So where is Chandler at right now? Sitting there in fourth until we cross the start-finish line. We'll see. With that bouncing and bumping around we saw on the start, we don't know where anybody's at until they cross that start-finish line. Up.
So it is Orioli, Ibarra, Chandler, Pavin, Collins, Francisco Salazar, Gaddis, Van Beek, and Besserell here, your top 10. Keep our eye on that battle. Ibarra leading over Alex Chandler. Orioli kind of checked out in the front of the field. Oh, a little bit of a look there for Alex Chandler. He thought about going down to the inside of 6. Can't get a move done into 8. Let's see if he can get a little bit more. No, but we're side by side farther back in the field. I think that's around Mikey Collins and Jaden Francisco.
Yeah, absolutely. And looks like the 131 of Francisco made that stick.
Yeah, it did, and that's also going to bring Dominic Gaddis into that equation as well, so that's going to be a little bit of close running there between them. Oh, but the 130 of Mikey Collins able to hold it back. Francisco's going to have the inside line as they come down into the corner, but the U-Race chassis there of Collins holds it out. We've got a car spun around.
The 133 of Balkison.
Balkison wasn't having the best day out there to begin with. We check back in on this battle. 130, 131, that's Collins, Francisco, and Salazar. Now side by side with Collins and Francisco as they dive down into turn 6. Another kart spun around.
Yeah, you can see the line drying up there. The problem is with these slicks, if you get off the dry and get into the wet, the kart's going to go around.
Yeah. All right, big pack of karts here being led, it looks like, by Mikey Collins.
Yeah, that's by far the greatest. That's the best battle on the track. I mean,
yeah, this is Collins, Francisco, Salazar, Gaddis, Besserell. I think Van Beek's in that as well. A little bit of a breakaway, checking that 4th place position. That's going to be Salazar trying to make a little bit of a run. Not going to play out.
Then you got the 111 of Cameron Johnson just back there licking his chops, knowing that these guys are going to start battling. He's going to be able to join them.
Yeah, there's a look by Besserell. Contact by Besserell coming down into the corner. That's the 135. That's going to open up the door here for Jaden Francisco. Francisco tries to take it. Besserell gets a little bit boxed in there by Nico Salazar.
And Gaddis got I think he got them both right there.
Yeah.
Such great clean racing.
Absolutely fantastic. A little bit of argy-bargy coming into turn 4, but they were managed to hold it together and keep it straight.
Yeah, absolutely. There's nothing wrong with a little, what do they say, Robbins racing?
Exactly. I think Robert Duvall told me that once.
Yeah, perfectly matched set of tires there, Cole.
Exactly. So here they come into turn 12. It's Francisco in the red kart that you see, that kind of pinkish helmet, leading his head forward. He leads Besserell, Van Beek, Johnson. Lorenzo Lopez also in this big old pack as well.
And we got Orioli that's just kind of just out there on his own, just setting purple after purple after purple. A nice little comfortable, almost 2-second lead over Ibarra.
And that was Van Beek trying to be able to get a move. Johnson got into the back of him, popped the cart up into the air. Johnson trying to hold off here the best he can. Excuse me, it was Lorenzo Lopez, I think, that got a little bit of air. Lorenzo Lopez has been able to get by Cameron Johnson. Johnson back down in 11th right now. Here they go. Just the 134 there. pushing his way ahead. 131 of Jaden Francisco still trying to hold off that attack from Besserell. That's Mikey Collins directly up the road from them. Collins thought he had a little bit of a gap, but wasn't able to keep it closed down, and now he finds himself under pressure from Jaden Francisco, who just seems to be involved in every scuffle on the track.
Absolutely. Looks like Besserell's starting to catch up a little bit there on Francisco. As the track keeps drying.
He's going to try to close in. Besserell's definitely there. Besserell thinks about it into 10, not able to get it to play. Now the advantage goes back to Francisco on Mikey Collins.
Yeah, I think, Francisco sees Besserell. He pushes just a little bit harder. And these kids have so much respect for each other. Instead of, using that bumper to get him out of the way, they kind of just back off a little bit. And that's why you see a little bit of a gap. There's a respect. Instead of shoving a cart in, they're just going to be patient. They back off a little bit more. As you can see, Besserell closed that gap right back up. So he's definitely got a little bit faster cart than what Francisco has.
Yeah, definitely got a little bit faster. And I'd argue that Francisco's a little bit faster here than Mikey Collins as well. I think Collins is slowing up Francisco, so we don't really know what the true pace of that 131 is. Francisco tries to move down into turn 8. Not able to get it to play. Is he going to try to poke his nose to the inside into turn 9? Fades that way, thinks that way, doesn't go for it.
Yeah, you know why? There's a big old wet spot right there.
Yep.
Going into 9. So very smart, but he ended up, look what he did. Over, under, right there, took the position.
Heads up play there by Jaden Francisco.
Smart play.
But now
Very
there
smart.
comes Collins trying to fight back a little bit, but I think that run from Collins is now going to put him under pressure from Luca Besserell. Besserell looks outside.
Oof. Yeah, I think there might be words said about that one.
It looked like he had the corner and the cart just lost grip.
And again, like I said, he's off that gray, so you get into that way. That's probably one of it, but there's we have marshals all around this track that you don't see that as watching rough driving and accidental contact or avoidable contact, I guess I should say. And there may be a penalty on that one. I am not sure.
All right, this is the battle for P2 right now. Ludmila Ibarra and Asher Pavin. Pavin's done a good job to slowly climb his way back up through the field. Pavin just trying to close on in here to the back of Ibarra.
Yeah, just a couple tenths of a second lead there for Ibarra. And Orioli's just kind of checked out, being comfortable.
Yeah, doesn't really feel any pressure here. The main pressure, as we said, coming from Pavin. Trying to see if there's any kind of a run.
A minute and a half, a little under a minute and a half left.
Yeah, should be 2 to go at the line, I think. 3 to go at the line, rather.
We've talked about this several times. Strategically, me personally would rather start third than second.
Yeah, you want that inside lane. You control your own destiny coming into turn 1. If you make a mistake there and take out a cart, it's your own fault.
Yeah.
If you're on the outside lane, there's a lot of unpredictability, and you don't know what those inside carts are going to do.
Especially in a wet condition.
Yeah.
I mean, you're going to go, inertia's just going to take you to the outside. So, as an inside cart, you're going to end up leaning on that outside cart if the track conditions continue to be like this and there's no grip on the inside.
Don't see that lean coming into turn 1 for Asher Pavin on Ludmila Ibarra. He's keeping up the pressure, though. As we said, it was 3 to go at the line. Wide entry for Ibarra into turn 4.
And Pavin with a little bit more shallower entry. They're thinking he maybe had something on the inside, but just couldn't get the cart to stick.
Yeah, couldn't really get it, couldn't roll that momentum. Narrower line through 6 into 7. Not able to capitalize and get the run into turn 8. He's still got a pretty good head of steam. Looks like he loses a little bit of time down the back straightaway going into turn 9. Gets on the loud pedal here. This is going to be 2 to go at the line, so it's definitely push time here for Asher Pavin. wants to try to get ahead if he can. There is that 2 to go signal from the flagman. .154 really wants this run. There's again that another little look down into turn 4 to see if he can get anything, but Asher Pavin just not seeing it. Ludmila Ibarra, I've got to give her credit here. She's not driving defensively. She's just driving.
Yeah, she's just driving the line. She's not taking anything in the inside. Just being comfortable, and it's going to make Pavin earn it.
A little bit of what I thought might be a little bit of a poke to the inside there for Pavin. It's not going to happen. There you can see Orioli just up ahead. Hop, skipping the jump over the curbs for Pavin. Ibarra holds. White flag flies for these two. 1 lap to go from the Orlando Kart Center.
Oh, went super wide and open. Surprised about that move.
Yeah, I am too. Asher Pavin thought about that move, tried to get it to stick, not going to play. Ibarra now knows that that's 1 less corner Pavin can make the attack on. Pavin not quite close enough to make it down into turn 8.
Now, and I don't think 9 isn't the passing right now because there's still so much dampness there on that entry to 9 that it's basically just a 1-line corner right now.
Yeah, it really is, but we have seen some sneak attacks here into 10. Pavin's might think about it being close, not able to get it done. Now sends it down into 12 to the inside of Ibarra. He's got it on the last lap. Brilliant stuff from Asher Pavin. Orioli wins the race, but Asher Pavin takes P2 with the run through the final corners.
Very patient.
Yeah, very patient indeed. Absolutely spectacular way to be able to get that to play. Just held back, waited for the opportunity, and I think Pavin, the minute he didn't get that pass into turn 4, he knew exactly where he was going to set it up, and that was 12.
And Ibarra obviously was feeling the pressure.
Yeah.
Just tried to go a little bit deeper in the corner. Ends up just really kind of pushing herself up the track a little bit, which opened that door for Pavin.
Yeah, and I think Pavin recognized when he stuck his nose down to the inside of turn 5 that there was a break in the armor. There was an opportunity to be able to get that attack, and that's what set it up.
Yeah, so again, Orioli with the back-to-back victories from Heat 1 and Heat 2, showing some dominance in this class. But, it's nice to see the racing that we're seeing in the back. My question is, Chandler ended up 4th, 2nd yesterday. All pretty close on lap times. Like, it's my love of it. These minis are so much fun to watch. The camaraderie, the equal racing, the respect for each other is by far some of the best racing we have ever seen.
Oh, it's absolutely spectacular to be able to see for sure, and it's exactly the kind of stuff that you want to see promoting across the entire field. And this is the kind of racing that you want to get everybody up and forward, and you want to see going up the ranks. You want to see this kind of respectful karting carried on as much as humanly possible. It's very impressive, and it's very fun to watch.
Yeah, absolutely. So we've got a couple karts making their way around that obviously we're off track before we see our VLR Masters coming out.
Yeah, and this VLR Masters is going to be presented by Rocket Engines. Very excited for this. A little bit of a smaller field in this one, and we're going to be returning back to that 12 minutes plus 2 format. So we are going to take a quick break away here from the microphones. We'll be back with you shortly as we get ready for VLR Masters presented by Rocket Engines.
27 years ago, Bill Wright began the Florida Winter Tour to break up the slow winter months for karters. And as the word spread, the tour grew. Importers, teams, manufacturers, and drivers alike all came to Florida to prepare for the upcoming season. One weekend became 2, and the fun became serious fun. Since then, the karting season has started with the Florida Winter Tour, where teams compete to establish dominance for the coming summer. Drivers from all over the world look to make their name and leave their mark on the national scene, much like Pato O'Ward, Enzo Fittipaldi, and others have done in Florida Winter Tours of the past. The original Florida Winter Tour, the series that made karting a year-round sport in North America and where tomorrow's superstar drivers are discovered. 27 years later, you can still go karting and have some serious fun. Are you ready to join the action?
Welcome back to ROK Cup and the Florida Winter Tour. We're getting ready for the VLR Masters presented by Rocket Engines. A great series here. This is for drivers that are over 32 years of age running those ROK VLR engines and a maximum weight limit of 380 pounds on those machines. Definitely makes things a little bit more interesting and a little bit more exciting. Not the fastest karts we're going to see today. Surprisingly, those actually seemed to be the VLR Junior karts, even though they have a restrictor, but they are the lightest ones, so it is good.
Yeah, and you can tell the track's definitely drying out. All these karts should be on their regular Levanto slicks. It'll be interesting to see. You know, Falcone had a bad run yesterday. You know, he set, in the warm-ups this morning with rain set up. He was the fastest kart out there, but, let's see what he can do to make up for his mistakes yesterday.
Yeah, we'll have to see. We had that big coming together going into that first corner, the first couple of corners that really set things around, and that certainly made things a little bit more difficult. Everybody warming up here at this point, getting those slicks tires together. And there they go, getting ready to roll.
Yeah, we can keep an eye on Alvarez too. He was our winner yesterday, not by a huge margin, just a little over a second. So here we go. They're actually getting lined up down the backstretch, coming through Junkyard Corner, as we like to name it now. Scrubbing those tires again, a little heat in them, but as you can see, there's still some water down there, which is going to make 9 really not a passable corner.
Yeah, that's going to really change things up for that corner. It's going to make it a lot more difficult to get that pass, and I think that's part of the reason why we've seen so many passes take place down into turn 12 as a result of it.
Yeah, that's absolutely true, and I think because of the rain setup that most people use and running odd lines, that we are seeing that the inside of the track is a little drier than it would normally be on some of these corners where we'd normally not see karts making passes at.
Yeah, exactly. Well, Mark Pavin and Scott Falcone going to be leading things off here in the opening as they bring themselves around. Entering into that zone, either side on sides of the track.
I'm assuming that there we go.
There goes the green. They're jumping out of line and back. It looks like Pavin's got a good start. Falcone going to try to hold things around. They're going to keep moving here at this point, and it looks like we are through turn 1 and 3 cleanly. That's the first time we've seen that from this series.
Oh, yellow, no start. No start.
Yellow restart. We saw, I think, I'm not surprised by that. I saw somebody jump out of line
Way
in
out
the
of
back.
line. Yeah, I tell you right now, the one who loves this is Falcone because he got an awful start.
He did. He really did. So Falcone's going to be able to regather everything and do this again. So we will reset here. No time being put onto the marks. Falcone's going to be very happy about this indeed. All right, here they come around to it. All right.
Here we go. Line him back up. Yeah, Falcone lucked out on that one.
Really did. Falcone did not have a good start, and now he's going to get a second bite at the apple.
Yeah, and I'm just wondering if that outside going into one is still pretty damp to where the inside is much drier, where they can get that gas down, get the tires rolling, and just get that forward bite.
Yeah, I think that's part of it, and yeah, that line through one, not the best. Here they go again. Lining back up, waiting, and still a couple of karts jumping out of line, but I think we're clear at this point. Another bad start for Falcone. He's going to lose a couple of positions.
No, he's second.
No, I think Delbon got him.
No, Falcone's sitting there at second, isn't he?
No, Falcone's in third, maybe about to be fourth.
I thought Falcone went directly down.
No, it's the 729 of Delbon in second. That's Falcone with the green and white on your shot.
Oh, maybe our timing and scoring wasn't right on that start, so that got me all confused because Delbon went immediately from the outside and dove to the inside, recognizing from that false start that the outside line is not the key way around turn one.
No, it's not, and we've pointed that out before. So there they go. They're going to bring their way back on through, single file through the majority of the field as they try to hold everything together. Here they come, getting onto the loud pedal out of turn 12. Be able to confirm that running order. Pavin definitely leads in that 754. Then it's Delbon, Falcone, Alvarez, the one putting pressure to the back of that 799.
Yeah, if you recognize this too, these motors sit pretty high on these go-karts. So look at their elbows. Like, look where their elbows are laying literally on top of the motor, especially when you're going around these corners. So most of these, like me, when I drive my 100cc motor like this, you got to wear an elbow pad.
Yeah, make sure you're not going to burn your elbow.
Not even burn your elbow, it's bruise your elbow.
Oh, yeah.
That thing is just bouncing off the head of that motor.
Here they come. Now Falcone looks like he's got the wheels underneath him. He's starting to push ahead a little bit more. He's putting pressure at the back of Alexander Delbon, and he's going to see if he's got a little bit of a run there. Not quite able to get it to play.
Yeah, Pavin's just kind of rolling through.
Right.
Just being patient, tucking in behind, catching a little bit of that draft.
Yeah, catching a little bit. Oh, big wide run there, but Falcone gets a lot of overspeed. Now down into turn 4. He got it. Nice move by Falcone.
I was waiting for that car to just do a little slideways, as like you like to say, DJ.
Yep.
And no, it was able to stick and then drive off the corner.
And that is a driver that has full trust, full faith in his kart. That is
but he came right back with a pass from Delbon.
All right, we have got ourselves a battle here, folks.
Yeah, and Pavin's just sitting there going, keep going, boys. I'm just going to keep rolling these purples 59.43 over and over.
Yeah, and we are back into that sub 1 minute territory that we have been a little bit previously. That was scuppered because of the rain, but now that the track is dried and we're also racing these VLR engines, it's going to be a little bit faster.
Yeah, absolutely. Air's a little thicker today, so are they going to make as much horsepower? Probably not like they were yesterday, but they're still cranking some good lap times.
Falcone, good run coming off of turn 3, but not nearly as good as we've seen him have in the past. He'll keep things together and try to push ahead a little bit more. Here's your leader, Pavin, as they come out of turn 5. Down the straightaway into 6. Falcone just trying to hold on to that kart and keep it together and make sure he can try to get a move here on Delbon.
Yeah, it looked like he struggled a little bit from that left-right back there going into 8, but then did get a good run off of 8.
Could be a situation where he's sacrificing corner entry in order to maximize corner exit. That's one of the things about that corner sequence, and indeed several of the corner sequences on this track. It's really about maximizing and minimizing.
Yeah, it's a really technical track if you've never been here before. Interesting, the pavement is extremely porous. So, I mean, the tires get probably worn pretty fast here if you've looked at it. And with the rental cars that run out here, it just pulls up most of the grip.
Yeah, you're very right about that. Pavin continues to lead. Falcone looked a little bit squirrely coming through turn 3, but gathered everything back up underneath him, and he'll keep going.
Looking down like something's going on with his cart right
he
there.
He made
Falcone.
a motion there. I couldn't tell what that was.
Yeah, he's looking down. Interesting. There's not much. Adjusting the carb a touch. Maybe his engine's just getting a little hot. Maybe. Let's see. Looking behind him. You got some time back there, Falcone. You're good.
Yeah, it's Elefante behind him.
I mean, the lap times are so close between the top 6. And they're all not too far apart.
No, they're really not. I mean, the only exception to that rule is your leader, Pavant, but Delbon, Falcone, Elefante all starting to run together. Elefante's cart, that 708, really coming into its own. It's starting to look quick.
He was, Falcone was half a second slower the last lap than Elefante. I mean, that's not going to take any time. I don't know if Scott made a mistake there. I don't know.
Yeah, I'm not sure. I mean, it looks like
something's not right with his carb.
Yeah, he's checking that, and it was a very deliberate notion. Normally when we see those adjustments on the carburetor, it's like that. It's exactly as you see it in a no-look kind of maneuver.
Yeah,
but he was full-on looking down at it.
Yeah, he is just not happy with the performance of that motor right now. You know, it's interesting when it's. Does he got a rain hood on it? Sometimes putting the rain hood on the carb or on the air box itself changes the amount of air that goes into the motor. So you have to mess with those needles a little bit to be able to get the maximum performance in these engines. But I don't think he has a rain hood on the air box.
Doesn't look like he does. With as dry as the track is, I mean, even in the damper patches of the circuit, it is nearly damp. It's not wet, I would call it, so you're not going to get any spray.
Well, it looks like he's got it dialed in now. He's not messing with the carb at all. So, but that's allowing Elefante to just slowly creep up to his back bumper.
Yeah, he's back into it here at this point. Keep moving.
And then behind him is Alvarez and Perez. Those two are starting to get close to each other. Elefante just set the fastest lap of the race as well. He was second faster than Falcone in that last lap.
Yeah, he was. And he is pressing that advantage here. You can see it's only about a cart length and a half in between those two machines that we watch on your screen. Definitely starting to close in. It's the closest we've seen Elefante be.
Yeah, I mean, those two racers right there, Elefante and Falcone, are both on OTKs. So there's no difference in chassis, but how they set the chassis up, completely different.
Yeah, very clearly. I wonder if it's a position where, as we've talked about a couple of times, air pressure, one of the biggest adjustments that you can make. I wonder if Falcone came in with a little higher air pressure that's a little stronger earlier on in the run. As there he comes down to the inside. Elefante with a very aggressive move in through 1 and 2, but gets it done.
Looked like maybe Falcone had a little help getting a little loose going in that corner. I'm not sure.
They didn't have any help getting loose on the exit there of 4, I can tell you that. No. That's dropped him a whole bucket load of positions.
Yeah, he's struggling with either the handling. You know, and again, we mentioned that earlier today. Like when you go from a rain setup to a dry setup, did you get everything back that you normally had your kart set up like yesterday? You know, this guy had a really good qualifying run. Did not have a good heat race yesterday. Expecting him to have a pretty good heat race today. He did set the fastest lap in the rain session this morning. But again, it's not a rain session right now. It's a completely dry track.
Well, it's not a rain session, and the other thing I think to consider in all of this is he didn't really get a lot of race running yesterday. We don't know what the ultimate pace of that 799 is.
Yeah.
And he may have been good over a single lap, but may not be able to set a consistent lap time in and time out.
Yeah, and he's definitely not happy with that performance of that engine because he is all over this.
Yeah, he keeps playing with it, keeps fiddling with it, trying to get something right, and it's just not playing right together.
No, I'm sure that they'll get back to the pits and they'll look at it. He could have something stuck in the car.
Yeah.
You never know. There's nothing really guarding anything going into that air box that can get sucked up to these engines. And these carburetors are not huge, and there's screens in these carburetors that can easily get clogged.
Yeah, that could very well be it. Gotta say, always a fan of a purple racing machine. I like that here from Del Bon. Anybody that runs purple, I'm a fan of. I think it's a very underused color when we talk about race cars.
Yeah, he's got the whole livery with the helmet matching going on, too, which is really nice. So you're kind of stuck with that livery when your helmet's painted that way.
Yeah.
You're not going to really change much, but it definitely looks good.
That's why you always go with Gurney Blue.
Gurney Blue.
You can never go wrong with Gurney Blue.
No, Gurney Blue is the best.
Yep. My suitcase is Gurney Blue for that reason.
There was a Porsche Rough car that I saw down that was in the Gurney Blue.
Yeah.
Gorgeous.
Best one I ever had was we were at Sebring one year, and we bought a grill to go grilling, and we realized it was Gurney Blue.
Nice.
So we painted a racing stripe on the grill.
I had to. All right, here we go. 7:54. Having just cruising along. 3 laps to go. 2 before his victory lap to win Heat 2.
Yeah, doing very much what he did yesterday. Just a controlled, dominant performance. There's the signal from the flagman. 2 to go at the line. But very, very calm, cool, and collected here for Pavin.
Looks very comfortable in that car. No issues at all.
Yeah, no issues. And again, what we've talked about, not over-pushing that Kart, not pressing the limits of what it is and what it can be, just driving within the means. It's very impressive. It's a very good drive. And it's a little bit scary if you don't recognize that you've got something else to be able to hold in.
Oh, absolutely.
All right, as they continue on, Pavin coming down into turn 9 for the penultimate time.
Yep, absolutely. A little bit of a victory lap here. Just absolutely under no contesting at all on this race for him.
The gap, 2.8 seconds back to Del Bon. That's enough to be able to hold out. Last lap, white flag in the air. The gap back to Del Bon expanding up to near 3 seconds.
Yeah, it's a great drive. As you can see, the track is 80% dry now. So that's going to be great for the next class coming up, which is our largest class of the day.
Yeah.
43 entries, our VLR Senior.
Yeah, presented by Nash Motorsports. Very excited to be able to see that coming to the track. The Canadian here of Mark Pavin down through turn 8. Pushing his way ahead.
Under complete control.
He's absolutely got this thing where he wants it. No adjustments, no changes.
Nope, I think those hands were on the steering wheel the entire time. Didn't look down, didn't make an adjustment at all.
Yep, and here he comes out of the final corner for the final time. Comes to the flag, checkered flag in the air. Mark Pavin will take victory ahead of Alexander Del Bon. Paul Elefante putting the pressure to Scott Falcone, who will come home in a disappointing 4th place. Sebastian Perez, P5.
Yeah, something happened with his engine. I don't know what's going on. I'm sure they'll get to the bottom of it and get it fixed, for the later heat today. And we also, 2 more races today.
Yeah.
We got another heat, then you have a pre-final. So it's a long day of racing.
Yeah, it certainly is. And excited for those pre-finals. Add another 2 minutes on to each of our races. So that'll give a little bit more of an opportunity. Maybe if those karts that do come alive a little bit later in the session, that'll give them more time to try to maximize.
Oh, absolutely. There it is. Dominant performance by Pavin.
Yeah, exactly what he wanted to have happen there. Come to rest. Climb on out of the cart. Quick scan of those tires, as you were saying.
Yeah.
Big old smile there from Mark Pavin. You could see it under those eyes. He was very, very happy about that.
Always nice to get that number 1 plate to go to Tech.
Yep.
Best feeling ever.
There's the smile. There's the thumbs up. You love to see it. That is the face of a winner.
I want to know who his dentist is. Look at the choppers.
Yeah, they're pretty nice. So I'm the one that normally does TV. I need teeth like that.
Out.
All right. Well, the VLR senior category presented by Nash Motorsports headed out on track here. At this point, we are going to roll right on into it. Diego Ramos, Alan Eisenbard, very controlled performance yesterday from Eisenbard. He was a very, very quick kart.
Yeah, he was fastest in the field yesterday. You know, with Ramos getting the win, and then you had McQueen second, but he was really close battle. I think the victory, the margin of victory is only by about 0.5 of a second, not even 5 thousandths of a second.
Yeah, it was very, very quick. Eisenbard, McQueen, Ramos, Ulangali, Martin, Westover, Della Vecchia, Garzon, Gasoli, and Alibai, your top 10. Looking for some better runs here from Finnegan. Bailiff is one that I think was a little bit disappointing to see him.
The brothers, they're working with a new chassis.
Yeah.
They've only had a couple races under their belt with it. The Bailiffs have always been successful in any chassis that they're driving, so it's going to be great to see them work with that new chassis line and see what they can do.
Again, leading the way here is Eisenbard, purple chassis. Love to see it.
Yeah.
A lot of weaving back and forth, making sure to get everything up to temperature.
Looks like we got a second. McQueen. Who's in second? Yeah, McQueen's starting second in an energy course kart. It's so good to see a huge field.
Yeah, it means there's going to be good action all the way through, and more than likely, it means we're going to see a couple of lapped cars factoring into it. Want to give credit yesterday. We saw a couple of those karts doing the sportsman thing, getting out of the way, being really heads up about that. Love to see that.
Oh, absolutely. That's that's just respect.
Yeah.
And you hope for the same thing. If you're a lap car because of an accident or whatever, it's always nice to be able to have that respect given back. So what's interesting is you got two energy course karts on the outside lane together. So are they going to help push each other? But again, the inside lane is just the more dominant line.
Yes, it is. As green flag is not in the air, we're going to do it again here. That was a false start. Clock will continue to roll. We'll bring our way back on through.
Which is going to be interesting because we saw this with the VLR Masters, and exactly what happened was second kart dove down to the inside immediately. So we'll see if McQueen learned anything from that start and makes the adjustments for it. Who do we have stalled here?
Not sure. That looks like a 9 on the number plate.
It's a Norris chassis.
98 potentially? 980 something.
Hernandez. It's Hernandez. 917. Mauricio Hernandez.
Oh, so 989.
And the 989 is Esteban Hernandez.
You're right, my friend.
I had Hernandez right. All right, let's do it all over again as Eisenberg leads the field with his Rocket Racing chassis.
All right, re-racked, restacked, and ready to go. Eisenberg and Caden McQueen. Let's see if McQueen takes your advice, jumps down to the low side as the green flag flies here from the Orlando Karting Center, and it is a clean getaway. McQueen not able to jump down to the inside. Big contact in the back. Oh, we got a couple of carts sandwiched up into the air. A couple of drivers trying to push their carts back, get everything unstuck here because they are a little bit stuck. Meanwhile, at the front of the field, I do believe Eisenbard has continued to lead. Looks like Caden McQueen holds on to second, and I think that is Ramos in third.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see, too. I mean, yesterday they were running, about 55.5. I think the fastest lap was 55.43. So this is going to be a true test to see if this track is back to complete ride conditions.
Yeah, this is going to be really interesting. Defensive line there from Eisenbard, feeling the pressure from Caden McQueen. Not sure I love that. I think he was far enough ahead that he would have been okay.
Yeah, it's being patient. These guys got to get the tires up to temperature, feel the track out, know where he can pass and not pass. I don't see McQueen diving in on lap one.
No, that's not the vibe I got from Caden yesterday in terms of how he was going to run it. Martin and Della Vecchia also involved in that conversation. Those are the top 6 that lead their way around. As they come down now out of turn 5.
Yeah, McQueen's just sitting there just pushing. Oh, I think he went on the inside. Didn't make it work, but he was all over the back of Eisenberg.
Yeah, and that push there is just a way to try to get him to get up and go, get a little bit of more momentum to run. See if that'll play. Again, Eisenberg, very defensive line. That'll leave him compromised on corner exit.
Well, and what that's doing is just backing the whole group up, which is just allowing the next group to close in. As you can see, you have Westover and Martin pretty much nose to tail with them now.
Yeah, and we saw that little bit of a run from the 942 of McQueen. Thought about a move into there.
That's 951 is out.
That's Bailiff, Gavin Bailiff.
Is that it? Poor Gavin.
Come down into turn 4 goes the lead of the pack. Little bit defensive again from Eisenbart. He is really driving in his rear view here, as we would say. Trying to go around the outside is Caden McQueen. That's not going to play out. He's frankly lucky he didn't lose that position to the red card of Diego Ramos.
Yeah, Ramos is right there on too. I mean, that top 4, anybody, very defensive again. It's going to be outside move. Did not make it stick, but I liked what he did there. He almost pinned Eisenberg down into the wet track, which could have been danger, but he was smart enough to kind of give him enough room. But now we got the 2 teammates sitting there fighting back there for 3rd.
And I think Westover has been able to get the position on McQueen. Yeah, McQueen lost 2 positions in about 4 corners. So it now is Eisenbart, Ramos, Westover, McQueen, your top 4. Ramos trying to put the pressure to the back of Eisenbart.
Kane Martin right there sticks it in with that Nash Motorsports. Oh, and he made it stick all the way up to 4th and 6th.
That's a nice run for Kane. Let's see if he's able to get anything more here.
That allowed the top 3 just to kind of gap them a little bit. Now let's see if they'll work together and try to catch that lead group.
I mean, I would think that they would want to, but I'm not sure.
You want them to.
Yeah.
The guy behind you wants that position.
Exactly.
And right there, as you saw, Kane just got passed. Was that?
No, that's Della Vecchia. That's the 60. That's the 960. I think he's been able to hold off on Kane. Kane runs in that 995 in 6th right now. Battle for the lead as Ramos tries to get the run on Eisenbart.
He's got that Burrell Art just on rails right now. Let's see what happens at the 59 or 56.96. Little over under right there. Just enough room to be respectable, but not too much.
And nice move by Eisenbart, parking the car at apex, preventing Ramos from getting the run down that straightaway into turn 6, where we've seen Ramos try to be aggressive, but this has really allowed Louis Westover to get right back involved in this conversation.
Yeah.
Side by side, farther back in the field, and contact farther back in the field.
Oh, that's one of your energy teammates. What happened?
That's McQueen.
Oh, no.
I think there was just a miscue trying to come down into that corner, and nobody wanted to give space.
I mean, they're all over the curves. Now, I would say this track is almost back to where it was yesterday. We're about a second slower than we were yesterday. But Dave just went down to the wet. Let's see how that works going into the corner here. Little love tap there by Ramos. But Westover is all over him. I truly believe that Ramos, if he can get around Eisenbart, will probably gap him.
Well, there's a nice little crossover from Westover. Tries to get it to play. Loses a little bit of ground, but catches right back up. Almost a push of the pusher there as they come down into turn 6, trying to be able to set themselves up. And again, Eisenbart's going to have a little bit of a good run here over Ramos. The question's going to be is down into turn 9 if he's able to hold that. Again, hyper defensive line from Eisenbart.
Very defensive with 5 minutes to go still.
And Ramos
just lost the position to Westover.
And now Salvador Della Vecchia into this conversation as well. 4th place is really caught up courtesy of this battle.
Yeah, absolutely.
Oh, looks again. Tighter, more defensive line for Eisenbart.
Ooh,
here comes Westover.
Just getting a little loose there, but Eisenbart's so defensive right now. which I don't like. Like, let the cart roll and stop being defensive because you don't know what's happening.
Yeah, Ramos now giving a push, though, to the back of Westover.
It's just so early to be that way.
I agree with you.
Unless you're not comfortable with your cart. You're just trying to defend your line because he's going to go inside here.
He does it.
Oh, he's looking. No one checked in. And
There it is. And maybe he should have gone defensive.
Oh,
2 for 1 by Diego
Ramos.
Ramos. Brilliant stuff.
Fantastic. Now we'll see what Ramos can do.
Yeah.
Clean air. Definitely was the fastest cart on the track. It still is the fastest cart on the track.
Ramos up to first. Westover and Eisenbart fighting it out. Delavecchia able to pick the pocket. That's going to be Henry Wheeler trying to get involved as well. Wheeler loses out. Eisenbart up to third now, as there comes a big move down into the inside. That is Wheeler in that 918. Now it's back to Eisenbart.
Yeah, maybe he's got, I'm sure that him and Ramos has, shared some cart information. Is he going to be able to get that cart just as hooked up as Ramos has right now? Big curb hop right there. Ooh, that isn't good.
Not sure what that is on the circuit.
It looked like mud.
Whoa!
Nice slide job. Woo! Great car control. That love tap was
A little aggressive.
especially when you look over.
Yeah.
Don't ever look over
Yeah.
and make that move.
That's the stewards are going to may have something to say about that. But look at this. 3 wide coming through the kink of turn 13. That's kind of a 13. Black flag.
Ooh. That's impressive. Is that Golly in second? Right there, that CRG?
Yeah, it is.
He came from
Nowhere.
He set the fast lap last time as well, so he's got that CRG just on rails right now.
Ollie by down into 6. That's the third car in line. Garcon leads the way in that red, or Golly leads. Let's try this again. That is Eisenbart leading the way there in third. This battle for P4 absolutely crazy as they try to fan themselves out here. It's the 64. That is Golly in the red. And the 84 a little bit farther back. That's Angeli in the purple that you see. I think it was Westover that got that black flag for the attack.
Oh, he had such a good run going.
He did.
Still sitting at, he's dropping. No, he's still on track.
He's still on track.
I don't know, there was a gaggle of carts sitting there and some very aggressive driving, but you're going to get that with these guys. It's a lot on the line. Every position means a lot. Everything's points, so you got to do finish as high up as you possibly can strategically.
Exactly, and now we watch that battle, Westover and Wheeler. A little farther back. There it is. You see those ducks. Westover getting very, very defensive down into the corner. Eisenbart strongly holding on to third. Olin Galli and Garzone, that's who we follow through 10 and 11, now through 12. Side by side farther back in the field. And now it's Noah's Ark, 2x2 as they come out of the corner. My goodness gracious, everybody pushing ahead, trying to get things together. 3 laps to go.
Henry Wheeler just kind of leading that group right there in that Burrell Art. Oh.
That's Angeli.
Made it stick.
Nice move there from Angeli. Ali Bai's been passed, I think, by Questo.
And you got Golly just gapping everybody a little bit right now, being a little bit comfortable sitting there, but Garzon is getting a little bit closer to his rear bumper.
Yeah, that could be a battle here in these final 2 laps. Couple of adjustments there from those carts that you see. Everybody just getting themselves set.
Yeah, Wheeler's probably trying just to get a little bit more out of that VLR engine to see if he can get around Westover.
All right, here they go. Coming out of that final corner. There's up in front there. That's Golly and Garzone. As you said, that's starting to get a little bit close. Big wheel hop there for Olin Golly.
Yeah, it's interesting, though. That's the first CRG that we've really seen in. And CRG is a staple in the karting community. as a chassis. So it's good to see them finally being back and being competitive.
Yeah, very, very much so. As we talked about yesterday, you want to see that competition among chassis manufacturers and engines. You want to see that.
Garzone is all over the back right now. Sorry, didn't mean that.
No, you're good. Call that out. Garzone very, very aggressive, and now Westover going to try to take a little
Jelly
bit of a
is just sitting there going, all right, boys, thank you for battling. I'm trying to catch up.
Yeah, he's back into this as we come to the white flag. Nobody sends a surprise move down into 10 and 11, nor into 12. They'll start single file there, although Garzone gets a good run out of the corner. Let's see if he's able to get anything. Both drivers checking behind. Here comes Westover looking to the outside. He's going to spin around the outside. He's going to get one. Can he go two? Three wide into three.
Oh, man, I thought he was going to make that stick.
I did too. Doesn't make it. Big move there.
Golly's just being extremely defensive on that, which I don't blame.
Yeah.
Hey, the problem is if you get pushed out of line here, you're losing 4 positions.
Exactly, exactly. Now as they come through, down into turn 6, Galley continues to lead Garzone, Westover, and Jelly before there. No, excuse me, I believe that's Wheeler that's been able to get
right
this.
over the top, curb hopped. And right over the rear bumper. Oh, wet track. All right, there we go. Made it stick.
Westover gets the move there over Garzone. Is that enough for Galley to be able to hold on to 4th place, though? It's crossing over the line. Diego Ramos takes victory. Let's keep our eyes on this battle farther back. They're going to be a side-by-side sprint to the line. Galley and Westover by 0.03 of a second.
Yeah, Westover just barely over Garzone by 0.03 of a second. Crazy.
We said this was going to be a great fight. It was a great fight. Wow.
I mean, Ramos has definitely had it checked out. Had the card of the class. But,
yeah.
Man, that third on down, what a great battle.
Oh, absolutely fantastic to be able to see. I mean, just good, hard, aggressive racing all the way through that. Really impressive stuff. And as we said, exactly what you want to see. And there is that 913 of Diego Ramos. That is going to be a happy driver being able to check out at the front of the field like that.
Yeah, the respect right there. I love it by Della Vecchia.
Yeah, that's exactly what you want to see. And here it is, just talking about what happened out there, this, that, and the other.
I think they're talking about what they're having for lunch.
Maybe. No, that's car hands. That's car,
car
hands.
hands.
There it is, car hands right there.
Yep, absolutely.
There was one point that I was having a bunch of people over for a race, and we were all watching it, and my old roommate and I were discussing a move and using car hands. Looked at each other and said, there's got to be a better way to do this than doing that. And we looked up at the screen, and it was Michael, Mario, and Marco, and all of the Andrettis, and all 3 of them were doing car hands. And we went, okay, no, we're good.
I always do. I had to body into it, too. Kind of just like, Kart's doing this. Definitely. It's interesting.
No.
All right. I don't see any push-down bumpers that are down.
Big thumbs up from the paddock.
There we go. What are we waiting on here? A little...
All right, we've got, looks like 2 karts out there, so we are going to take a quick break to rest our voices, but we will be back with you momentarily for the final heat before lunch break. That's going to be VLR Junior, presented by RPG.
27 years ago, Bill Wright began the Florida Winter Tour to break up the slow winter months for karters, and as the word spread, the tour grew. Importers, teams, manufacturers, and drivers alike all came to Florida to prepare for the upcoming season. One weekend became 2, and the fun became serious fun. Since then, the karting season has started with the Florida Winter Tour, where teams compete to establish dominance for the coming summer. Drivers from all over the world look to make their name and leave their mark on the national scene, much like Pato O'Ward, Enzo Fittipaldi, and others have done in Florida Winter Tours of the past. The original Florida Winter Tour, the series that made karting a year-round sport in North America, and where tomorrow's superstar drivers are discovered. 27 years later, you can still go karting and have some serious fun. Are you ready to join the action?
We are just wrapping up, recovering some karts from the track, but we will be back momentarily, folks, so hang with us. Well, you can see as well as I can, folks, that race cars are headed out onto the track, and the VLR Junior category presented by RPG gets ready to make their way out onto the circuit. Vanchev lining up here. Julian Rivera, True Show. Your top three. Keep an eye out for Edward Kennedy. Theo Salamau was very impressive early on in the running last time around, but we will have to see how he does here today. Everybody making their way around the circuit on these warm-up laps here at this point. There we see Vanchev and Rivera, who are two on the front row, doing plenty of weaving, making sure that those machines are fully up to temperature, those tires are ready to rip. Here they come down through turns 10 and 11. That 806 of Vanchev leading the way. All right, as they get ready to come into the main area on the grid here at this point, Vanchev, Rivera, they get going. Good start. Here we go. We are racing once more. They all dive down into the corner. It looks like everybody's through turn 1 cleanly, and now out through turn 3. Vanchev going to hold on to the advantage. Rivera trying to hold in behind Kennedy and Salamau. There's going to be Noah's Ark as they exit the corner here at this point, trying to keep things together. And one kart off into the dirt, kicking up a lot of mud as he goes.
Yeah, definitely a good, clean start, though. I mean, 4 wide at some points, but let's see if Vanchev here can do what he did yesterday by winning over a 10-second margin. It was definitely a dominant run yesterday, but let's see if Rivera has done anything to dial that kart in that can maybe do something to challenge Vanchev.
Well, it'll be interesting to see. A little bit of a battle farther back in the pack here. Side by side coming up through turn 10 and 11. Now into 12. More side by side farther up in the field as everybody tries to sort themselves out. This is absolutely crazy here as they try to get everything together. Vanchev Kennedy actually been able to get the run here. Then it's Katowski, Fortune out to show. Salamau, Rivera has fallen down through the order. Not sure what happened to Julian Rivera. Then Dupuis and Jensen, your top 10. let's see what can happen. Nice little battle here up at the front of the field, however. That's the 869 of Edward Kennedy, who's gotten the move on Vanchev. It's not going to be smooth sailing.
Yeah, obviously Kennedy may have something for Vanchev today, which is going to be great for all of us as spectators.
It's going to be very, very good to see. Here, a little bit of a look for Vanchev. That's not going to play out. They've got to be cognizant of Katowski holding it in third place, as well as Katowski's part of this breakaway up at the front of the field. Fortunato a little bit farther back, about a second back of this pack. There they go. Vanchev's got it back.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm shocked on that. I don't know if Kennedy just kind of conservatively checked up a little early going into that corner. But Vanchev definitely got a great run, a lot deeper than what Kennedy was doing.
Yeah, very much a lot deeper than what Kennedy was doing. A little bit of a push from himself to try to get that thing going. Katowski now starting to look a little bit strong.
Fastest card on the track right now.
Yep. There he goes. He's going to have a little bit of a go here. You see him. There's the tap. Give me a push. Let's go.
Kennedy's like, come on, give me a little help there, Katowski, going through that junkyard corner.
Exactly. I think that was actually Vanchev giving the tap there. Yeah, because Kennedy's back up front in the 806.
Oh, that's right.
Yeah.
A lot of swapping going back and forth.
A lot of swapping, which is exactly what we want to see. This is the kind of battling we'd love to see here at the Orlando Kart Center for the Florida Winter Tour of ROK Cup.
And there's Truchot back there in that island going, keep swapping, boys. I'm coming.
Yeah. No, you were right. Vanchev had gotten the pass to play. It is Kennedy, but one of the...
I don't know. They're back and forth.
They're back and forth
same color liveries.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly. But here they go at this point, making their way into turn 5. Simple lines there. Truchot about, let's call it a second and a quarter, second and a half back from this battling 3. Salamau, if you remember last year, came alive a little bit in the mid part of the race. We'll have to see if that's true here and he can close down that gap on Truchot.
Yeah, they have built a very significant lead this early in the race already. So let's see. They've got to start doing some dicing to be able to let these guys behind catch up.
Yeah, I think you're right about that. And they're starting to actually drop Katowski a little bit. That gap has expanded up to about 4 or 5 kart lengths. Vanchev in the lead. Kennedy trying to close in behind. Here they go.
And as you can see, the track's pretty much all dry now.
Yeah.
Really no concerns with any wet conditions at all.
Spin sliding they go, though. Still a little bit of skittering, as is wont to be in karting. Impressed here from Vanchev. He's been able to just kind of weather this storm from Edward Kennedy and not let it affect too much. This is good heads up from him.
Oh, absolutely. But he's not as dominant as he was yesterday. So, either something's going wrong with his kart, slowing him down a little bit more, or everyone just upped their game.
It could be a combination of the two as well. We'll have to see. Big hop to the curbs there. Now that it is dry, they are getting very aggressive with that curbing through 10 and 11.
Yeah, it makes it a straight shot almost if you can get up on those curbs. You just got to be able to weather the bounce.
All right. Katowski just set a personal best in the last time of asking to respond to that. Vanchev set the fastest lap out of anyone. Truchot doesn't look like that gap's coming down. It's really from 4th on back to 9th is just kind of separating out a little bit there.
Almost equal all the way through if you look at them. The real battle is mid-pack, 13 on. Looks like 11 and 12 between Steinbrook and Fortunato is pretty tight.
All right, as they push their way ahead. Kennedy just keeping in those tire tracks, trying to see if there's anything to play for. Doesn't see anything yet. He's keeping it all together, though. Just keeping up that pressure, making Vanchev look behind him every once in a while.
Yeah, it's just enough pressure to just make a little mistake.
Yeah.
And that is all Kennedy's looking for.
Yeah, just the merest of mistakes, and that'll be pouncing ground for Kennedy and that 869 Kart.
Well, I tell you this, though. Right now, Vanchev is making the class sponsor RPG very happy.
It's their race. It's their sponsor of the series, so of the class. So That's very happy and good for him.
And Kennedy just went purple on that. But you got Katowski who just went purple in Sector 1. So close.
Very, very close here.
Just kind of just staying in line with each other.
A little bit of a poke there from Kennedy. Bigger poke from Kennedy. He's going to look down to the inside. There's something flapping.
It's his chain guard coming off. I saw that, but I didn't know if it was an illusion or what was going on. But something to keep an eye on. I don't know. I don't think they're going to throw the meatball flag on him, which is a equipment failure issue for that, but you never know.
Yeah. Stranger things have happened. Is that going to have any adverse effect on the handling of the car?
Not at all. He probably doesn't realize it's doing it.
Okay. Kennedy's going to see it, though.
Yeah, I mean, as a driver behind it is something of concern. I mean, if that thing flies off, I'm saying it's going to do any damage to you, but you're going to do avoidance reaction to it, and that could slow you down and give Katowski the advantage he needs to just get around Kennedy.
Yeah. Well, but Kennedy does look like he's putting pressure still to the back of Vanchev. Not nearly as much as we saw last time around.
But Katowski just went purple then. Oh, no, Truchot now.
Interesting.
Just so much gap between.
Yeah, it's 2.3 seconds with about 2 minutes left to go, plus 2.
I mean, unless they start racing.
Yeah, unless they start battling, then Truchot can certainly get involved in this conversation. But the way it's running right now, I just don't see it.
No.
There you see that lean forward by Vanchev, trying to minimize that dirty air coming over the car, minimize drag, maximize wind aerodynamics. Yeah.
Yeah, it's minute 30 to go. This is going to be good. These three are going to, I don't think they're going to stay nose to tail. I think Kennedy's just being very patient right now, and I think Katowski's about right now.
If this isn't Kennedy's outright pace, if he's holding stuff back, I am very, very impressed by this. This is a very level-headed, mature drive from the young man.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised. Give it the 2 laps to go. I think we're going to see him get very close, very racing.
All right, let's see if your prediction is true. Should be free to go at the line.
But I also like, Vanchev's just running his normal line.
Yeah.
Not being defensive at all. He's like, bring it.
Well, it's very similar to what we saw in that last, or the antithesis of what we saw in that last race from Isamov.
Yeah.
Where it was just heavy defense the entire time.
Which just slows you down.
Yeah. Skipping a jump over the curbing through 10 and 11. Coming to the line here. 25 seconds there or thereabouts left on the clock. Kennedy still doesn't look like he wants to force the issue.
Just being patient, ready to pounce, especially if there's an opening. Vanchev makes a little bit of mistake there, gets a little sideways. He's right there to take it.
Yeah, he's right there if that pressure keeps getting applied correctly. Let's see.
All over.
Maybe even a little bit of a push coming down into turn 6.
What's nice too is you don't want to push through them.
No.
So that's sometimes you see them right on them and then they back off, and then that's what gives a little bit of a gap visually for us, but it's actually strategically done on purpose because you just don't want to cause any incidents with one of your competitors.
No, you don't.
Something.
All right, coming through. This should be 2 to go at the line. Yep, there's the signal. 2 to go at the line.
Vanchev got off in 12 really well.
Yeah, really did. It was a good run there for him. Let's see.
Defensive now.
Yep, I think he's anticipating that attack. He didn't lose that much time going through turn 4 like that, so that's impressive.
But right here, look at that. Yep, being on the inside.
He's going to go to the outside, try to cut him back over. Vanchev defends well.
Truchot's just going to right on the bumper. Kennedy or Katowski.
There's that glance behind from Vanchev.
Yeah, he did a little defensive line there. little over under. Oh, got a little squirrely on the curb.
Oh, is that enough for Kennedy? It's going to be side by side. The way the track lays out, it's not going to play. White flag in the air, 1 lap to go. It's now or never time for Edward Kennedy and Nico Katowski.
I am looking for Katowski here to probably shove it on the inside. Oh, no. Very defensive there by Van Champ. But I don't blame him. I would.
Yeah, gives him a little bit of a love tap coming down into turn 5, does Kennedy. Here he comes. He's got a good head of steam. He's going to look to the outside of turn 6, tries that crossover again. Not going to play out. We saw that on the last lap and it didn't work. Now into turn 8. And you've talked earlier about how turn 9 is really not becoming a passing zone as a result of that dampness to the inside.
I think it's kind of dried up now. It's still a little damp there, but you know what? I think these kids just realized the passing zones are gone right now. We're just going to check in here. Just finish where we're at. 1, 2, 3.
Unless we see a little sneak attack into 12, which we don't see. And there it is, willing to cart forward is Kennedy, but it's not going to mean anything because it's going to be Vanchev, Kennedy, Katowski, Truchot, and Salamau, your top 5.
Great finish for that top 5.
Yeah, very impressive stuff to see them finish the way that they did. Really good runs for them.
Well, that leads us to the end of our second heats, going into our third heats after lunch break today.
Yeah.
I don't know about you, but I'm starting to get a little hungry.
I'm starting to get a little bit hungry as well.
I think we're a little behind schedule. Which is not uncommon for rain racing because of all the pickups.
Yeah.
So we are supposed to go 11:10 lunch. Yeah, so we're about 30 behind.
All right. Well, we'll let you know what that schedule ends up breaking out to because I'm sure there will be a little bit of a change here at this point. But in the meantime, we're going to take a quick break away. We'll be back with you this afternoon for Heat Racing number 3.
Yeah, absolutely, number 3.
27 years ago, Bill Wright began the Florida Winter Tour to break up the slow winter months for karters. And as the word spread, the tour grew. Importers, teams, manufacturers, and drivers alike all came to Florida to prepare for the upcoming season. One weekend became 2. And the fun became serious fun. Since then, the karting season has started with the Florida Winter Tour, where teams compete to establish dominance for the coming summer. Drivers from all over the world look to make their name and leave their mark on the national scene, much like Pato O'Ward, Enzo Fittipaldi, and others have done in Florida Winter Tours of the past. The original Florida Winter Tour, the series that made karting a year-round sport in North America, and where tomorrow's superstar drivers are discovered. 27 years later, you can still go karting and have some serious fun. Are you ready to join the action?
Welcome back to the Florida Winter Tour for ROK Cup. DJ Clark alongside Jason Ewers joining you back here on the commentary booth. Apologies to the folks at home as we unfortunately just mixed the Briggs 206 senior class due to some technical difficulties up here on the booth. But the good news for you folks is that we're ready to go for the ROK GP Pro presented by Sodi Racing. We saw some fantastic battles this morning, albeit in a little bit wet and or drying conditions. Now, sun's starting to peek out above the clouds a little bit. Track is completely dry. I think that's going to present a little bit of a different timing and a little bit of a different way around here, Jason.
Yeah, what's going to be interesting is the ones that did well this morning in the wet conditions are now going to be mixed in with the ones that did really well in dry conditions. So it's going to be interesting to see how that all kind of plays out. But, yeah, again, I want to congratulate, Amundsen on that 206 victory. Just missed. Sorry, guys. But, yeah, he dominated again with a 16-second lead. I don't know if anybody's got anything for him.
I seriously doubt they do. I mean, we're looking at gaps here that are most certainly double-digit across the board for Amundsen, and I am not surprised that he continues to dominate in the way that he does, but really good running across the board. I'm going to be interested to see. I think our favorites of the morning, at least for me, were the minis and the micros. They were absolutely fantastic, going at it, hammer and tongs. And so that's going to be another one that I want to watch as we go back into heat racing this afternoon. And then, of course, the pre-finals later on.
Yeah, and what's interesting, talking about the next class, the GP, Pro GP, Nash was dominant yesterday in the dry conditions. Not so much this morning in the wetter conditions. We had Nanji that was dominant in the wet conditions. Is that going to translate over to this afternoon? We're going to find out here in a couple minutes.
Yeah, and again, as you talked about earlier, making the changes in those karts. I mean, what do you need to do? What do you need to change around? And how quickly are you able to do it? And as a driver, how quickly are you able to adapt to those changes as they come out? It's going to be really interesting to see who's able to be up on the wheel fastest, knowing that you probably changed setups from this morning.
Well, and that is true, but also you can't go to the setup you had yesterday.
Yeah.
Track's different today. The track's clean, not so much rubber back down on the track. So you're kind of throwing a dart at a dartboard blind, just kind of figuring out from your experiences and leaning on your engineer what you need to do to get that kart to where you need to perform at its maximum capacity.
Well, and how much is that going to help some of these bigger teams that we see that they've got multiple voices coming in saying track is doing this, track is doing that, track is doing this?
Yeah, it's huge. I mean, information is key in the sport, and, it's not like the old days where you just drive around an ill-handling go-kart. You actually dial these things in, and as we say that, they're dialing onto the track as we speak. So, I look for Nash to be dominant again in the dry condition. He was so good yesterday that he just missed something in the wet setup.
Yeah, well, that's CK McQueen, another one that looked a little lacking in the wet setup, but I think he's got some certain pace to be able to bring forward. Nanji, obviously, very, very quick, and Nicholas Fuka as well, another one that I think I was a little surprised by his lack of pace this morning, so maybe we'll see a little bit of that mixed up and going forward. But one way or the other, these are always very, very good to see. The other thing to keep an eye on here, I'm going to be interested to see any work that goes on with the tape on the side of those radiators. Who's going to be playing with those over the course of the race? That's something here in this GP class that we see.
Yeah, I mean, the GP, same thing we see in the VLR class. There's needles on these carburetors. So they're going to be adjusting these carbs as well. So I've seen more today adjusting with the carbs because the air is a little different than it was yesterday. They probably got them all dialed in. They can do it on the stand. But, just to get the little extra performance out of that engine, they may be tweaking on that carb a little bit.
Yeah, so we'll keep an eye and keep you abreast of anybody that is playing with those as they run, coming down through turn 9 right now, getting everything together.
As you notice, 9 is completely dry now, so that is a 100% passing zone again.
Although even yesterday, we didn't see as much overtaking there as I thought we would, so we'll have to see how that plays out today. All right, field making their way around the runs through turns 10 and 11, back down into turn 12. They get into that beautiful two-column formation. It is Blake Nash and Cade McQueen that are going to be leading the way here, entering into that acceleration zone. Green flag in the air. We are racing this afternoon for heat number 3. A little bit of argy-bargy coming down through turn 1, but it does look like Blake Nash is going to be able to hold on to that lead. I think McQueen is that, and a lot of weaving in the back of the pack as they try to form themselves up.
Oh, absolutely. It looks like McQueen was just all over and actually had a nice little shove on Nash there, but caused him to have to get out of the gas. You know, they have these things called pushback bumpers. So if you get a little too aggressive and you hit the person in front of you too hard, the bumper will actually drop down, and it's a penalty. And it doesn't matter if the guy in front of you brake checks or not. If you come in with a drop-down bumper, it's usually a 5-second penalty.
Well, and you definitely want to avoid that at all costs, because 5 seconds in the field to the closest that we've seen running is probably about 10 to 12 positions.
Absolutely. You do not want to have that issue, especially when you come in thinking you're second and you end up 12th.
Yeah, bad for you, bad for the team, never what you want to see. All right, Nash, that's actually Ardillis that has moved his way up forward. Nanji, Fuka, Suarez, moving the clean all the way back of the field. Not sure what happened.
That has to be a very slow lap as well. I don't know what happened there.
Yeah.
Oh, we got a...
Oh, battle for the lead as that's Ardillis coming to the inside, and Nash coming through turn 5. Nice play.
Super wide there. I don't know if he got a little squirrely and the cart hooked and brought him up the track. I am not sure.
Well, and look who's sitting in third right now, right hot on the heels of Nash. That is your Heat 2 winner, Lucas Nanji.
Yeah, it looks like he's about ready to go in.
And he's got him.
Huh, that was interesting because Nash was waving him almost like bye.
I wonder if he's got a problem with the car.
I don't, because he's fallen back. Something's not right with his chassis.
Yeah, he's back into fourth and losing ground big time. I think that's Lucas Namji that is now trying to get on by him. It was Suarez that actually made the pass. So it's Ardillis, Fuka, Suarez, Nash, Nanji. Nanji now goes for the lunge down into turn 4, gets the move done. They sweep through turn 5 right now.
Something is not, if you look at every one of these corners, Nash is just, the cart is washing up the track. He's unable to keep the cart pinned down low. Yeah, it's something to definitely keep an eye on. There he is.
Ripping off a piece of that tape that we talked about.
Yeah, motors are getting up the temp now.
And that, again, as you said, is designed there. It looked like there that was, I can't remember if it was Bouthier or Sabarin that was taking a look down at that tape as well, thinking about ripping off a piece and then deciding not to. Here they come across the start-finish line. We should note that because of the rain this morning and delayed times, we have officially cut back the time by 2 minutes in all sessions. So the junior categories, the micros and the minis will be running 8 minutes for this heat, and then everybody else will be running 10s. Check back in on the battle for the lead here. Ardillis and Fuka trying to see what they can do up at the front of the pack. Ardillis leading the way, but Nicholas Fuka really starting to show some speed.
Some pace, absolutely. Setting, the purple on the last lap. Not by, almost by a half a second. That's just leaving Ardiles out there as a sitting duck.
Yeah, Ardiles is really trying to go in, and there you can see the push from Fuka getting down, ducking down underneath that steering column to try to will that cart forward as much as possible.
Yeah, those two have created a significant gap. Fast, too. Like, I did not.
All right, this is back to the battle for P3. Javier Suarez, Blake Nash, Lucas Nanji, and William Bouthier.
Yeah, whatever Nash had, must have fixed it or figured something out with the chassis because he's picked pace back up again and is picking off some drivers.
Yeah, he just picked off Suarez there, moving himself back into the podium positions. Now, granted, he does about to have 2.7 seconds to try to make up, but the way he is running here, he very well might. Suarez, meanwhile, takes a big defensive line on Nanji. Nanji's teammate Bouthier is trying to get there.
And we have a change for the lead. Fuka now just passed Ardiles.
Yeah, and setting the fastest lap.
Significantly again. Another 0.4 faster than anybody else in the field.
Yeah, really impressive stuff. 387 there of Suarez trying to hold off Nanji.
Oh,
Look
but
at that
Ardiles
battle.
matches the best, exact same lap time, 54.69.
Yeah, that goes down to the 1,000th of a second to determine
Crazy.
that tiebreaker. Oh, big loons from Nanji there, down to the inside of Suarez. Suarez fights back, gets it to play. Bouthier is going to try to fight back on him a little bit, but that's not going to work out. And now it's going to be a battle back for 5th place between Nanji and Bouthier.
Yeah, I'm sitting there looking, and Nash just went purple in Sector 1, so he's got that kart figured out and rolling.
Dive down to the inside. I think that was Bouthier able to get the run on Nanji. Indeed he is, but Nanji's going to take another look down to the inside as they go. This is the battle up for the lead of the race. Fuka now leading Ardiles.
I just don't know if Ardiles has anything for Fuka. I mean, Fuka's setting purple, leading, while Ardiles picked up by following Fuka.
Right.
You know, is that the draft? Probably, but also learning some lines.
Exactly.
Oh, yeah, the 333 is out.
That's going to be Mundy Lawyer.
Who had a good run this month.
Yeah,
this morning.
really did. In the wet, looked very good, looked very strong.
I hate to see that.
Yeah, you never want to see anybody go out of these races, especially by running off into the barriers or mechanical. There's that duck down from Diego Ardiles. Trying to see if they're able to push themselves ahead a little bit more. Not looking like it. Looks like we've got some Ardiles, excuse me.
Again, that's our Midwestern
Yeah, that's
thickness
the
that comes
Hoosier coming
through.
out.
But Nash went purple.
Yeah,
that last
Nash
lap.
coming in purple. Still has about 3 seconds to try to gain in. Ardiles down to the inside, gets the move on Fuka. That was gutsy. And he's got that to play. Got about a kart length in between the two. Fuka going to try to respond back to Ardiles. Not necessarily going to play here.
Yeah, I don't think there's enough time for Nash to catch them unless they start getting very racy and do some dive bombing and just kill them momentum. But Nash is coming.
Yeah, he's got the get.
He was 3/10, almost 4/10 quicker that last lap.
Ardiles ducking down behind the wheel, trying to just minimize that arrow. Coming down through turn 12 right now. Pushing his way ahead. He's growing that gap over Fuka here at this point. That was about 2 car lengths as they came out of turn 12. Fuka's closed it back up again. Now as they come through turn 3, I don't think Fuka's quite close enough to send a big move down to the inside. And indeed, he's going to stay in line here for the moment.
Ardiles looks like he's just being a little bit of a defensive line there going into that passing zone. Probably pretty smart without losing the momentum coming out. We look at this. Mick Gabriel's up to 8th. That's a good run for Mick. He didn't have a great day yesterday, so it's good to see him up there.
Yeah, good to see him there. Ardiles taking a look behind. Keeping an eye on Nicholas Fuka. Fuka closing the gap on the second half of the circuit. He's now going to be within striking distance as they exit turn 9 and into turn 10. Huge hop of the curbs there for Ardiles. That is a big, big run over. Check his back when this is done. That had to hurt.
Got a great run, though.
Yeah.
And look at Blake Nash, purple with a 54.01. Like, he is almost a half a second faster every lap.
Yeah, and he may just have time to do
He's
it.
catching them.
We're going to have 3 laps, I believe, to go at the line.
I'm just curious, what was going on with his kart at the beginning of the race?
I'd be fascinated to talk to him. I wonder if that was... It could be a multitude of things. It could be, as we were speculating, maybe an engine or a radiator issue that he had to adjust, maybe play with the carb a little bit to get that to fall into line. Or it could have been he just started with very low tire pressure for whatever reason, and now the kart is coming into its own.
Yeah, it didn't look good. Like the kart wanted to go where he was trying to point it. It just wanted to push up the track earlier, but now it is on rails.
Yeah, absolutely flying with it. Ardiles also very quick as well. 3 to go at the line. He's growing that gap a little bit over Nicholas Fuka.
Yeah, but Nash is in the same shot now.
Yeah.
I mean, if we were going back to the normal 10+2, I would say Nash is going to be up there battling him, but race is a little shorter right now. Again, went purple.
Went purple again, and this time to the tune of a whole half a second. Nash definitely closing on in as they come through the junkyard turn.
There he is. Man, impressive run by Nash.
Yeah, very impressive run by Nash. The question is if he's going to be able to seal the deal here and get himself up into a good position.
I mean, he was almost 3 seconds behind at one time.
Yeah. Well, I mean, he was mired down in 5th.
Oh, yeah.
And it looked like his race was done and dusted. And to have the resilience to fight back here, there's that 2 to go signal from the flagman. On through. Nash now putting pressure to the back of Fuka.
I think he's going to get Fuka. I don't think there's enough to get our.
There it is. A little bit of contact, but makes the move into 4. Does he have enough to get Ardiles? That's the next question.
A little butt hop right there to get that cart up and going. Man, he is moving a 53.7. Man.
Again, about a full half second faster than Fuka. Oh, it's 4/10 faster than Ardiles. Let's see what the gap is as they cross over the line.
We're still slower, about a second and a half off than where we were yesterday. But, hey, different day, different track conditions. All I know is Nash is flying.
0.6 of a second the gap at the line. I don't know if Nash is going to be able to make that up, but with a good line on the exit of turn 3, that'll certainly help. Late apex, as did Ardiles, down into turn number 4. Carries good momentum. Big look behind for Diego, trying to see if he can measure out the attack here from Blake Nash.
He gets through that section so good.
Yeah, and that's full commitment. That is trust in the cart there at that point.
He closed 2 cart lengths right there. Look at that.
All right, this could be another turn 12 send. I've seen that before.
But here's the thing. Blake he's starting on pole anyway, the next race.
Yeah.
So is it worth damaging your equipment? He's got a W. He's got a 4th. Now he's going to get another 2nd. So, he's sitting good for the mains.
He is sitting good for the mains, but I will tell you, Ardiles is able to take that victory here at this point over Blake Nash. Nicholas Fuka in 3rd. Nanji 4th. Bouthier 5th. Caden McQueen after that disappointing first lap recovered to 6th. There's a lot of speed in that 395 cart.
That there is.
All right, good run there for him. That'll conclude our ROK GP Pro coverage presented by Sodi Racing. And it'll move us right on into the ROK GP Junior presented by PSL Racing. So very excited to be able to see them as everybody heads back down into the paddock area. Gets themselves all set up for race number 2.
Yeah, it's hard to go off of. We were complete wet conditions for their second heat race this morning. So we're going to see how this goes. Who made the changes back to the original setups? How's that going to go? We will soon find out.
We soon will. It'll be very interesting to see just exactly how this is all going to play out.
Yes, Kennedy got the dub yesterday. Pretty handily too, almost by 4 seconds. So
yeah,
let's see if Sarah has something for him. If they've made the appropriate changes just to be able to catch up with Kennedy.
And we've got some heavy hitters here between Sarah Bradley. Dupuis was good. Van Schev very good this morning.
Yep, Truchot was there yesterday.
Yep,
Ramallo was there. It's definitely. There's a group of carts that's going to be probably covered up by a blanket.
Yeah, and I certainly think we could see a top 5 and as everything runs. Try to get everything here. They come down through turn 1 on this warm-up lap. Everybody just trying to get the heat in the tires as much as possible.
Here we go. Brake adjustment there. Trying to put some heat in his motor is what he's trying to do.
Oh, is that what it is?
Yeah. Usually if you don't put enough tape on your motor and you're blowing it down, you put your arm over that radiator to kind of block airflow through it.
Okay.
So you can actually increase the temperature of your motor.
All right, so that's a little bit of behind-the-scenes information once again. That's why we love having Jason up here in the booth. Gives us those kind of technical details, lets us know how it all plays out.
I thought you liked me up here because of my soothed timbre voice that I have.
Two things can be true.
Really? No one's ever said that.
All right, Vanchev and Kennedy leading us to the green here. Looking on over. Green flag flies. We are racing in heat number 3. Little bit of consternation through the pack there. Through turn 1 cleanly. Turn 2 as well. They're going to get their way out onto the main straight here. Bring it on in.
Start by everybody. Hats off to you guys.
Yeah, that was really good. Kennedy, Vanchev, DeQuee, Romalo, Katowski, your top 5. Wait for that to cycle back around and make sure we confirm on that, but it is going to be them up at the front at the moment. All right, as they get their way on through there, you can see them coming out onto that back straightaway. Leading into turns 10 and 11. That's the 206 there of Vanchev leading the way. Over Kennedy. Kennedy starting to put some pressure in behind.
Now let's check, see where Sarah's at here.
Sarah moved up to 5th off of that start.
She's up 1.
Right in the middle of a lot.
Yeah, she's definitely in the middle of quite the group of talented drivers.
That really and truly is. She's sandwiched between Romalo and Katowski. Schmeier not too far behind as well. Here they go. Does look like Vanchev's starting to spread out a little bit and push the field.
Do we have a lost bumper right there with Kennedy? What happened there? That's going to be a penalty is my guess.
Yeah, probably. That is not going to be ideal.
That's the 269 of Kennedy. I did not see any contact, so I have no idea how he lost his bumper. Yep, he's getting the meatball flag.
Yep, there it is.
Out.
And that flag, by the way, that is the black flag with the orange circle. We call it the meatball flag. That's kind of the colloquial way to say it, but it basically means you've got a mechanical problem, come to the pits and fix it. You are a danger on the track. Big move down to the inside. I believe that was Katowski on Kennedy, or on Bradley.
Oh, getting aggressive there. I think Sarah just took the blunt of that one. And with Kennedy being out now, that just gave Vanchev a lot more breathing room.
Yeah, big breathing room there. That's a huge amount for him to be able to hold on to. Alexander going to feel very, very happy about that. Be able to just keep on pushing here.
Yeah, and I'm still, I don't know what happened to Kennedy. I didn't see any contact. He was kind of out there by himself. So I am not sure what happened.
I'm not sure either.
But you know who doesn't care? DePew, because he is now sitting in second place. But right behind him is Sarah, pressuring him significantly.
Yeah, putting some definite pressure to the back here at the Tweed, trying to see if there's anything to be gained. Sarah looking to the inside down into turn 5.
She's got that speed labs just kind of hooked up and rolling right now.
Yeah, it just seems like that car is very light on its feet, for lack of a better term. She's able to really turn it with ease, get the directional change that she wants, ducking down there as we've seen so many times before. Pushing their way ahead right now, down out of turn 9 into turn 10.
Yeah, they've got the Sodi carts going over there at Speed Concepts. It's good to see. Like Sodi, it's always been a good staple in karting, and again, like I said about CRG earlier, left and then come back, and I think it just all depends on who's importing the chassis in the States and the support that they're going to give them.
Yeah, I think you're right about that, and just there's also the factor of tuning, of how you're able to tune it up, and those mechanics that just know how to get everything working the way that they need it to.
It's kind of quiet right now, so it's looking like Vanchev's sitting there with a comfortable 2.5-second lead.
Yeah, it doesn't have to push too hard. There is a little bit of lap traffic up the road from Vanchev.
Who's that? Who's that lap traffic?
Is that Kennedy?
No, he's out. There's no way he's still on the track unless they put his bumper back on, but I don't think so.
I'm not seeing him running.
So it's probably Savage. I mean, Savage was strong yesterday. I wonder what's going on there.
Yeah, I wonder as well. That's a little bit strange because he had some pace the other day.
All right. He was 15th yesterday. I thought he was up in the top
he was
5
too.
at one time.
I guess you must have been thinking of practice.
Maybe it was. But it looks like, Dupuis able to just get a little bit more gap on Bradley, but whoever the lap traffic is kind of holding their own right there. What is it, a 2.44?
Don't think so. I'm not sure who it is.
2.14 maybe?
If it's 2.14,
I can't get the number.
that would be Cameron Marshall.
2.41? 2.41. Oh, that's Nathan Dupuis right there. Okay, and then
okay, that's just.
I was like, that lap traffic guy is fast.
That's okay. So that's Vanchev that's just running away with it here.
Yeah,
Up in front, 3.39 the gap. Sarah Bradley, Katowski. Bradley falling back a little, or that's Katowski falling back a little bit. Bradley's still all over the back here of Dupuis.
yeah, I was all kinds of lost. So I'm like, Sarah's not driving a Burrell Art, but that
Right.
to me in my mind was Sarah back there. But I just need to learn the liveries and the helmets. Just know the helmets.
Exactly. But Sarah right now just keeping in those tire tracks. 3.5 minutes left to go. She tries to close on in.
She's a few tenths faster right now than Nathan. So that's 3 minutes to go. Plenty of time. Be patient. She's definitely a faster kart. Yeah, she was the winner of the Radford F4 scholarship. She got to experience that. We're going to do an interview with her to get her thoughts and her experiences on that. I mean, that's what a great gift to get and earn for her.
Yeah, really impressive, and very interested to see what she can take and translate back to karting in particular. That's going to be really interesting to see. But she's putting a lot of pressure here to the back of Dupuis. 241, definitely in the firing line of Sarah Bradley here. Thought she was going to maybe go for a move into 1 and 2.
I might guess, and he's being defensive right there. Sarah being smart, not trying to force anything.
Yeah.
Just tucking in, knowing there's plenty of time left.
Yeah, I mean, she's got ostensibly, I would say, 4 laps to get this done.
Yeah.
A little bit of a slip and slide there for Dupuis. Sarah's going to use the move that we saw her use yesterday, down to the inside of turn 8. Gets it done in the junkyard turn.
Yeah, that was all set up from the little left-right real quick like we've been talking about. And if you don't get the kart set up just right, and you scrub a little bit of speed, that's exactly what happens.
And Sarah absolutely brilliantly read that maneuver, saw the opportunity, and went for it.
Oh, absolutely. Just textbook.
Yeah, brilliant stuff.
And then we have Vanchev in front, just 5-second lead, setting purple every lap.
Continues to go.
Oh, here we go.
Back on Sarah, gets the crossover. Now is Dupuis trying to park that kart at the apex. Now Sarah's going to go around the outside. That was good. That was heads up. That's what we call a center maneuver, putting Sarah into a position where she was going to be in an accident if she didn't back out of it.
Allows Katowski to get right on Sarah's bumper. So the winner there is definitely Dupuis.
Now a 4-car battle with Truchot
coming up, yeah.
All right, they're going to bring their way on through. 50 seconds on the clock, which means ostensibly 3 to go at the line. Here as they keep pushing. All right, let's see what they've got here at this point.
Yeah, I don't know if Sarah has anything for Nathan right now. I don't know if she
Maybe she
tires
used up her stuff. Yeah.
Could have just a little bit and just. But that was a impressive pass.
Yeah, it really was. And I think for Dupuis to be able to come back and get that again, both of those passes, very, very impressive. This battle for fourth now with Katowski and Truchot also has the potential to percolate and get pretty hot here.
Yeah, Truchot is just...
Oh, big wiggle, and there down to the inside goes Truchot, picking up an advantage from an opportunity.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, he was a half a second faster anyway, so it was just a matter of time before we got around him. But, with a bobble, that always helps.
Good stuff. 2 laps to go for these drivers. Bradley's still hounding the back of Dupuis. This is not over by any stretch of the imagination. Dupuis has to know if there's a single mistake that is made that Sarah's going to absolutely capitalize and pounce.
Yeah, absolutely. In the Bradley corner, too. But comes out clean or junkyard corner.
There you go. Take your pick.
And
Dealer's choice.
She got a great run down the straight right there, so she's right back on his back bumper. 2 laps to go. She has a good opportunity to still get around him.
I think the problem here, though, is that Dupuis is going to cover off all of the expected opportunities. As the white flag does fly, 1 lap to go here from the Orlando Kart Center.
But what we've seen from Sarah, she finds some places to pass that most people can't pass.
She'll make that opportunity appear for her rather than waiting for it to be handed to her. Doesn't get it into turn 4, the optimal passing zone, I would call it.
And she gets up on the curb. Does she make it stick?
Take a look around the outside.
Unfortunately, going to be outside here, but
you see those marbles built up off track.
Those Levanto tires in the Caribbean are incredible. Trying to get a good run down the straightaway. I see her take a little bit wider entrance. She's got a run on him. And then there's just Truchot waiting.
Yeah.
Oh, hold on here.
Sarah's got it. Sarah's got it.
Great pass.
Nice run through there. That's
She
a little bit of a
set
shot.
Oh, a little wide, and she lost 2.
I think she got a little bit of a bump there.
Did
And
she?
how you doing? Yeah. But there, as they
I didn't
come to
see
the
it.
line, that's going to be Dupuis, Truchot, and Bradley. Yeah, I think there was a little bit of a bump and run there.
Little love tap.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, her pass was great.
Yep.
She set that up 2 corners before it happened.
That
you
she
could
did.
see it coming, and that's just good racecraft.
It's great racecraft from Sarah. Always exactly what you want to see.
Well, that wraps it up for Heat Race 3 for our ROK GP Juniors. Not disappointing.
No, not at all.
I mean, Vanchev, poor kid, didn't get hardly any TV time.
No, he didn't, and absolutely dominated the race and didn't get any TV time, unfortunately. We now get ready to move on over into ROK Micro, presented by Orsalon Racing, excuse me. The Hoosier coming out in me.
Ha ha. You can take the man from a Hoosier. You can't take the Hoosier out of the man.
Darn right. That's the way it goes. Good news is, it doesn't look like we have any carts off, so we should be able to move right on into this next race.
Yeah, absolutely. I tell you, the one good thing about ROK is they feed us well.
They do. It was a great lunch today.
Oh, this barbecue is so good. I'm not going to lie. If I start having meat sweats, just turn the air conditioning down for me.
All right, they're headed out.
Yes, here we go. So, yeah, we really don't have a lot of information on these drivers from the morning session because it was a completely different track.
Exactly.
So, all we can do is kind of go off of yesterday's heat races and just kind of look at who did what. And we got the micros here. I did an interview at lunch with Danny O'Gara, just talked about him and a little bit of their frustrations they're having right now. Let's see if they've made their changes that they needed to do to kind of get Danny to move up in the field. He had such a strong week last weekend with the Scoozer race. I don't know if it's just a little bit grippier tire, different engine package that's causing them some struggles. I'm not 100% sure, and I don't know if they do.
Yeah, well, and that's one of the frustrating things about racing is sometimes you can come in and you can do the exact same thing that you did previously, and for whatever reason, it doesn't work out the second time around.
Nope. If racing was easy, everyone would be doing it.
Exactly.
And cheap.
Right. But right now, Nario will lead to the pole. Mauro Nario. Dutch Westbrook. Medeiros.
Yeah, we got Westbrook and Gottschalk were your 1-2 yesterday on a dry track. So I think this morning session, this is when the track just started to get to that, is it dry or is it wet situation. I'm pretty sure I think all the minis ended up going on dries.
Good.
All right. We come back into it here. Everybody forming up. Nario, Westbrook, Medeiros, Gottschalk, Go, Lockhart.
And that's Westbrook just sitting there trying to just get either somebody on his bumper to help him push or stop hitting me. One of the two.
Yeah, I'm not sure what that was, and unfortunately, don't have radio communication.
No. The kids are so good.
They really are.
I mean, all lined up, ready to go, and there's still 2 corners to go. Oh, we have got a cart stalled there. Who is that? The 91?
That's
of Grayson
Powers.
Man. And sometimes the carts get loaded up, like going this slow. These carts are not used to running this slow. So, especially if your leaders are doing their job to pack everybody up, you can load the motor up and it can die. And he obviously just can't get it refired. So here we go. Looks like Westbrook took the lead, or is that Nario? They have similar liveries.
They do. We'll wait to make an official judgment call until we get that number on it, or we can they cross over the line again. That's Westbrook up in front.
Yeah, I think Westbrook. Yeah, Nario's got the white cue ball out. So that's a good signal.
There we go.
And the Gottschalk right there, just all over Nario right now.
Oh, very wide run, though, for Gottschalk behind. Coming off of turn 8, the junkyard corner. We talked about that before and just how sketchy it's getting out there to the outside.
Yeah, that is I can't believe it's not causing more carnage than what it is, because it is a significant drop-off. Look at the Benix just crushing those curbs.
That's Gottschalk directly behind in that white helmet.
Oh, is Gottschalk into Benix?
Yeah, I don't know where Nario is. Nario must have fallen back through the field.
Yeah, it's Gottschalk, Medeiros. Yeah, Nario's in 5th right now. Yeah, so you have Team Benix right there working together. Is Medeiros going to be able to split Benix up or take advantage of this? Or is Benix going to sit there and protect each other?
Yeah, we'll have to see. He's trying to take a little bit of a look at him. Here's Gottschalk.
Definitely giving a nice little push down the straightaway right there. Little let off, giving a little gap, and back on the gas. And you can see Medeiros is just doing everything he can just to try to get on that back bumper of Gottschalk.
Yeah, trying to push as much as he can here to see if there's anything to do. On it wide. Again, teammates here at this point, so it's not going to be super hyper-aggressive racing.
No, not at this point in time. But,
no.
They're just trying to team up together and get themselves some breathing room from Medeiros back there, sitting in 3rd. And it looks like, Gottschalk's pretty content just standing right back there and push Westbrook around the track.
Yeah, and that's going to give them that bigger advantage, as you said, try to push them out a little bit more. For Medeiros, he really needs somebody to come up. Nario has been able to gain up into P4.
Yeah, but he's a couple seconds behind. Part of you want to go, do I slow up a little bit to gain somebody? Is it that much of an advantage to do that, or do I lose the track position? I mean, so you got 2 teammates here. So you got Orsolon running in 3 and 4, and then you end up having your team Bennick right here in 1-2. So plenty of time left in this race, just a little over 5 minutes.
Big hop at the curve there through 11. We're seeing that more and more as this track has rubbered in. Keep going.
Yeah, definitely. It's drive lines have gotten a little different. Like you said, we didn't see and it might be a confidence thing too. Watching the senior guys drive, they're seeing those guys up on these curves a lot more, so that gives them a little bit more comfort to say, hey, listen, I can crush those curves.
Yeah, and the other thing that I have noticed is turn 8 being the exception, that we're still seeing a few drivers run a little bit wider there, but that exit off of turn 3, we haven't seen them really push far to the outside. I think the wetness still existing out there being a big problem.
Yeah, and I think that dip is getting so bad that it's upsetting the chassis just to where you don't get the advantage of running that chassis out or that cart that far out.
Yeah, exactly.
So we got Medeiros. Looks like he's slowly reeling them in. Just slightly. So the gap was 8.3 last lap. 7.6 this lap. Okay. But just not enough.
Yeah, not quite enough.
But all it's going to take is, once, all it's going to take. Gottschalk go in on Westbrook and throw it in. It's going to slow them enough to put Medeiros right on their bumpers.
Yeah, exactly. It's just that one thing. And there you see that look behind from Westbrook, checking behind. And I don't think with the speed that we see from Gottschalk, we're not going to see Gottschalk wait this entire time.
No, I think he's playing it smart. Sit back at second and see if Westbrook's going to make a mistake.
Yeah.
Because what happens is if you try to be aggressive and make that aggressive move, you're going to slow yourself and the person that you're passing down. And then when you have Medeiros on the hunt like he is right now, how many times have we seen that already? The third place guy pass the first 2 guys who try to pass each other.
I mean, we
goes
saw
around the outside. Happens almost in every class. So
we saw it left, right, and center in the VLR classes earlier today. And now look at this. Here comes Medeiros setting the fastest lap in the race where we had it. Now it goes back to Jack Katowski farther back in the field. It's still very, very close. I think Medeiros knows it's go time.
Yeah, he's like, partner, I appreciate you, but I got somebody hounding me in the back right now, so I'm going to go around and let you get hounded for a while.
Yeah, Medeiros starting to push ahead here. Gottschalk starting to push ahead. It's all down to Westbrook to just try to hold on to this.
A little over 2 minutes to go. And these are shortened a little bit, so.
8 minutes.
Yeah. And there's Nario out there just kind of all by himself.
Yeah, really in an island unto himself. We see Augusto Baradas in 5th, kind of leading up a train of Alvarez Go, Becca Ramirez, but not really close enough to be a factor in this battle necessarily.
Your Alvarez and Go is by far the closest margin we have right now, besides the leaders.
Oh, a little bit of a look there for Gottschalk as Westbrook did hold the fastest lap of the race for a split second. Now it goes back to Nario.
Oh, and Francisco just put the fastest lap down. But just the lap times are so close to each other. I mean, it's not like they're setting the fastest lap by a half a second. I mean, it's literally by tenths and hundredths of a second.
Yeah, exactly. We are literally talking about fractions that are being set apart here, so it's not like they're setting the world on fire with these just amazingly crazy times. It's just minor tweaks that are getting them ahead. Still impressive nonetheless.
Yeah, I mean, you're looking at it. Westbrook at 101.73, Gottschalk at 101.74.
Yeah.
I mean, parity is fantastic in this class. And like we talked about, my interview with Danny O'Gara, it was great for him even to recognize that the set gear ratio that these kids have to run makes the parity of the chassis even more.
Mm-hmm. Very much does. Look to the inside there for Gottschalk. 3 laps to go at the line with 42 seconds left on the clock as they crossed. Gottschalk now starting to take a little bit of a look, poking to the outside. Westbrook covers it well, doesn't really respond.
Medeiros is just sitting back there lurking.
Yeah. Oh, and that's the 14. That's Francisco.
Oh, set the fastest lap of the race. Trying to push just a little bit. Oh, Gottschalk off. Does he hold it? No.
He kept it flat, though, and I think that may have been the nail in the coffin here for a chance to attack Dutch Westbrook.
Yeah, I think Westbrook's got this absolutely checked out now. Medeiros took advantage of that. You know what? Gottschalk was feeling the pressure from Medeiros, and I bet you anything, just tried to push a little bit through that corner to get that run, to get around Westbrook, and just pushed a little too hard.
Yeah, I think he did. Just tried to push. Not everybody can be Sarah Bradley for that corner for Medeiros now.
Mario is all over Gottschalk, so Gottschalk may lose 2 positions here.
Yeah, he's going to take a look to the outside, does Nario. Not going to work. Gives a little bit of a shove there. Now looks to the outside, maybe trying to get a crossover coming out of turn 5.
Get that run.
Oh, good run.
Inside.
Going to poke his nose to the inside. Here he goes. If he can force Gottschalk a little bit wide, but Gottschalk sweeps around.
Nice.
Wow, that was very, very impressive from Nario.
Absolutely clean racing for those two, giving it just enough room, but just not, just not shutting them down too much.
Yeah, I thought for sure that was going to get a little bit hairy, a little bit spicy. I could have sworn there was going to be contact coming down through 6, but they held it out. Credit to them.
Yeah.
All right, white flag in the air, 1 to go for these drivers. Micah Alvarez able to get by Aiden Go. Gottschalk and Nario, the battle that we still follow right now. Nario with the big move to the outside. Going to try to get to that inside, but that's well covered off by Gottschalk. Not going to play here, down into 6.
It's going to end up Westbrook, Medeiros, Gottschalk, and Nario. So it's,
Here we go.
Could be an over-under. Let's see.
Oh, a little bit of contact there. You see Nario trying to bump the car a little bit, get a little bit more speed out of it. Checkered flag in the air. Dutch Westbrook, your winner here in heat number 3. Medeiros P2. Gottschalk holds on for an impressive P3 minus the error.
Yeah, impressive save though.
Yeah.
Like he was all over the place off the track right there. And that, like I said, that is really a sketchy area over there. I mean, he could have ended up in the back of an 88 Buick trunk in that junkyard.
It very much could have. That comment just slightly murdered our director over here. He's dying on the floor laughing. All right, another good run here for them across the board. Becker, Katowski, Go, Baradas, and Ramirez, the rest of your top 10.
Yeah, it was a good race. You know, it's what we expect out of these little guys anymore. You know,
yeah.
They've shown us what they can do, and they're doing it over and over and over.
Yeah, exactly. Going to take a look out on the track. I know we had a couple of stopped carts. Don't know if we're sending out the wrecker here or not.
Because we're waiting on what, the micros?
Yeah. Minis.
Minis, yeah, minis.
All right, they're going to get their way out here. A couple cars just being wheeled back in. We're going to go ahead and take a quick break here while everything gets set. But stay on with us here, folks. We'll be back momentarily.
27 years ago, Bill Wright began the Florida Winter Tour to break up the slow winter months for karters. And as the word spread, the tour grew. Importers, teams, manufacturers, and drivers alike all came to Florida to prepare for the upcoming season. One weekend became 2, and the fun became serious fun. Since then, the karting season has started with the Florida Winter Tour, where teams compete to establish dominance for the coming summer. drivers from all over the world look to make their name and leave their mark on the national scene, much like Pato O'Ward, Enzo Fittipaldi, and others have done in Florida Winter Tours of the past. The original Florida Winter Tour, the series that made karting a year-round sport in North America and where tomorrow's superstar drivers are discovered. 27 years later, you can still go karting and have some serious fun. Are you ready to join the action?
Welcome back to the Florida Winter Tour of ROK Cup for the ROK Mini Series presented by AM Engines. About ready to send them out on track, as indeed there you can see the Minis making their way out onto the circuit. This one's a little bit special, step up from the micros. We've got a handful of drivers that have made their way up to the top, and well, for me, the driver to beat this weekend, I don't think it's any surprise who I'm going to say here at this point, Santiago Orioli.
Yeah, he's been pretty dominant on this. You know, Chandler has been giving him some runs, and he didn't, unlike some other classes, hasn't been a dominant factor with a large margin of victory, just a .04 victory from yesterday. You know, it's anybody's race here.
Yeah. Really is. Also, Ludmila Ibarra had a very good run this morning. Obviously, in those sort of drying conditions is where we came into it. But I think Ludmila really impressed me with her run.
Yes.
Chandler, Francisco in the car as well. Good drivers across the field.
Yeah, it's again, you know, just so impressed with the poise and the racecraft of these young drivers. I keep saying that. What was your kid doing when he was 10 years old, 12 years old, not wheeling a go-kart wheel to wheel with another cart with a kid who's the same age doing 65 plus miles an hour?
Yeah, exactly. Don't get me wrong, I was wheeling a go-kart. I wasn't doing it I was doing it by myself, though.
Yeah.
But
I mean, I was racing at 10, but I think about the kids today, and I'm just like, I can't imagine my kids doing this.
Yeah, exactly. Great. Love this. Already formed up and together here on the back straightaway. That's always a good thing to see.
Well, and we'll see. This sometimes, you know, if you got your motor set a little rich, this is not good for you.
Right.
So, you know, and these kids are younger, so I don't know if they're so experienced in tuning these engines on the needles. I know I would tell my kid not touch the carb. I would set it on the stand and say, leave it alone, because they could either make it worse or actually the worst case scenario is actually end up blowing the motor.
Yeah.
Just having it too lean. So, you know, as you can see, most of them seem to be okay. But, you know, it's good to see MPG there in their Kart Sport America chassis. That's always been a dominant chassis in these little cadet style karts. You know, the Chase and Race Liberante's done a great job of developing that program. So it's always good to see them up front here.
All right, making their way onto the grid here at this point. Giving the final word from the flag stands. Gets out of the way into the acceleration zone. There we go. Very frenetic start up at the front there. It looks like Chandler may have been able to get to the corner first ahead of Orioli, as they're going to try to fan themselves out here. It was frenetic. It was crazy, but right at the top, they all got together, and they didn't make contact, so we are clear through those first couple of corners here. Down into turn 5. They go, bringing their way out and around. 196, trying to see what they are able to do. Here they go, down into the junkyard turn. And onto the main the back straightaway.
Yeah, Orioli and Chandler's covering them up. Got on the inside run there.
Little close there.
Just hell, is that Ibarra right there at the 139? Yeah, Ibarra just I mean, these guys are nose to tail from 1 to 7 or 8th position right now.
Chandler, the big loser in that run. Orioli's going to be able to hold on to it. Francisco gets in it. Ibarra as well. That's your 4 there as they run. Trying to hold things out. The 131 of Francisco in that red Kart and pink helmet. Meanwhile, battle up for the lead between Chandler and Orioli. Orioli with the crossback, able to get it done. Francisco trying to find it to play. Orioli holds on to the lead. Then it's Chandler, Francisco, Ibarra.
Absolutely, and then Schneiderberger is just right there as well, closing in at Tony Kart.
Yeah, closing in, and this is, as you said, about an 8-car pack up for the lead, leaning down as far as you can go with Santiago Orioli. Will hold off as much as possible as they go down into turn number 9.
Late break right there. Who was? And they made it stick.
All right, here comes the attack from the 196 of Chandler, trying to see if there's any attack to be had. Looking behind is Francisco in 3rd. A little bit of a breakaway from Ibarra on back to Scheinenberg. Here comes Chandler down to the inside of turn 4. Is he going to get it?
No.
Yes, he's got it.
Just tucked in. That was millimeters pass. Amazing.
Yeah, absolutely brilliant. Very, very close. Utter confidence, not only in your ability in your kart, but the driver next to you as well.
Absolutely. And these kids race each other all the time. Multiple different series, so they know each other's abilities. They know their racecraft. They know their tendencies. So that helps out a lot, especially when you know you're going into a corner like that. Easily take yourself out and your competitor.
Yeah, and they know how to avoid doing that, obviously, and make it clear here. But now it's about a 6-car breakaway. I think Gaddis is up there as well. Yep, that's the top 6, kind of breaking away. Orioli looking for the opportunity to get back on by. Jaden Francisco holding on in 3rd. A little bit of a break from Mila Ibarra.
Oh! Didn't see that coming. That was a bold move.
Yeah, and it's going to get paid off here in spades. Orioli losing positions to Francisco and Ibarra.
And taking some collateral damage with him there that allows Chandler just to get more gap. It's the last thing they need to do is allow that kid to just have more space.
Orioli able to hold on to that 2nd position somehow, amazingly. But Ibarra moves up into 3rd ahead of Francisco. And that's Schinenberg there in that white helmet.
Chandler's comfortable. If they can sit here and just freight train each other, that will allow them to catch Chandler pretty quick. But if they start getting dicey and racy, it's going to have the reverse effect on them.
Exactly, and that's going to be the real question here is how much they decide to do. Cooper Lorenzo Lopez, by the way, sitting the fastest lap of the race, a 1 minute flat 91 on the last time of asking. Here comes Francisco looking to the inside. Not going to play. Excuse me, that's actually not Ibarra in 3rd. That's Schinenberg in 3rd. Now make that Francisco in 3rd.
Yeah, that's a great run for Schneiderberg.
Yeah, really good play there. I mean, kind of surprised me that they were able to get their way back up forward as well as they were.
Yeah, considering that was, a bold move, but he lost a lot of momentum there. But like I said, the only person that really gained from that was Chandler. Everyone else kind of paid the price of that move.
Almost muscling him out of the way is Orioli. It's the move on the 131 of Francisco.
And Francisco's like, let's go. Like,
yeah,
don't try to race me. Let's go.
Yeah, they don't want to let Chandler slip off into the distance, but I fear that they just might.
And he's 2.5 second lead right now. And I feel like it's growing as well. So
Orioli's driving like he does not care. He just wants that 2nd place position at all means. Colton Scheinenberg trying to close on in. Johnson, Gaddis, Lopez, Ibarra has been shuffled down into 8th.
Lopez is rolling right now.
Yeah, really is.
And that 104. So keep an eye out on him. Where did he end up this morning? So he ended up 8th this morning.
currently 7th, so one better, clearly using the lessons that they've learned.
Absolutely. A little faster in the morning session, which I'm kind of shocked.
Oh, a little bit of side-by-side. Orioli continues to fight Francisco for that second-place position. That's Chandler that you just saw up the road. Comes down into turn 1. Really leaning there is Orioli, just trying to throw everything he can into that cart.
4th place, we just had a change. Cameron Johnson into 4th. Nash and Schneichenberg back to 5th.
Yeah, Scheiningberg kind of just had his moment in the sun and then lost a little bit of ground.
Yeah, still an improvement from his 10th place this morning. Got to be happy with the run so far.
Yeah, I think it's a good run for him, and he'll feel good about it.
It's not over yet.
No, it certainly isn't, and with as close as he is to Johnson, I think that battle could play out into something quite interesting.
Yeah, but where no one's close to right now is Chandler.
No, that's 2.4 seconds at the last time of asking. I've got to imagine that gap is well over 2.5 seconds when they come by this time, especially with this closely battling as Francisco and Orioli are. Orioli just does not seem to want to play here. He just wants this position.
Right,
going to go to the inside of turn 1. Got it.
Yep, and actually Chandler just set the fastest lap of the race all by himself out there.
Yeah.
So let's see if Chandler can start, or Francisco can start Lansing or Orioli, right?
Yeah.
Second now, let's see. Got some clean air if he can make a gap right there on the 131 of Francisco.
Cooper Lorenzo Lopez up into 4th place. Johnson 5th. Gaddis 6th. Pavin, Scheinenberg continues to fall back through the field. And then Ludmilla Ibarra, Simon Jack Klein rounds out your top 10. All right, keeping our eyes here on that 4th and 5th battle right now. Cooper Lorenzo Lopez and Cameron Johnson. That's Lorenzo Lopez in that red machine, Johnson in the white and green. Looking down through turn 12. 3 laps to go at the line.
Yeah, the 104 of Lopez. I mean, it's again, CRG starting to see them back to the front. So nice to see.
Be able to get a little bit of a run here was Cameron Johnson looking one way and the other. Not going to play.
He's all over the bumper.
Going to go for the over-under here. Can't quite roll the momentum through 4.
He's got a faster cart. Just right now, 104 of Lopez is making that cart really wide.
Yeah, he is. Just doing a great job.
Oh,
There's
dude.
the side
Not
by
wide
side.
Not wide enough.
As this day goes along, that's becoming the overtaking opportunity, really, that I'm seeing more and more, is down into turn 6, a brave maneuver.
I'm kind of wondering, and I haven't been able to watch. I need to see, and I might walk down there later to watch her live. I wonder if they're getting on the bumper and pushing them.
Giving them a little bit of
and then it's
bump
making
and
them
run.
go up, and then they go under a little bit.
Well, we saw the marbles that were built up
Yeah.
to the outside. Going out wide there is very detrimental to your health. Last lap in the air, white flag. Nice little battle here. I believe that's Pavin, Scheinenberg, and Gaddis. Yes, it is. Gaddis in the white helmet in the back, Scheinenberg in the middle in that 117, and then Pavin in the 154. Battle that we really watch is Scheinenberg and Gaddis.
Yeah, and it's just, as I look at the lap times here, it's just, the parity is incredible. You know, Chandler's over the 1 flat 41, Orioli's same exact lap time.
Yeah.
I mean, and then 1 minute .43 for Francisco. I mean, that's incredible.
It really is. All right. They're coming back around here at this point. Checkered flag in the air for Alex Chandler. Chandler takes victory here in heat number 3. Orioli had to fight for that one, but he'll hold on to P2, Jaden Francisco behind him.
Absolutely.
As they go. And, it's a long day here at the track, but we had a little bit of a chance to go down and talk with some of the crew members about, well, what they do in the meantime when they're not out on the track.
Welcome, Jason Ewers here with ROK Cup USA. Thought we'd do something a little different with our interviews here. We're going to interview Michelle Bailiff, who's, I would say, the culinary queen of TKG Karting, which is Trinity Karting Group.
Yeah, no,
You know, these are long weekends, and you guys, especially back-to-back weekends like you guys have had, and nutrition plays a key role in everything. Just kind of want to get what you do for your team and the kind of food that you prepare for them and what you kind of look for.
So I'm typically making sure that I always have fruit and usually some kind of salad or healthy stuff. Today I did hot dogs because the little ones love hot dogs, and I got to make sure they eat too. If they don't eat, they get famished out there and can't keep running. So today we call them slot dogs because they're nice, and I'm making a nice little slot. I have a little slot dog machine over there.
I like it. I was like, those got some great grill marks on them.
Yes, and for some reason the kids think they taste better. So.
Well, you know what?
And literally everything tastes better at the track, and I always blame it on the race fumes.
The race fumes always. Nothing compliments anything better than the smell of petroleum in the air.
Exactly.
So, absolutely. Well, let's go over here and look at the other stuff that she's offering. We're not going to burn your dogs, are we?
No, I think I'll be all right.
Of course, I think the biggest thing is hydration. So as you can see, soft drinks, Gatorade, waters over here for the teams. But look at the nice little setup they have. This is fantastic. So as she said, they've got their fruit. You need a little bit of pickup with some cookies. Oh, sweet. Absolutely. I mean, this is fantastic. As a racer, me being a racer forever, I didn't get this. We had to eat the concession stand food at our local racetrack. So this is fantastic. You got your proteins, you got your carbs, everything you need to perform at your highest that you can possibly do. So what's besides hot dogs, what's the second favorite thing of your team?
Hamburgers.
Hamburgers?
I do cheeseburger. I did cheeseburgers yesterday with grilled chicken, cheeseburgers, and then I always usually do a salad with that. And try to keep some fruit on. I always have fruit.
Always have fruit.
Yeah, always have fruit just because it keeps them hydrated and full. And
Awesome.
Yeah, low calorie way to.
Well, fantastic. Well, thanks, Michelle, for your time. I know you got to get back to feed these hungry drivers. Again, Jason with Florida Winter Tour. Hope you enjoyed just a little look behind the racing teams with our cuisine queen, Michelle Bailiff. Thank you.
Great look down in the pit lane there from our Jason Ewers and the Cuisine Queen, as you dubbed her. Very, very important to be able to see it, make sure everybody gets fed. We had a great lunch today. That looked just as good, though.
Slot dogs, man. Now I'm curious.
Yeah, very much so. But we get ready for the final three heats of the day before we head to pre-finals later on this afternoon. This is the ROK VLR Masters category presented by Rocket Engines. We've really seen Mark Pavin kind of dominate this one.
Yeah, and again, I keep talking about Scott Falcone, and I'm shocked that we're not seeing more of a push from him to give Pavin some type of somebody to worry about. But in between them, it's been, and Albon has been doing great.
Yeah, Alexander Delbon doing an absolutely fantastic job. Qualified in second, going to try to bring that kart home again into another podium position before everything is said and done. Yeah, I'm going to be very interested to see if Falcone, I think this morning can be maybe attributed to just those changeable conditions. Maybe the kart wasn't set up correctly. Yesterday got involved in some of that early incident. We haven't really seen the outright pace here of Scott Falcone.
No, I remember the earlier session. He was all over the edge of the car, just constantly trying to work on it. So maybe they got that figured out, put a brand new carb on it, or just rebuilt it. We'll see. We'll see if he can get a little extra horsepower that he was trying to look for in the earlier heat race.
Yeah, he'll be one to watch out for. Also, Paul Alfonso has been doing a good job as well.
Yeah.
Starting off in about fourth place here. He should be one to keep an eye on.
Yeah, I'm looking for them to find something for Pavin. When someone's been that dominant and you're running second, you're going to start throwing the kitchen sink at what I need to do to try to get faster to catch him. They're not out here for second place.
Right. Yeah, none of these drivers are. You're out here to be on that top step of the podium without question. So you want to definitely try to move your way into that position. But right now, pulling their way ahead is Mark Pavin. So we get ready back up to the 10-minute plus 2. Again, this is adjusted courtesy of the delays we had a little bit this morning. So this is going to come back around to it. We are within about 10 minutes on schedule, so we're slowly bringing that schedule back to where we really want it to be.
Yeah, I mean, anytime there's rain, first of all, you have more collateral damage. So there's more pickups. When there's more pickups on the track,
it just delays everything. So not uncommon for a rain day to kind of have the schedule to be up in air.
All right, they come on into the starting grid, into the acceleration zone, and here we go. That's Elefante already taking a big look. Falcone going to be able to hold off to the inside. Delbon looks like he's held on to P2 for the moment, but Falcone all over the back of him, clobbering over the curbs at 3. Here comes Delbon to the inside of Pavin into 3.
Almost made. Oh, and that just took advantage for. But he got up and going. I thought he was going to lose more real estate there, but no, that motor got up and going. Just Falcone with Delbon, but last thing you want to see is Pavin with a clean track in front.
Yeah, exactly, and now Falcone knows it. Already taking a look down to the inside, trying to pull the Serra down into turn 8, the junkyard turn. That's not going to play out, though. Alphonse going to hold on to P4. Falcone already looking up to try to size up Alexander Delbon and get a pass done.
Yeah, did you see what he did there? He went down and choked his engine.
I didn't see that.
Yeah, at the end of the straightaway. That way, you get a little more fuel delivery when you hit that gas on the bottom end.
Interesting.
Yeah, so I wonder if he's going to continue doing that. That'll be interesting. Usually Formula A motors back in the day, they were always choking. They run them so lean that if you don't choke them, they'll stick.
Okay.
Yeah, so it'll be interesting to see if he continues to do that. And look at the slide job right there. Coming through 3 into 4.
Lot of opposite lock there from Mark Pavin coming through turn 4, but made it play. Good run through the corner, good way to be able to get it. Now as they come into turn 6, Delbon losing a little bit of ground. Falcone holding on to P3 ahead of Elefante. They're all about equidistant apart as they come onto the back straightaway.
Yeah, and I felt like earlier Delbon was pretty close within striking distance of Pavon on the earlier heat race today. But then as the race progressed, Pavon just able to step it out every lap, a little bit more, a little bit. Next thing you know, he wins with a comfortable almost 4-second lead.
Yeah, exactly. And I wonder if that's going to be the case here again. And I think if you are Scott Falcone, this is the time that it's now or never. You've got to, for lack of a better term, put up a shut up. It's time to go. You've got to prove that you have got the Kart to be able to do this, and you've got to get a move on Delbon so you can have a crack at Mark Pavin.
Yeah, absolutely. And I don't know if anybody has it.
Yeah, I mean, what we've seen here this weekend is certainly evidence to the contrary that you really don't have any ability to get him.
He's got the Paralympic on rails. It's been every race. He's just been dominant. And it seems like he's just following along right now again.
Yeah, just absolutely in cruise mode here at this point.
But Falcone is closing in right now.
Yeah, on the back here of Alexander Delbon. Let's see if he's able to get the play. Not able to get a run here, but he is able to get a good run out of turn 12. They're going to come back onto the main straightaway. Pushes ahead. Not able to get it. Ties down into 1. Slides out a little wide. Thought about maybe poking his nose to the inside, but I just don't think he had the traction. Big look behind for Alexander Delbon. Here comes Falcone with a little bit of a slip of a slide.
Nice move by Falcone. Now let's see what Falcone can do.
Oh, contacting the outside barrier there for Delbon as Alphonse tried to take a look down to his inside. There's the look behind from Falcone, checking his rear view. That's still Delbon in his rear view mirror. Credit here to Gabriel Alvarez. Also able to kind of keep up and hold on to the back of this train.
Yeah, I mean, he's within striking distance as well. It's good to see these guys racing. I just am just amazed that they haven't made the changes that they need to make to be able to challenge.
Well, we're only a third of the way done with this race. There or thereabouts. I don't know. Never trust a commentator's math on that fraction. But we're getting close to that point. This could be the point in the race where maybe they geared the car, maybe they geared is the wrong word, tuned the car to come alive at this point in the session.
I mean, Falcone just went purple on that lap, or the lap before. So we'll see if he can continue to get that kart, the Olsen Racing kart, to roll. Orson, sorry.
He looks like he's very slippery It looks like there's a lot of loss of rear traction. Don't get me wrong, Falcone's making it work, but I noticed they're coming through 9, and I noticed when he made the pass on Del Bon that it was a complete break of rear traction on that number 799.
Yeah, that could be, like you said, set up. Tire pressure could maybe not come up yet, but obviously, Del Bon is like about ready to challenge for that position back.
He is going to challenge for that position back, down into turn 4, goes for the over-under, does Falcone, but he's going to lose out on it, courtesy of stick-to-itiveness from Alexander Del Bon.
Absolutely. Great racing right there. Good, clean racing. And if these two were smart, they would just sit there and push each other and try to catch Mark.
Falcone, though, thought about a move down into the inside. Turn 8, not going to play.
And Del Bon went purple that last lap with a 58.18. So definitely the fastest Kart on the track.
A little hop, skip, and a jump there. Over that curving through 10 and 11. As we've said before, the more this track has dried out, the more we've seen that from these drivers. Right. Del Bon's starting to streak away here a little bit, starting to push away.
Again, your leader just went purple with a 58.08.
So the question, can anybody catch Pavon? I don't know if they can.
Not setting laps like that.
No.
Not much action going on right now. Everyone's kind of just settled in, and
Yeah.
what you're trying to do here when you're in this stage of the race, you kind of just look the tendencies of the guy in front of you. Like, what are they doing? Like, where can I pass them at? Like, where are they slower than I am? Where are they faster than I am? What do I need to do to get my kart to be a little bit faster? There's the slide job right there. But all things you're thinking as a racer out there when you have time like this. And, obviously, as you're watching, if you're Falcone, you're watching Del Bon slowly, incrementally walk away from you. There's a little bit of a frustration that comes into play there. Like, what am I doing? I was just in front of this guy. Like, what's going on now? What is my kart doing? And everything he needs to translate back to his team when he gets back in. And, again, like you said, tire pressures play such a huge role in this. And, again, Falcone's on those needles. So trying to just squeak a little bit more out of that engine.
Now, is that something he's going to hold on into the next race, or is he just adjusting that on the fly and then he'll revert back to the mean when he goes into the pits?
Usually they'll just convert back to your normal minute settings on your carburetor is what they call it. And then, you're just barely moving that needle. That's why we call it by minutes. Mm-hmm. So, you can move it 1 to 2 minutes and it makes a huge difference. Makes it really difficult, and it is really kind of an artistry to be able to adjust your needles on the fly on a go-kart to get that engine tuned in just right, just the minute movements.
Yeah, it's got to be incredibly hard, especially around a circuit like this that does have a couple of bumps that you are going to be running into. Granted, you're doing the majority of those changes on a straightaway where you're just, flat out pointed in one line.
And you have gloves on that too, so you lose a little bit of that tactile feel.
Yeah, you got to definitely get used to that. All right, there as we see coming down into the corner. Falcone just not looking like he's close enough.
Good run there, though. Yeah, it's pretty quiet right now. Alvarez is running good. Elefante, kind of just been the status quo of every event that we've been in.
Yeah, exactly. It's really and truly been Pavon up front, just dominating.
That's his show.
Yeah, although the gap not nearly as substantial as it was last time around. Only 2.2 seconds this time.
Yeah, it's not nearly what it's been. But he's been sitting, he obviously has his kart to come in later in the race because he's just been going purple every lap. And he's just a little look over his shoulder, he's like, I got this.
Calm, cool, collected. And there you see on the exit there of turn 9, not overly pushing the cart. It's staying within the racing limits. He's not feeling like he has to drive all the way out onto those rumble strips and risk about upsetting the car. It's all just together. Even that look back that he just gave towards Alexander Delbon, completely under control.
Yeah, he's probably definitely on cruise control. Running about 85%. What scares me is what's going to happen if someone pushes him like that.
Yeah, if somebody pushes him here and he's got to really get the hammer down, how quickly is he going to be able to respond, and what are those laps going to look like?
Yeah, absolutely. 3 laps to go. And obviously looks like Pavon's got the victory in this one. You know, what are the other teams going to do?
Yeah.
You know, how are you? You got Parolin just really hooked up. It looks great. Just looks like he's driving a rental cart out there.
It kind of does.
It looks so smooth and settled. I mean, his hands are not. I mean, the input is minimal in the steering. I mean, that's exactly what you want. And as he comes across with 2 laps to go. And I love the bright color gloves. Allows me to see what they can do and how they control the car.
Well, that's always the good thing to be able to see when you do see those is you get to see the hands, and whether that's you watch Cup and somebody's got a set of white gloves in the car, or watching single-seaters where they've got red gloves. Obviously, Greg Moore making those famous over the years, and James Hinchcliffe carrying on that tradition. It's always great to have those brightly off-colored gloves that you can really see those inputs.
Yeah, absolutely. Obviously, you know, Pavon's just doing his victory lap right now with 2 laps to go. But, I mean, Falcone's got to figure something out. Delbon's got to figure something out.
Yeah.
Elefante's got to they've got to throw some wholesale changes at their carts to be able to get up there and compete with Pavon.
White flag in the air, 1 lap to go here for Pavon. My point just went away. I was going to say Delbon was starting to reel this down a little bit on time. The gap was under 2 seconds there for a moment. I was going to say maybe we've got a little something when this race goes a little bit longer later in the day, and indeed into tomorrow as well for the finals themselves. But Pavon just responded, and
I think he's in control. There's no reason to even push hard. It's, 2.5 second lead, 2 second lead. There he goes. Keeps checking over that shoulder, like
just making sure. All right, here he comes, down through 10 and 11 through 12, and for the 3rd time this weekend, Mark Pavon comes to the flag to take victory in the VLR Masters category, powered by Rocket Engines.
it's good to see Falcone though. I mean, he's there. Just got to get a little bit more.
Yep.
But that Orsolon team has got a lot of experience and a lot of drivers under that tent, so I'm sure there's a lot of information that will be transferred back and forth from them.
I'm sure they will as well. There's going to be a lot of conversations going on there as they go. All right, folks, that's going to lead us into another lovely commercial break where we're going to go and pay the bills here, but stay with us. We will be back in just a few moments for the VLR Senior category, powered by Nash Motorsports.
27 years ago, Bill Wright began the Florida Winter Tour to break up the slow winter months for karters, and as the word spread, the tour grew. Importers, teams, manufacturers, and drivers alike all came to Florida to prepare for the upcoming season. One weekend became 2, and the fun became serious fun. Since then, the karting season has started with the Florida Winter Tour, where teams compete to establish dominance for the coming summer. Drivers from all over the world look to make their name and leave their mark on the national scene, much like Pato O'Ward, Enzo Fittipaldi, and others have done in Florida Winter Tours of the past. The original Florida Winter Tour, the series that made karting a year-round sport in North America, and where tomorrow's superstar drivers are discovered. 27 years later, you can still go karting and have some serious fun. Are you ready to join the action?
three drivers ready to head out onto the track for the VLR Senior category, powered by Nash Motorsports. This has consistently been one of the most fun and one of the most exciting series that we have seen across the board. I've had this circled since the beginning. I love this VLR Senior class.
Yeah, absolutely. And I'm just looking at here how many different manufacturers we have in this race, and it's a good 10+ different chassis manufacturers.
Oh, that's incredible.
So, it's and I love to see that. Like we talked about earlier, we do need to eventually have a manufacturer championship like F1 does.
Yeah.
I think eKarting News does a good job at keeping that statistics. It'd be fun to be able to have someone throw some money in that, or do something for the teams.
Oh, I think it'd be great. It'd be very, very cool to see. But in the meantime, we just get to sit back and enjoy everything that takes place here. Eisenbart going to be leading the way to the flag. McQueen, Ramos, Westover, Martin, Garzon, Della Vecchia, Alibi, Gasoli, Bailiff, Wheeler. Your top 11.
Absolutely, and Ramos got the win on the earlier heat. Pretty dominant, over 3.5 seconds. We see if Eisenbart and Gali, they both had a good little battle going on back there. So, we'll see if they have anything for Ramos.
We'll see indeed as they get going, and green flags fly. Here we go. 2 wide coming down into turn 1. Do they keep it clean? A little bit 3 wide farther back in the field. Oh!
Several karts out there. We got the 934, the 998.
See the 960
Gasoli is out. Was that Angeli as well, I'm guessing?
Could have been. We'll have to wait and get a refresh here on the timing and scoring as soon as it comes back through and gives us the full breakdown. But look at that gap already forming back in the field. I believe that is Eisenbart and McQueen up at the front that are just starting to pull away.
I mean, I think they just were 1s, 2s that just escaped the hazards that happened behind. So,
yeah, that's the 901 of Eisenbart, and that is Caden McQueen in the 942. So those two have been able to escape. Yeah, just a big coming together turnaround there.
Westover moved up to 3rd. Garzon 4th. Garzon also is one of the new kids that jumped up from the class behind. Very impressive. It's very impressive in the junior division, and holding his own with the seniors.
Looks like the biggest fatality out of that whole coming together was Ramos, that he was taken out, put towards the back of the field, so that is not great to see.
No, not at all. That's going to hurt his points.
Yeah, big time.
It's good to see Finnegan Bailiff right there, up to the 6th, up 3 positions. I mean, look at the guys who 13 places is DeLeo. I mean, that is obviously some collateral damage, but...
All right, checking back on the battle for P3 here. This is Westover, Garzon, and Alibi. That main battle that you see right there, that is that 949 of Alibi, who's going to be able to hold on to it. He's now up into 3rd. Westover, Garzon. Oh, side by side again. Westover is able to get the crossover there. Looked like Wheeler kind of got a little bit, or Garzon got a little bit put out by it. Now it's going to be Garzon in that 950 trying to take it this long way around as much as possible. Westover into the lead of this battle. Crossover there by the 950 of Garzon, and he's got a nice little move on Alibi.
Yeah, if you looked at that, I mean, you're right. Ramos is all the way down to 29th.
Yeah, he just got taken out in that big coming together.
Unfortunate. But let's see, we get plenty of race time left. Maybe you can salvage a top 10 out of this.
Maybe he can.
Be a hell of a drive.
It would be. Westover started to pull a little bit of an advantage there over Garzon, but Garzon now starting to fight back. Alibi lurking in the shadows. This again, the battle back for P3.
Yeah, no, I know we're on 3, 4th, 3rd, 4th, and 5th right now, but very close battle for the lead as well with Eisenbart and McQueen. Just almost 2 cents. Whoa, what a pass for 949 of Alibi.
that was also Garzone sending it down to the inside. Westover, the big loser.
Oh, that
was
wasn't. I didn't see. Wow, what a great move. I guess Alibi just kind of followed Garzone through that.
Well, it was kind of strange. They almost split Westover as they got into play. Really interesting. There's the look from behind from Garzone, tucking down. Is now here comes Alibi down to the inside, and Westover follows him on through. We've heard of an over-under. That's an over-under-under because there's two drivers coming on through there on Garzone, loses 2 positions in a single corner.
And there's nothing you can do as Garzone. You just got to just slow up and tuck in behind and just try to get your positions back somewhere else down the track.
Yeah, it's good heads up to not try to respond to it. They've got to be a little bit careful here. That's Quentin Angeli, who also had a good run. We're going to check back up on the battle for the lead. Eisenbart and McQueen here up front.
Yeah, McQueen just went purple on that with a 57.37. Definitely the fastest car on the track, but is it enough to make a pass for the lead?
Yeah, that's going to be the question. Looking to try to see here is Caden McQueen. It's going to tuck up behind. Doing the duck down is Eisenbart, just trying to minimize that drag. Gained about a 10th or so, I'd say, coming off of that back straightaway. He's going to be able to hold on to it quite well.
Yeah, I mean, McQueen's kind of just checking over his shoulder. I mean, he's got a 3.5-second lead over third, so don't start battling quite yet. 3.5 is not a lot.
No, it's not, and you're going to want to try to hold on to that. Alibi, Garzone, Westover. Rest of that pack that we were looking at behind a little bit previously. All right, we're going to take a look back at that battle for third, fourth, and fifth because it has expanded now a little bit. Quentin Angeli is in that battle as well.
Yeah, I mean, what a great run for Alibi. I mean, he was 19th in the second heat race. To come all the way up to be running third right now, they either found something in that car or he just found something in himself.
Yeah. And looking behind, he's starting to build an advantage. Here comes Angeli looking down to the inside there of Garzone. He gets it done. Meanwhile, nice little crossover up at the front for Westover. We're going to jump back up to the battle for the lead here because it's starting to heat up. Eisenbart, McQueen, they just swapped over positions. It may look the same, but it wasn't the same when we came to it.
Yeah, several battles on the track right now. Hard for us as announcers to keep you guys entertained right now. But right now with the lead pack, here we go.
Down to the inside.
And, yep. Made it stick. Let's see if he can keep it to the next corner. He sure does.
That's always the concern when you throw a move coming down into 4 is that immediate crossover coming into turn 5 can certainly throw it off. McQueen defended that well.
What I'm seeing, though, is with the track getting more grip laid down, I'm not seeing so much of the over-under anymore. It's like they're getting that under and they're able to get that cart to stick and not losing that momentum like they were when the track was a little bit greener.
Exactly.
So, and they've got a comfortable lead over Westover.
Yeah, that gap's about 4.5 seconds. Call it about 4.4 seconds. Still large enough to not have to be reckoned with really whatsoever. And look at that. McQueen starting to stretch away a little bit up at the front. We're going to jump back here to this battle. Alibi, Garzone, Westover, Wheeler, Bailiff, and Jelly's really falling out of luck. He's back down into 8th.
Yeah, Hernandez just went purple there, but look at Ramos, is already up to 17th.
That's impressive. Remember, this is a pretty big field here. We're talking 40-plus cars.
And just went purple.
Yeah, I mean, that is determination for him to get his way back forward.
Yeah, every position helps from your final starting grid. I mean, it's all points-based, so they need to get as far forward as they possibly can, especially if you're having a bad run like Ramos is right now. Yeah.
Very, very much so. All right, let's see here as they get their way through. Coming down into the corner. This continues to be Alibi leading. Garzone, Westover behind. That's where the close battle is right now, Garzone and Westover.
You know, my question is why does everyone look over their right shoulder? No one ever looks over their left shoulder.
Well, if you're right-hand dominant, the muscles automatically go that way.
I just want to see someone just look over their left shoulder. It might throw everyone off.
It very well might. I think it's a right-hand dominant thing. Yeah.
And you're also looking on the inside. I think everyone's so used to looking on the inside.
Well, there goes a move on the inside by, I believe that was the 916 of Westover on Garzone. Nice little move done there. Let's move him up forward. Getting hold on to that position, but as we've seen, this is very volatile amongst these drivers. This can change back here. Only a minute and 40 seconds left on the clock.
Yeah, Ramos is a man. He can't get around Castles down there, but he is just laying some laps down. You know, 4/10 faster than anybody else right now with a 56.3. What would have happened if he didn't get in that carnage?
I think we've got to wait here for the pre-finals later today. I mean, I think that's going to be a huge determining factor for Ramos. He's going to have a good starting position, going to be able to get his way up forward. We'll just have to see what he does. All right, they're going to keep going on their way. Here comes a little bit of a look down to the inside. That's the 984 of Angeli getting a move done and fighting back.
Oh! Up on the curb and got a little loose and just went up the track. That was Finnegan Bailiff, I think, was it?
I think
it was
right.
a Burrell Art chassis, so I'm not sure. Or was that Wheeler?
It may have been Wheeler.
It's the 918 of Wheeler.
Oh, that is never what you want to see. You never want to see a cart popping up off the ground like that. Thankfully, everybody was able to get back on all four tires. So no real concerns there. We do have a couple scattered around the parking lot here.
Yeah, McQueen looks like he has this under control right now. Just very comfortable on that cart. Good lines. Laying down some good lap times over and over again. I don't know if Eisenbart has anything for him.
I don't think so.
Not with 2 laps to go.
No.
Oh, no. I think we lost Ramos.
Oh, did he have an issue?
Yeah.
Yeah, and you were right. That was Wheeler that we saw popped up into the air like that.
Yeah, that was an unfortunate, good move. The issue is you get up on that curb so much, you lose that tire patch.
Yep.
And you get on that chassis on the curb, and it just slides down. And, as a racer, you don't want to give him too much room, but you got to give him enough to be able to try to be etiquette.
Yeah.
And he just slid over and got into it. So, unfortunate racing decision. I don't know if there's going to be a penalty on that one or not. We'll find out, but I think the penalty is he dropped several spots.
Yeah, I think you're right about that. We check back in on this battle for the final podium position. Ali Bai continues to lead, but it looks like Louis Westover really starting to put in a charge. And a big move down to the inside for the 916 cart. Westover gets it done. Garzone's not done with it either. He's going to take another look as he tries to come down and attack on Rahim Ali Bai. All right, here they come back down the back straightaway right now. That is Westover leading that pack in that final
Garzone with a late break pass.
Nicely
Beautifully done from the young man.
Very, very nicely done. I'm going to be interested to see what Olin Ghali's going to be able to do in that red cart and red suit. There you see him in that 964. Yeah. He's going to be right on the back of Ali Bai. He's going to take a look to the outside lane. Maybe a little bit of a love tap there between Ali Bai and Garzone. Trying to run the outside comes Ghali. Here he goes. I think I'm going to see him move down to the inside. No, that's going to be Ali Bai looking for it. Looking for the crossover here now is Ghali. Nicely done, but that's going to put him on the outside of 5.
Do the over-under there. Does he get enough momentum to get up? Here's where we've been seeing the passing today right here. Is he going to be able to get him just loose enough to get underneath him? And no, he is not.
Not quite yet, and this is the final lap, so if Ghali's got to get this done, he's got to get it done now. Glances behind for Garzone. Defensive line down into turn 9.
Yeah, defensive for Garzone and defensive for Ali Bai, too.
Ghali not quite able to get it into 10. Jumps over the curb. Your winner, Caden McQueen, over Alan Eisenbart. Louis Westover will come home third. Garzone holds out. Then it's Ali Bai, Ghali, Bailiff, and Shimbashi, excuse me.
And then Gavin Bailiff. So good finish for those guys on the new chassis at the Burrell Arts that they've been, I did a good interview with Gavin earlier today that we'll air here in a little bit, but interesting to hear his thoughts on changing chassis and also just running the 2 different engine packages and tire packages.
Yeah, no, and that's one of the things that these drivers really do have to take into consideration quite often is those multiple packages. But fantastic run here. Caden McQueen, dominant performance up at the front, but Eisenbart fought well. And what a battle with Westover, Garzon, Ali Bai, Gali.
Yep.
Just incredible stuff to be able to see.
Yeah, absolutely. Fantastic race.
All right, we've got a couple more carts to pick up here at this point, so we're going to take
Ramos right there.
Yeah, that's Ramos. That answers that question. We're going to take one more commercial break, and then we will be back with you for VLR Junior, powered by RPG.
27 years ago, Bill Wright began the Florida Winter Tour to break up the slow winter months for karters. And as the word spread, the tour grew. Importers, teams, manufacturers, and drivers alike all came to Florida to prepare for the upcoming season. One weekend became two, and the fun became serious fun. Since then, the karting season has started with the Florida Winter Tour, where teams compete to establish dominance for the coming summer. Drivers from all over the world look to make their name and leave their mark on the national scene, much like Pato Award, Enzo Fittipaldi, and others have done in Florida Winter Tours of the past. The original Florida Winter Tour, the series that made karting a year-round sport in North America and where tomorrow's superstar drivers are discovered. 27 years later, you can still go karting and have some serious fun. Are you ready to join the action?
All right, welcome back. We've still got a few more karts out on the track getting picked up. As you can imagine there, with that many karts, it was a little bit crazy out on the circuit. But we are ready for the final heat race of the weekend. That's going to be the ROK VLR Junior category, powered by RPG. Again, a very, very large number of karts that make their way out onto the circuit. Going to make things a little bit chaotic, but a whole lot of fun.
Oh, yeah. I think we saw some great racing in the second heat race earlier in the morning. Everyone was back on dries. No surprises there, though.
Yeah, no surprises there. And this is, of course, going to lead us right into our pre-finals, which should be getting going at about 2:30, we believe, if things are on. We're still, call it about 10 minutes off schedule here at this point. So trying to catch back up the best we can. And obviously these races have been shortened, so that has changed things around a little bit more. But we are getting ready to make our way back out onto the circuit once those karts get taken back in. And it's just going to be more fantastic racing from this ROK Cup Florida Winter Tour here on January 18th down at the Orlando Kart Center. We're very, very happy that you are here with us. And here come the juniors making their way down onto the track as we get ready to go racing once more. All right, everybody making their way around here. Again, just taking a little time to warm up those tires, warm up everything on those karts, make sure it's all working to perfect effect and aplomb. Don't have any of those problems. Looks like we had a little bit of a break in the drivers coming out onto the circuit. That may present a little bit of a problem here. Wouldn't be surprised if we maybe get a delayed start as a result of it, but hopefully we won't have that happen. All right, as we have a little conversation behind the scenes here, looks like the majority of the field is getting racked up and stacked up. We get a little bit spaced out here as a result of some of the way these carts were let out of the pits. Here they go. Here we see.
Yeah, not much to say right now.
Trying to fill some airtime here, folks. And
This is always the vamp time.
yeah.
But
It's,
Vanchev going to lead the way. Truchot there as well. Waved off start.
You called it. One
Waved
lap,
off
yeah.
start. Yeah.
weren't lined up.
Yeah. Well, and there was a, as we said earlier, there was a big break in the proceedings as they were let out of pit lane, and so that kind of caused that to happen. So not surprised by that whatsoever. Much rather lose a little bit of time here, get back into it, and get a good start rather than have one lost a little bit as a result of just miscommunication.
Yeah,
sounds like.
absolutely. And I tell you what I'm excited to watch here is I'm really looking forward to see what Kwiatkowski can do. He was on a roll at the end of that second heat race and really closed down on Kennedy. Fresh set tires, not fresh set tires, but, fresh set here. Let's go. Get on the track. Maybe not get that gap so much because he closed down a significant gap that Kennedy had over him. So it's going to be interesting to see, what kind of changes did they make to that chassis? Was it just air pressure or was it gear? What kind of things is he going to do to make that chassis maybe just take off a little bit faster during the race heat?
Yeah, we'll have to see exactly what he does as they come around right now. Everybody looking like they're in line here at this point.
Yeah, and I tell you, as the weekend's progressing, I'm starting to see, and Kwiatkowski's on this, but I'm starting to see those Burrell Arts move forward. They're figuring something out. All the teams talk to each other through PSLR, and they're figuring something out with these carts and these tire package.
Yeah, they certainly are. All right, here we go. Coming back around, that's a much more neat and orderly way to get going. As they make their way into the acceleration zone, green flag in the air. We are racing one last time in the heats. Here they come down into turn one. Everybody's clean through turn one. Did they make it through turn two cleanly? It looks like they did. Up in the front, it is Vanchev leading the way over Truchot. Steinbruck trying to hold out as well. 2-3 wide coming down into turn four. Looks like, a little bit of contact in the back. Couple of carts spun around on the outside of the corner.
I was going to say that was almost a perfect start.
Almost.
Almost.
Yeah. As they would say, missed it by that much.
Yep.
But now here as they come back out onto the main straight, or on the back straightaway rather, a couple of fan outs there from behind. Trying to sort themselves out a little bit, get themselves ahead. That 806 doing a great job of Vanchev holding off any attacks here on the 825, not too far behind them. That's Steinbruck who's been able to gain a position over Truchot on the start. Somebody off out and into the grass. Truchot in third, a little bit of a breakaway for those top three.
Yeah, and it's nice to see three different chassis manufacturers, 1, 2, 3 right now. I'll keep harping on that a little bit, but it's great for the sport. Seeing what we have there. We've got the RPG, Tony Kart, and we have the Orsolon, and we have the Paralympic. Like, as someone who's coming into the industry, there just isn't one dominant chassis you can pick. You can go out there and have your choice and try to find the best deal that you can, and have a competitive chassis.
Yeah, and that's exactly what you want. That's really and truly the goal when you talk about parity and engine parity. Starting to get a little bit of a gap here is Vanchev. Steinberg trying to close in behind. Truchot not too far behind as well. Looks like Kwiatkowski had a little bit of a rough lap. He's going to drop down as Gutierrez will take up that fourth position in the trailing spot. We're going to jump back to that battle for fourth, fifth, and sixth as it looked like Salamau able to send a move there on Gutierrez. Kennedy going to hold him third. Kennedy going to hold in 6th. That's 3rd in line as they work their way through the corner. A couple of differing lines through turn 6. That's a little bit of what we saw yesterday. Not surprised by that now that the track has dried out, although those marbles on the outside of it certainly make things a little bit more difficult.
Yeah, as those Levantos start gripping up and start peeling off, it's definitely laying some marbles off of the track line. So makes it interesting, especially when people are going down to defend some lines. They're getting in some dirty track.
Yeah, and obviously those marbles, not only do you skitter across them just because you don't have the grip, but they also get onto the tires themselves and clog them up a little bit with that flag. So Salamau leads Gutierrez in this battle for P4. Then it's Kennedy and Katowski. They come down side by side in that battle for the lead of it. Oh, crossover. Nice little moves there from Salamau and Gutierrez. As it looks like there, it is going to be Salamau leading the way coming down into it. Battle for 2nd right now, Steinbrook and Truchot. That's the 800 of Truchot in the lead of that. He's in P2, the 825 of Steinbrook, now back in 3rd. Going to try to catch up to Truchot, or maybe just tuck in behind and see if he can give a little bit of a bump and catch up to Vanchev, who is now, looks like as they cross over, 1.2 seconds up the road.
Yeah, and just set purple as well. So, I don't think battling each other is the way to go right here, if your hopes is to catch Vanchev.
No, I don't think it is either, but tell a driver not to race and try not to get that position, and you might as well tell water not to be wet.
Yeah, that's 100% true.
Well, here they go. Down into turn 6, trying to be able to hold that as much as possible. The 800 of Truchot. Looking like he's starting to stretch an advantage here, but not able to close it down on Vanchev up in front of him. Yeah, indeed, that gap looks like it is growing by the minute. Vanchev just absolutely dominant, as we've seen him a couple of times this weekend.
Yeah, he's got the RPG machine just sitting on the rails right now. The whole weekend, he's had that cart dialed in, figuring out what the chassis is going to do, and making the necessary adjustments to the changing track conditions.
Checking back in on the battle for P4, Salamau, Gutierrez, Katowski. They've separated themselves a little bit from Valentino Manta, Julian Rivera, and Drew Jensen behind them. Throw Edward Kennedy into that mix too.
Yeah, and I don't see Katowski staying too patient back there in the back of that pack.
I don't either. I think Nico's going to start to get a little bit of a move on here. He also set the fastest lap of the race last time of asking, so he's got the speed. It's just a matter of trying to find the angle. He's going to try to send the Sarah down over the inside of turn 8.
Got it.
Nicely done.
Yeah, he was the one I said to watch because he was really fast in Heat 2.
He was, and he's got a lot of speed here. That's going to move him up into a top 5 position. The question's going to be is if he can catch and pass Salamau here at this point. Maybe get him a little bit of a run on Steinbrook as that gap is starting to fall. It's down to about 1.7 seconds there or thereabout. Going to jump back up to the battle for P2, Truchot and Steinbrook. This continues to be a little bit electric as Truchot holding off a gap, but not by much over the 825.
Yeah, the great run with Steinbrook right now. He ended up 10th in the heat before this. Obviously have made the correct changes to that cart to give him the pace that he needs. And he's right there with the top 3 guys. Very impressive run so far.
Yeah, very, very impressive run. The question is it going to be here for Steinbrook if he can just get this pass done? It looks like he's got the speed. It's just a question of whether or not he's got the ability to get on by. Jumping back again. This is that battle.
Took the pass on Gutierrez, correct?
Yeah, that's Katowski up into P4. Now he's going to be the one leading. Salamau in P5. Gutierrez P6. Gutierrez losing out there. As a result of it. Oh! I thought Salamau was going to go right into the back of Katowski.
Yeah, he was either forgot to hit the brakes or was just really trying to send it deep.
Well, call it one way or call it the other. It's very, very close. As we've got some fans there, you can see willing their drivers on.
Yep, it's fantastic. Let's go, Katowski.
He's got that hustle. Problem is that gap's expanded up to about 2.2 seconds.
Yeah, I don't know if he's fast enough to do it. I don't know, but Vanchev just went purple. I don't think there's anybody going to catch him.
No, I don't think anybody's catching Vanchev, but I don't think Steinbrook's out of the water. All right, we're going to take a little bit of love here to your leader, Alexander Vanchev. Just cruising here at this point. Got a 2.48 second gap. Katowski, though, just set the fastest lap of the race.
Absolutely. And, you know, all the watchers at home, viewers at home, I've mentioned this before, just keep an eye on the hands. Like, really kind of focus on the hands and just watch the minimal motion that he has in that car. And that's when you know that the chassis is just dialed in.
Yeah, and look at that. Has that sense of mind to kind of duck down in the cart, push himself ahead a little bit. It's all really coming together here for Vanchev. He is driving a fantastic race. Stick with him here until he crosses over the line. We'll see just how much he's been able to expand that gap as he comes across here.
Yeah, and I'm kind of curious if Katowski is able to bite into Steinbrook's lead a little bit there over him.
Gap's 2.8. Katowski's been able to bring it down. And it's down to 1.2. Yeah, that's not an insignificant gain.
No, not at all. And then Vanchev just cruising out there by himself.
Yeah.
With the 56.2.
It really is. And he's going to try to see what he can do. We're going to come in here and take a look at Truchot and Steinbrook. There's Katowski in the background. That battle's fizzled a little bit as it looks like Steinbrook doesn't quite have enough to close on in. It'll be 3 to go at the line for these drivers.
Yeah, and it looks like, Katowski got around Gutierrez, but kind of kept him in tow.
Yeah. Kind of kept him in tow here. He's not letting him get off. And then this could be a situation where Gutierrez is holding on to his stuff. He's saving his stuff a little bit, doesn't want to overheat those tires, and he may launch a full-out attack here in these final 2 laps.
Yeah, and I tell you what, you won't be surprised to see is some of the guys in the back of the pack may put the sticker tires on for the pre-final to get that advantage to move all the way up as far as they can get.
That's not crazy. Going to check back on the battle for 4th and 5th here as well. Katowski, there you can see him. Gutierrez not going away, so he's certainly staying in place right now.
Not at all, but I mean, Katowski, again, same situation he had in Heat 2. Came in a little too late in the race.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly, and that was the problem that we really did notice from them.
Yeah, and I don't know if it's him getting settled in as a driver and hitting his marks.
Maybe.
As the race gets on and gets more comfortable in the kart, or if it is just the chassis being set up to come in later in the race, which will benefit him very much so with the longer races that we have coming up.
Yeah, it very much will. And we talk about, those drivers that settle in a little bit more. I'm one of those drivers. I'm a rhythm driver. I need to get in that groove. Yeah, I'm not the best starter in the world. It takes me a minute to get up and going. A couple of karts getting pushed out of the way here, so we will have a little bit of recovery from them. Gutierrez still holding on to the back of Katowski.
Yeah, I thought Katowski would get around him, but, hit that curb and upset his kart quite a bit there, and that allowed Gutierrez to get up on his bumper with the last lap.
Yeah, this battle's not done. White flag in the air. Katowski's got a lot of work to do if he wants to try to catch Steinbrook here. And with Gutierrez pressuring from behind, I'm not sure if that's going to be possible.
Yeah, this is making up for a great pre-final, though.
Yeah, it really is. There's going to be a lot on the line for these drivers. Gutierrez looking.
I mean, these teams, Truchot and Steinbrook and Katowski and Gutierrez, they got to go back to the drawing and figure out what they can do to challenge Vanchev.
Yeah,
that's what you have to do.
Oh, Gutierrez down to the inside, makes the pass, but here comes the crossover. as there is your leader, Alexander Vanchev, coming out of the final corner. He's going to go to the line, and it looks like here that Katowski's been able to hold him off. Vanchev wins, takes the fastest lap of the race in the asking. Truccio, Steinbrook, Katowski, Gutierrez, Salamau.
Fantastic finish right there.
Oh my goodness gracious, I needed an extra set of eyes to be able to watch all of that come on through. That was absolutely wonderful.
Well, and that's supposed to be my job, but I'm sitting here just looking at Vanchev just laying lap after lap and set the fastest lap of the race on the last lap of the race all by himself when he doesn't even have to be pushing.
It's incredible stuff to watch for sure, but that's exactly why we love to go racing with ROK Cup as they go into it. And very good stuff here. But we are, as we said, we've got a little bit of a break here before we come back for the Briggs 206. In the meantime, our very own Jason Ewers went down and talked to a couple people in pit lane about some engines and a little bit of the technical side of this karting experience.
Welcome, Jason Ewers back here with ROK Cup USA. We have Gavin Bailiff here. We thought we'd get a nice little interview with Gavin. With the Trinity Karting Group, you know, I've known you guys for a long time. You know, I'm from the Midwest, from Indiana. You guys are from Ohio, so I see you guys all over the place. And, you know, one thing that shocked me this year was change of chassis brands, and it was late in the season change chassis brands. So kind of wanted to get your input on how a team like you guys completely changed strategies by going with a completely new chassis.
Yeah, there's obviously a lot of work that goes into it back home. I mean, obviously, it's a difficult situation to try and change everything over, but we've got a really good group of guys that is able to do it, and we've got 2 drivers that are also mechanics, me and my brother, and we can develop the chassis at home with the Motorsports Country Club, and we can also work to get it all to happen.
Nice. So I know that what's the affiliation with PSL? Are you guys trading information back and forth this weekend and as of last weekend?
Yeah, it's been a great effort. PSL and I and Trinity, we've been overlaying data and taking our experience and our knowledge and overlaying it with theirs and just getting everyone up to speed really quick. Obviously, it's a really big change to change chassis brands like this, so having the development with them already being on the chassis for so long and just our experience with multiple different brands of chassis, we've been able to get up to pace really quick.
Oh, yeah, there's no doubt in my mind at all. So, you know, let's talk a little about your guys' experience with running the ROK Cup. You know, you guys run a lot of different races. You know, you guys run Stars, you run SCUSA, and you're running ROK Cup. You know, what is it about the VLR packages that you guys really like?
Yeah, it's been so long since we've really raced in a ROK Cup series. ROK Midwest back in 2016 was our first time, our last time doing it. But to be here and racing on the Florida Winter Tour, it's great. The VLR package is awesome. It's so similar to the K100 package that IAME produces, so I think it's really good for drivers to be able to develop in between the 2 chassis and the engines. I think it's great.
I think the question for me is, because you guys ran last weekend and you guys were on MGs, this weekend we're on the Levantos, times are faster. Like yesterday, a couple seconds faster, which is significant. You know, is that tire, is that engine, is it a combination of both?
I think it's definitely a combination of both. I think the VLR package has a little bit more get up and go, and the tire, obviously, I think just is grippy. I mean, it's a solid tire. I really like it.
Yeah, and I never, you know, we have as an option in the Midwest. It's just hard to get people to change tire brands. I mean, it really is. So what do you do differently to your chassis from running 2 different tires?
Really, they're pretty similar. What MG produced this year is a bit softer, so it's easier to get a tune on the kart. But really, the kart, it's just so good. We leave it standard and just tune the drivers to it.
Oh, that's always good to hear. So, hey, I always like to do this, give you a chance to thank some of your sponsors.
Absolutely. Thank you to Trinity Karting Group, Burrell Art, PSL Karting, obviously ROK for putting this event on. It's a great time. Orthopedic Associates for always helping us out, and to everyone involved. It's awesome.
Awesome. Hey, Gavin, I really appreciate it. Good luck for the remainder of the day.
Thank you.
All right. Good. Hey, thank you. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
And welcome back, everybody. We will be back with the racing action here in about 5 minutes at 2:30 with Briggs 206.
All right, welcome back. Jay Ewers here flying solo for the minute as DJ went to go do a bio break. But as we have here, we got the start of our pre-finals, our senior 206 class, where we have just seen complete domination in this class. I mean, we're talking by several seconds, 14, 15 seconds. We don't know if anybody has anything for Admonson, but we'll see if anybody made the necessary changes in between the Heat 3 race and the pre-final. So, oh, there's my pretty facing up there. But, you know, it's exciting to see the 206 class here on the Levanto 6-inch tire. Great consistency with these tires. 206 motors, just a bulletproof motor for these guys. A great entry-level package for people who really want to get into racing at an affordable price. Really the way to go. One thing I noticed, and you're just coming back in, DJ, is the wind's picking up out there.
Yeah, it is. The wind is definitely picking up a little bit. Now, it's not going to be as major necessarily as if we were racing a Formula-style car or anything like that, but definitely going to be a factor for a bunch of these drivers. Love that. They're waiting for one of their competitors who was a little bit slow coming out and around to come back in. Love to see that. The question here for all of this.
Who has something for Admonson?
Yeah, exactly. Exactly.
I mean, that guy has just been on cruise control since yesterday. We will see.
We will see indeed. And a reminder here that these sessions will be 10 minutes plus 2 laps. Again, because of the slowdown this morning, everything kind of changing around a little bit for that. So it's 10 minutes plus 2 laps here for this point. They're going to enter on into the grid. Oh, excuse me. It will be 12 minutes. We are back on schedule here at this point, so it will be 12 minutes. That's my bad. As they enter into the acceleration zone, and there we get going. And what a surprise. That's Amundsen out into the lead of the race, working his way up here at this point, and you know exactly what he is going to do from there on out.
Yeah, pretty familiar territory for him.
He's going to start cruising away. Nice little battle. Second place. That looks like Philippe and King.
Got a good run there. King got a great run off of 5.
Ooh, he's going to take a little bit of a peek down into turn 8. That's not going to play itself out. So he's going to be back on here. There's that little duck under for Eric King. They continue to try to push here. Amundsen just out into the lead of this race.
Yeah, and you just look at the sector times, too. He's just so much faster in every sector.
Yeah, I mean, he's dominant. There is no other way to put it. He is the absolute dominant force here in this series. In the Briggs 206s.
Or 205.
Or 205. Exactly.
210, 220.
Something like that. Yeah. But there they go. This battle for P2 really where it's at right now. Oh, I think there was the he looked to the left. He looked to the left over
Finally,
his left shoulder.
He's looking at me up here going, hey, look, I'm going to look at the left.
Right, but now it's side by side between Philippe and Maurice, trying to sand that out a little bit. Looks like Sam Philippe is going to be able to hold on to it. But Maurice is now going to charge back on him. And down through turn 6, it looks like Philippe holds it firm. Through turn 8. Was a little bit of side to side. And now that's really allowing for Riley McDill to catch up to this battle.
Yeah, it's great. They've been kind of quiet with this 206. Haven't seen a lot of battling. It's going to be exciting to see a little bit of battle going on here. And there's your favorite color right there.
Yeah, the Leighton House teal. Love to see that. They're going to get up into it. McDill going to try to make a little bit of a run here. But it looks like under throttle, Maurice is going to be able to start pulling away a little bit. But McDill starting to threaten from behind.
Yeah, that just allows Philippe just to check a little bit. You know, as you have a cart comes behind you, as you can see, Maurice is just being a little bit defensive there, which is allowing McDill to really catch up and ride that back bumper.
Yeah. really starting to, and it's going to be interesting to see how McDill is able to take advantage of this. We've seen a lot of hopping there on the cars as they try to get them up to speed a little bit, and it hasn't necessarily played out. Now look to the inside here for Maurice, side by side with Philippe. Contact there. This now opens up the door for McDill.
Yeah, absolutely. Look who's lurking back there behind McDill. You got Gollin just sitting there. Keep battling, boys. I'm coming.
And there's the move from McDill on Stefano Maurice. Now looking behind. Covering off there. What?
Oh! Just the racing incident. I got up on the curb, came across a little bit, looked like. I just don't know how our race directors are going to look at that.
I don't either, because I can make an argument that we haven't really seen anybody go too wide through that corner at any point during the course of this race weekend, and you should probably know better than to do that, so I can see them being a little bit harsher on that type of decision, but nevertheless, contact there that's going to send McDill all the way down the order.
Yeah, and I was excited to see some good. We had some good racing going on there, but towards the end of the race. But of course, right now, Amundsen's just doing what he does.
Dylan Amundsen doing Dylan Amundsen things. Sam Philippe holding on to P2. Oh, we've got a Kart stop to the outside of turn 8. Not sure what happened there. Just saw it come to the stop in the corner of our frame.
Trying to look at the other angles here. I don't see it.
Carter is out. Carter is out, and the Kart is being pushed back to safety. Not sure who that was. We'll figure it out here when they cross over the line. We'll be able to see somebody falling down through the order. It's the 10. That's Maurice. Oh. That was one of the battles we were kind of looking forward to seeing percolate over the course of this, and now Blake Mache up into a good position, up into P5 as a result of that.
I mean, I was sitting there looking at the lap times. I mean, Gollin's not far off from Amundsen's times, like not significantly. So there's no reason why he just can't get up there and just ride that bumper of Amundsen. He just has to get up there.
Yeah, he's just got to get up there. That's the thing. Right.
I mean, he is significantly faster than Philippe Gollin is, so I see that gap closing down with plenty of race time left.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's going to be the battle to keep an eye on. Remember, they're not separated by all that much. Now, Amundsen is out to about 7.29 seconds. We'll wait for that update when they cross over. At this point, I think it's going to be closer to 9. Yeah, 9.5 seconds. That gap, though, between Philippe and Gollin, that's only going to be a single second. So that is certainly closable before everything is said and done.
I mean, look at the lap times. Philippe's running 109. You got Gollin running 107.8.
That's pretty good.
He's going to be on his bumper by the time they come around the checkers or the start-finish line this time.
Yeah, and we're 6 minutes left to go in this race. Thereabouts 5:50 if you want to be technical about it, but very, very good runs.
I tell you right now, though, Abbott's just putting a clinic on that. That TS Racing VLR is just on rails. And I love it. He's a privateer.
Yeah.
He's doing it all on his own. No funding from anybody else except for his own paycheck.
Yeah. And that's, it's the Gutter East culture. It's exactly what racing is all about. It's always what you want to see. Speaking of that battle, though, Gollin right up behind Sam Philippe. We've got ourselves a little battle for the final 2 podium spots.
Oh, absolutely. And I'm going to say probably not this lap. The next lap, Gollin's going to find himself around Philippe.
I think he will as well. He's already started to poke his nose this way and that way, just trying to get into his head a little bit. I like that idea. I like that kind of mental game to play a little bit in that Sodi. You can see him there. Let's see if he's got anything. He's going to take a look to the inside. No, he's going to fall back in the line. Just trying to see if he could get Philippe to bite it.
Just has so much more drive off the corners than what Philippe has. Every corner.
Yeah, he really does. He really is able to just make that run and make it better. It does look like Philippe's able to gain a little bit more ground at top notch, at top speed. But, yeah, coming off of the corner, that's where Philippe really comes alive, or where Gollin comes alive.
Yeah,
you know, like we always say, it's easy to catch someone. It's not easy to pass them.
Yeah.
So, especially if they're running the same line that you are.
Exactly. And, you know, the truth of the matter of this is that if Philippe and Gallen start to battle here, Luca Albanese right behind them, he's going to be involved in this battle too. He's not too far behind, only about 2 seconds, call it 1.9 behind them. He's going to be right involved in this mix as well.
You know how bad I want to make a gummy bear reference with Albanese out there, but it's not clever enough.
There you go. We'll figure out it. We
figure
got
out
another
it.
day. We cut to Jason tonight, just furiously scribbling away in his hotel room,
making him work.
Just trying to find the joke.
Workshopping my evening. That's what I'm doing.
Be down in the bar at 8 o'clock, holding court and trying to do a stand-up set. Yeah, tomorrow morning we'll have a joke for you. Yeah, but speaking of that, Albanese really starting to close in. We right on into this battle.
He's about a gummy worm distance behind
Hey, there we go. He's here till Sunday. Tip your waiters.
Try the veal.
He's going to make that run coming off at turn 12, though.
I can tell you right now who's surprised is Gallen. He's had a very fast cart, and he just can't get around Philippe.
No, he can't. He just can't get the run, can't get it to play.
There it is.
No.
Just couldn't get that run through 3. Oh, here we go. But this is going to open it up for Albanese, and he's going to take them both. Nice pass. Look, and getting that little bit of butt scoot to get that cart moving. Absolutely.
Yeah, you were mentioning that earlier in the weekend that we will be seeing that at different points.
Especially when you shove a cart in like that and you kill that momentum, it kind of just helps get the RPMs of that motor back up as fast as they can get there.
Yeah, and that's kind of one of the things that we don't always think about in these carts. But, yeah, I mean, look at this. There he goes, up into the front, going to lead the way in this pack right now.
A pack of
3
gummy worms?
All
right, I'm done. I get the thumbs down.
Trust me, I've had a lot worse puns. I've worked with Joey Tevin and Joe Peak. If the two of you are listening, feel free to make a pun in comments. But they go down in the corner here into turn 1.
And, I mean, it's just still sitting there. Gallen just behind Philippe. Like he's content to be back there. He's so much faster than he is. And just to sit back there and not be able to make the pass is just so frustrating.
Well, he lifted. It looked like he lifted coming out of turn 4, just eased off the throttle a little bit rather than trying to send it around the outside, just kind of ceding that position over to him. I get the decision-making behind it and trying not to force the issue, but I think at this point in the race, you've got to start making moves.
Yeah, because I believe how you finish in the pre-final is how you start in the final.
Yeah.
So, which, again, every position is going to be helpful here. But, you know, where he's sitting now is 4th. So, what is that? 1, 2, 3. So, the outside row is not the row that we've seen that's been the dominant row.
No. In fact, I would, if I were Albanese, I would almost think about falling back just so as to not lose a position in that final.
Yeah, but you know what, though? We only have 8 carts. And, and realistically, there's only about 5 that are true players right now. So here's I just can't make the move. It's surprising.
I think it's the issue that we kind of pointed out earlier. He's great off of the corner, but his high-end, top-end speed just isn't there to really be able to lock it down, and he's not able to make the move as a result of it.
No, not at all. And it's just, again, respect for the other drivers.
Yeah.
And you know, having the sense of no need to really shove it in. Right now. So might be a different tomorrow in the finals. But good, clean race for all 3 of these gentlemen. And great to see it. But here we go. Does he got the run? There it goes.
He's got it in an unorthodox area down in turn 10, that same place that we saw McDill get into it and have problems earlier. He makes it play. 2 laps to go as signaled by the flagman. 2 laps to go.
And Amundsen is his standard 20-second lead.
Yep. He's cracked the 20-second barrier. We weren't sure if he was going to be able to do that, so there's at least that to check out.
And just 106.6s, so he's got the field covered by a good over a second.
Yeah. Gallon, by the way, looked like for a second there he was going to be under pressure from Philippe coming down into turn 4, but thankfully that, for Gallon, at least thankfully for Gallon, that did not play out. Stick in standard line here. Doesn't look like he's got the chase, got the pace to really close down on Albanese, but we'll see.
Looks like Philippe got a good run off of 8, going into 9 and got the position back.
Yes, he spun
Oh,
out.
Gallon spun out, but Philippe got his position back.
Oh.
You know what, though? They built such a lead that
I mean, they're
didn't lose a position. He lost the 1 to the pass, but that's it. Could have been way worse. It was pack racing.
Yeah, that's Maché and that's McDill right there. The 2 of them farther back in the pack.
They're
That's
just out there for a
5th,
nice
6th.
photo shot.
Exactly.
You know,
running
the
at
2
this
carts
point.
together.
Yeah. And 1 lap to go here for your leader, Dylan Amundsen. Doing
Bringing
a great
that
job.
VLR to victory lane for the pre-final.
Yep.
Obviously, complete demand or command of the final, I'm guessing. Unless bar mechanical issues.
I was going to say, the only thing that can stop him at this point is a mechanical.
Yeah, absolutely.
With the way that he's been running.
And he has a significant, I just noticed, I didn't notice it earlier, he's got a significant amount of lead on his cart.
What's our 206 weight at? 365.
365. I mean, I'm looking at a good 20 to 30 pounds of lead on the back of that seat. So he's not a very stout human.
But he will take victory here in the pre-final. Will Dylan Amundsen. Look at Albanese comes home in P3. San Felipe to round out your podium contending drivers.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, it's good to see a little battle there. A little excitement for this. Again, the 206 classes are just so close. That's why it just blows my mind how dominant Amundsen's been in this class.
Yeah, very, very much so.
And it doesn't look like it's just a little bit every corner. Yeah. He's faster inside. He's faster through the middle. He's faster through the exit. Like, everything.
Yeah, he absolutely has it all together. Really and truly does a great job. It's exactly how you want it to play. It's well done. It's well composed, and it's credit here to Dylan Amundsen.
Oh, absolutely. So with that being finished, we look for our ROK GP Pro. So what we're seeing a little bit different here now is our lineups are based off of finishing points that they got through the through the finals. Not through the finals, but through the heat races. So they're establishing new lineup right now. So you're going to be next to a different guy that you haven't been used to being next to, which is something you need to learn.
Yeah, and that's going to be really interesting to see how they play it out because you're so used to starting next to them. You know what their tendencies are, their idiosyncrasies are, things like that. You're aware of how that is going to play. And now, what are you going to do? How are you going to play it now when you've got to be up against somebody that you weren't, as you said, not used to starting next to?
No, and it's definitely going to be an interesting process of what these gentlemen got to go through and think about how to strategically get through turn 1. To be able to be there for turn 2.
Yep.
To be able to be there for the checkered flag, because this is extremely important because your finishing result here determines where you line up for tomorrow's final.
And tomorrow is all the marbles. Tomorrow is the most points. Tomorrow is where you want to be, and you want that result in the final.
Absolutely. So we're looking at Heat 3. Yeah, no, I'm looking at Heat 3's results that we had for the ROK GP Pro. So, our Dials and Nash. Nash had that roll coming.
Yep.
Something happened beginning of that race, but, definitely had that cart rolling at the end of that. So that's going to be interesting. And he'll be starting on the front row here. So You know, he should have some clean track to go. I don't know if he's going to be inside or outside.
Well, we'll wait for them to cross over the timing and scoring line to get that full update here. It is going to be Nash. It'll be Nash first off. It'll be inside for him, I believe. Angie to the outside, taking clean. Suarez, Diaz. All right, as they come back around, looks like we don't have any big delays there and anybody coming out, so we should get around and right to green shortly. Yeah, that is Blake up in that point position.
Yeah, can't miss that almost blue chrome Nash livery.
Yeah, it's pretty great, isn't it?
Yeah, looks great. I love it. So as they're sitting there scrubbing some heat into those Levanto tires, just trying to get those things up to temp as fast as possible, because you know you're going to have to go deep into one.
Yeah. You're going to have to be aggressive. You're going to have to push. You cannot be messing around, specifically if you're on the outside.
Absolutely. You know, it's almost worth giving up a spot to get to the inside, because it looks like the outside guys are losing 3 to 4 spots.
They're losing 3 to 4 spots, or they're getting thrown out in terms of calamity, in terms of conflict. But here they come down into the start zone. Green flag in the air, and we are racing for the pre-final 4 ROK GP Pro. Big hop at the curb there. It does look like Nash is going to be able to hold on to the lead. As they dive down into turn 4, this could be calamity corner for some, but it looks like they're able to keep things together. Nash going to hold out and hold on to the lead.
Good, clean start. I think everyone realizes this is in a pretty important race.
Yeah.
Like, you need to start as far up as you possibly can. And like we mentioned earlier, the top 10 guys are all so equal to each other that, starting 8th is a lot better than starting 10th.
Yes, exactly. There is definitely a little bit of a gap here when it comes down to it as they get themselves around. Watching here as Nash brings that 234 or 334 on 324. I'll get those numbers right eventually. Yeah. As they come on to the main straightaway. Diaz, Nanji, in the top 3, throw a blanket over him, maybe be covered by it.
Oh, going indeed.
Diaz with a big move. He's got it. Ardiles, excuse me. Tried to make that fancier than it actually was.
I was just letting go with it.
Thank you. There you go. But Ardiles now up into the lead, up into the point. Nanji behind. McQueen has been able to close that gap as well. So McQueen into 4th. As they move their way around, down through turn 12 and back onto the main straightaway.
Yeah, McQueen purple that last lap. He's been up there every single race. Some bad luck here and there, but he's been definitely one of the fastest karts on the track.
Yeah, every
race.
Yeah, and I'm going to be interested to see just how hard he's going to try to push here at this point and get his way in.
And Silverbillis with the lead, but like you said, they are all nose to tail here. There goes Nash, just trying to cool that engine off just a little bit, or removing some of that tape off that radiator. Looks like the same thing for Nanji.
Yeah, I think Nanji just trying to, as you said, get those engine temperatures right where they want to be.
Yeah, is Nash going to get a little payback right here?
Maybe will. Let's see if he tries to send it down to the inside. That's exactly what he does. And Lucas Nanji also going along with it. Nanji trying to see if he can get anything to play.
With that Kart Republic.
Yeah. Diaz.
That McQueen right there going, yeah, okay, let's go. A different line there from McQueen. That comes out the same order they went in. Yeah, I tell you what, turn 4 is going to be
Calamity corner.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's going to be, especially in the finals tomorrow. That's where majority of the passing is going to be happening, and we're not seeing the over/under so much anymore.
We're really not. I'm going to be interested to see if the weather holds up tomorrow. We don't get any rain if it stays rubbing in. But if it's relatively green tomorrow, that could revert a little.
Yeah, and like you said, Mother Nature plays a huge role in this, and I haven't looked at the forecast for tomorrow in a little bit, but last we looked, it doesn't look dry.
No, it does not. So we may have a little bit of wet weather racing tomorrow. Diego starting to lose a little bit of ground here to Blake Nash. Big move to the inside for Caden McQueen.
And got it.
Nicely done for Caden. That's going to be a position over Lucas Nanji.
It's kind of spread out. I think there's a little bit of battle back there with Fuka and Gabriel, but I don't really see much else going on.
All right, we're going to take a look back down to Sabarin, Fuka, and Gabriel, as well as Bouthier. This is going to be the battle for P5. Fuka actually up into P5 over Sabarin. Closer battle here is going to be Bouthier, who sends a move down to the inside of McGabriel. Doesn't just send it, but gets it done.
Yeah, great move. Again, we were just talking about that corner.
Yep.
And it's a great corner because you're going into another slow corner. So you can put the cart in deep and lose your momentum, and you're not going to kill yourself too bad, like trying to stuff it in going into a long straight.
Exactly, and I think that's one of the reasons why we see those passes in turn 9 failing so much, is there is that longer straightaway that leads down into turn 10.
Absolutely. We'll see if Mick can, gather himself here and see if he can get that position back. At least stay on the bumper.
He's losing a little bit of ground here, but
he's pushing. He's tucking. He's pushing.
Yeah, he really is.
Good corner there.
So try to hold on in as much as possible. Down through turn 5. Only about 2. Expands up to about 3-4 car lengths. They come down through 6, 7, and 8 now. Loses a little bit of time there, does McGabriel.
And as we're looking at that, I mean, Blake Nash is just on a heater right now. 53.14, 3/10 faster than the field.
That is impressive from Blake Nash. Has that gap up to 0.8 of a second. Group starting to spread out a little bit here.
Yeah, it was tight there for a little bit. Give it a lap or two, and
they'll come back together.
Yeah, I mean, is that McQueen leading this, or is that?
No, that's Fuka leading.
That's Fuka leading this one.
Yeah,
okay.
The 308. It's Fuka, it's Nanji.
Okay, Nanji's just a little bit faster than the rest of that group, and literally gapping them every single lap.
You know what? I was right the first time. It was Fuka. Yep.
Yeah, it's hard to see from our vantage point and grab these. They're going so fast that it's hard to see the numbers.
Yeah, it really is. It's difficult to be able to try to pinpoint a little bit. It's easier when you're out on the track. To give you a peek behind the scenes, we really don't try to look out the windows here. We do have a view of the track, and we try not to look out the windows. We want to keep you abreast of just what we see in front of us so that we're not calling out something that you can't see and get confused.
Yeah, so we're literally watching the feed that you guys are watching and commentating on it. So, as you can see how fast they're going by, it is difficult to catch the numbers sometimes.
Yeah. Adilas really trying to close on in. Nice little battle there starting to take place between Caden McQueen and Lucas Nanji. That's for third.
I mean, Blake is setting fast laps, but visually our dials looks like he's closing in on him a little bit.
Let's see what they do. Ardiles has closed that gap. Ardiles has taken out about 0.4 of a second on that last lap.
Yeah, Blake had a bad lap there. I don't know if he dropped a tire. He was about a second off. Or maybe the cart's just getting tight.
Well, we've talked about it. Tire pressure is one of the biggest things that can change over the course of the weekend. Maybe they set it up for a little bit of a shorter run, maybe a little bit of higher tire pressures, and now tires are really coming up to temperature. It's coming back to bite them.
Yeah, this is going to make up for a. I mean, he's catching them.
D-List definitely closing in behind that gap as they come through turn 9, down to about 2 or 3 car lengths.
Yeah, that's definitely less than a half a second now.
Yeah.
It's just, is Ardelis going to be patient, or is he just going to pounce and take the lead once he gets there? It's just a matter of time before he gets it right there. Took a tenth off. Yep. Plenty of time left in this race.
See what he does here.
See, Blake's got to know that he's there.
Yeah. I haven't seen Blake cognitively look behind, but you can just kind of tell. You know when somebody's coming up behind you.
You know, as he comes through this hairpin, you always catch him out of the corner of your eye. And as a racer, you kind of constantly mark where they're at.
Yeah.
And then you know I'm either gapping them or they're getting closer to me. And then once they get to a certain distance behind you, your motor actually changes pitch.
Does it really?
Yeah, it's like it harmonizes with their engine and it makes it different. And you're like, I know they're close.
No, it actually makes sense.
Yeah.
Sonically, the rhythm will come together. Yeah.
Yeah, it's weird. It makes a completely different pitch.
That weirdly makes sense to me.
Yeah.
I do follow that.
Yeah, and sim racing, you can hear it on sim racing too when a car comes in behind you.
Yeah. Even with my new favorite feature on iRacing, which is that you can mimic earplugs on the helmet.
Oh, I haven't seen that. Really?
Yeah, you can actually mimic it so it's not just that full-blown, like you're standing next to the car sound.
Yeah.
It actually sounds like you have a helmet.
Oh, that's a neat feature.
Yeah, it's
Absolutely.
really nice.
Do you have Chris Wheeler as your spotter like I do? You know he's on there, right?
Yes, I do.
Yeah. Wheeler's my spotter.
Love it.
Just can't get enough of that beautiful voice.
The beautiful melody. Back to the pre-final here for ROK GP Pro. Nash has grown the gap a little bit.
Yeah, Ardelis looks like he maybe cooked his tires, but Nash just got a little square, like you like to say, slideways there. Or again, Nash could have just been like, all right, I got to start putting some heat in now.
Yeah. Could be it as well. You never know. This will be close on the final lap. I think we may have 3 to go at the line. Yeah, we will have 3 to go at the line. 20 seconds left on the clock there or thereabouts as they crossed over. Nash able to grow that gap again up to about 9/10 of a second.
Yeah, it feels kind of spread out. I mean, we thought Ardelis was going to have something for Nash. That didn't turn out to anything.
No, just didn't quite close it in.
Nanji's out there on an island by himself. McQueen's in an island by himself. You got Fuka and yeah, everyone's just sitting there. And remember, most of these people are on the tires they've been running since Friday. Right. Since yesterday. So when the final comes tomorrow, they're going to all be on brand new fresh stuff.
Exactly. And that's going to change things around a lot. Here comes Nash to the line. 2 to go at the line. Gap remains relatively stationary at 94 hundredths.
Good run by Blake. Good to see that. Good for the Nash team. Maybe take this information on this track, take it back to the team, and see if they can implement that on the other carts that maybe are struggling a little bit.
Yeah, maybe.
Because Blake's definitely figured something out.
Yeah, he certainly has. He's got this on lock, and he's really had this on lock the majority of the weekend. Little look behind at Ardelis. It looks like he is just in total control here. I think that gap has expanded over a full second. White flag in the air. Indeed, 1.14, the gap between Blake Nash and Diego Ardiles.
Yeah, he's definitely got that car going. You know, he's got his ROK motor tuned in just great. I mean, if anybody's noticed this, there's the VLR engine, which is an air-cooled 100cc engine. And these are the ROK 125 water-cooled engines, more displacement, faster engine. Definitely the upper level of this type of racing, these 125 single-speed engines. But 160 VLR, we have 43 entries. I mean, that's definitely where everyone wants to go. It's the competitiveness and the quality of engine packages is just phenomenal.
Yeah, it certainly is. And the engine has been phenomenal here. If you are Blake Nash, who comes across the line to take victory in the ROK GP Pro Final, pre-final, ROK GP Pro pre-final.
That's a tongue twister.
That's a lot of P's.
Yeah, you know what fix that?
There you go. Maybe that's my trick. Diego Ardiles just not quite able to close that down. Nanji, McQueen, Fuka, your top 5. Good race there. It got a little bit spread out. We're going to take a quick break away from you here, pay the bills for a second before we come back and get ready to go for the ROK GP Junior, presented by PSL Racing.
27 years ago, Bill Wright began the Florida Winter Tour to break up the slow winter months for karters. And as the word spread, the tour grew. Importers, teams, manufacturers, and drivers alike all came to Florida to prepare for the upcoming season. One weekend became 2, and the fun became serious fun. Since then, the karting season has started with the Florida Winter Tour, where teams compete to establish dominance for the coming summer. Drivers from all over the world look to make their name and leave their mark on the national scene, much like Pato O'Ward, Enzo Fittipaldi, and others have done in Florida Winter Tours of the past. The original Florida Winter Tour, the series that made karting a year-round sport in North America and where tomorrow's superstar drivers are discovered. 27 years later, you can still go karting and have some serious fun. Are you ready to join the action?
Welcome back to the ROK Cup Florida Winter Tour. We're ready for ROK GP Junior, powered by PSL Racing. In about 2 minutes' time, we're just going to hold on these pretty little pictures here for a second and rest our voices. We've been talking a lot today, so just give us a quick second. Kart's headed out on track for the ROK GP Junior category, powered by PSL Racing. A lot of smoke coming up there as they make their way around. This will be another good category. We've seen some good battling taking place all the way up and down through the field. And I believe here that Sarah Bradley going to be leading off in this category. Truchot behind her, Medeiros, Ramahilo, Dupuis, Cariotti. Question's going to be is who's going to be able to hold on to it. Sarah's been good. She hasn't been in winning form. She hasn't won a heat race, but she has been awfully consistent. Now, starting off in that pole position, is that going to give her a little bit of an advantage? Well, time will tell. Junior. Everybody getting their way around right now. Just throw timing up whenever we get it, if you don't mind. You're okay. All right, here as they go, making their way back around. 25 or so karts. Forming their way onto the main grid. Here they go. Sarah Bradley, Alessandro Truchot into the acceleration zone. Good start, good getaway. We're running. And Truchot tries to be able to fight around the outside. Very, very congested going down into turn one, but everybody through cleanly. Sarah Bradley's got the lead. The 207 almost a spin in the back there. It looks like Medeiros has been able to get the move on Truchot as they come down into the corner. So it's Bradley leading from Medeiros, leading from Truchot. Coming on to the back straightaway through Junkyard Corner. Somebody hopping, skipping, and jumping over the grass there. As they come down to the braking zone for turn 9. Oh, bad run. That's going to force out Karts wide. They try to gather everything back up underneath them, and it's not necessarily going to play out the way that they anticipated. There, as we see, Bradley up into the lead. Medeiros, Truchot, Ramahalo, Dupuis, Marsha up there. Oh, almost a little bit of a squiggle there for Truchot in that purple cart. They're trying to take a little bit of a line. We're too wide farther back in the field. They try to get themselves together, get themselves sorted. Bradley controlling the pace. We watch that battle for P3. Truchot trying to fend off an attack from Ramahalo. Ramahalo eyeing a move down into turn 9. A little bit defensive there from Truchot, but that's not enough to play it out. Here they go. Oh, Truchot getting crossed over there by Ramahalo. Truchot up into second to Queen, Medeiros, Venchev. Sarah Bradley continues to lead and set the pace. Big hop, skip, and a jump there. 207, Medeiros jumps up into P2 ahead of the 217 of Truchot. And behind them, that's the 241 of Dupuis. So that is your top 4. Bradley just running in her own zip code here at this point.
Yeah, I'm just getting back. What did I miss?
A little bit of a chaotic start, not too bad, but Sarah Bradley just seizing this bull by the horns and running with it here at the beginning of this pre-final for the ROK GP Junior.
Yeah, they found something in between the heat race and this pre-final, obviously, because she is just setting purple after purple significantly faster than the rest of them.
Yeah, it's really impressive here for her. Taking a look down to the inside there. Trusho tries to go for the move, and that 217 on Medeiros. Medeiros gets the fight back. There's that crossover that we talked about that we haven't been seeing all that often. Well, Trusho says, I can do it, and Medeiros says, I can do it better. There you see everybody ducking down, trying to get that together. Cameron Marsha trying to close down on Dupuis to get involved in that battle for P3.
Yeah, Sarah Bradley's speed concept is just humming along.
Yeah, that's almost a 4-second gap, call it 3.6, as she's going to cross over the line here momentarily. We'll get an updated gap. I think it's going to be bigger than that. 4.5 for Sarah Bradley. She is on fire.
Not even that. Just look at that. 9/10 faster than the rest of the field. There's no way Medeiros can catch her when she's that much faster.
Yeah, I mean, especially considering under 8 minutes left to go, she's just got to keep her head down and keep pushing here.
Yeah, she's got enough gap now to where I don't think it's possible to catch, especially when you're showing Medeiros is in the battle.
Right, and now this battle has shifted back a little bit as Medeiros and Trusho are up into a little couplet unto themselves. Dupuis falling back. Vanchev starting to close. Edward Kennedy, Martin Sa. That's a name we haven't called today.
Yeah, this one we
also
haven't heard very much. Absolutely. Good to see that. Looks like, I mean, Ramahalo was fast earlier. What is he down now? 8 spots, I believe?
He started up farther in the field, farther towards the pointy end. I think he just got shuffled out and down. He's running in 11th at the moment. Keep our eyes fixed on this battle for P2. Vanchev now has been able to get by Dupuis. And he's coming on like a train with a full head of steam. Trying to close down on Trusho and Medeiros. Bradley's got the gap up to 4.8.
Kind of staying consistent right there. You can see the rubber just starting to build on the track to the race line. Every class that goes out there gets a little darker, a little thicker, a little driftier.
Exactly. Oh, thought about a little bit of a move there for Trusho, but decided against it. There they go, onto the main straightaway here. That duck down for Trusho as he tries to just minimize the drag as much as possible.
There we go. Vanchev just set the fastest lap of the race. Sarah must have had her cart set up for an early run. Because now it seems like she's kind of leveled off and now everyone else is kind of starting to catch her pace.
Again, maybe some higher tire pressures could be the way to get it. Hit that operating window a little bit more aggressive, a little bit earlier on.
But my guess is Sarah is a very smart racer. She understands she has a 4.5-second gap.
Yeah.
No need to sit there and try to crush fast lap after lap.
No, you do that, you're just going to run the risk of putting yourself into an error and run yourself into a problem.
Absolutely.
Right, there they come. A flag in the air on the opposite side of the track.
And you're slowly starting to see Vanchev in that couplet right there.
Yeah, he's starting to close on in. The other story for me is Dupuis, Kennedy, Sa, Alencar. Alencar's actually been able to make a move and jump up into 5th. But look at that. They're about 6 seconds back from this battle. That is huge.
Yeah, but I'm looking at that group itself. That's a significant amount of karts together.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm looking at the timing scoring right now, and it is all the way from, if you're looking at Kenneth Dupuis, Alencar, all the way down to, you know,
Landry and 13th.
Shermer. Yeah, I'm even looking at 18, like Shermer and all that. Like,
yeah, Quijano, Elefante's in that.
Elefante, a little bit of gap there with Elefante, but I mean, it is nose to tail, that whole group. I don't even know what you call that. Not a gag.
I don't know. I tried to come up with a witty comment that just absolutely escaped me.
I was trying to think something, you know, on the lines of gummy bears, but
yeah.
I've worn that one out.
Yeah, there you go. Here is that battle, though. Dupuis back up into the lead of it. The Alencar not too far behind. Kennedy, Ramahalo. Very defensive line coming down into turn 4. They're going to be able to hold it out. and run single file through 5, but it just takes one cart getting out of line, and I think everybody's going to go for it. Looks like Kennedy tried to have a move into 6, but that didn't play out. That allowed for Ramahalo to catch back up a little bit more.
No, and I tell you what, this is what I'm normally seeing in this type of racing. Not someone checking out to a 4.3 second lead.
Yeah.
Some track, cart's going off track right there. Hopefully no damage is done to the tires.
Yeah, kicking up a little bit of dirt. That's not what you want to see. That's going to spray back across the track and make things a little bit more slippery than they are. Now a little bit of a trip tech breakaway here. Qui, Dowling, Carr, and Kennedy starting to separate away. Martin Saw, and now Asen Dramalev. That's a name we haven't called today.
No, but obviously, the teams that were in the back of the pack in the the heat races have been working on these carts, and obviously making the names that we're announcing now that we haven't announced much throughout the weekend. They're making the right changes. They're going in the right direction.
Very much are. And there we go. That's the battle now for 2 and 3. Medeiros and Truchot. Vanchev looks like that progress is stalled a little bit, as been their progress in trying to catch Sarah Bradley.
Yeah, I think everyone's just kind of settled in right now. There's a little over 2.5 minutes left to go in this race, so you just kind of cool your tires down a little bit for that last 2-lap push.
Seen a little bit of slideways action coming through the corners.
I mean, this race between Depew, Kennedy, Dowling, Carr, Saw, Dramalev, Katowski, that's tight.
Yeah, it is absolutely insane.
Oh, big Herb Cop there. Curb hop. Hop curb.
No, I gotcha.
It's a long day, folks. Been on the mic a long time.
Vanchev sets the fastest lap of the race the last time of asking. It's a good run for him. Maybe be able to close him down a little bit more. Interesting, Bradley actually has completely normalized that gap. It maintained at 4.14 2 laps in a row.
Which I believe you'll be doing an interview with Sarah.
At some point.
At some point, yeah. We're just trying to find some time with that. She, like we've talked about a few times, she was one of the winners of the F4 scholarship, so we'd like to get her input and her thoughts and her experiences.
Yeah. Here they go.
But I think it's a couple laps until Truchot gets some experience of Vanchev on that back bumper.
I think that's right, but that's not to say if Truchot can't get the move done there on Medeiros, which he does. Vanchev takes up the position as well. There you see Vanchev urging that cart forward, trying to push it ahead. New order, Truchot second, Vanchev third, Medeiros shuffled back down to fourth.
Vanchev didn't even hesitate.
Nope, saw that door
lift
open
and just
went.
took it.
Yeah, absolutely sent it on that one. 35 seconds left on the clock. Got a couple of yellows out on track. Kart's having some problems.
It looks like they're going to get 2 to go.
Maybe a little close, because remember, Bradley's about 5 seconds up the road from this.
No, 3 laps to go.
All right.
And that's good for Vanchev. He's thinking, thank you.
Yeah, that gives him an extra lap to play with to try to catch down to Alessandro Truchot.
Oh! With a 292.
That's in turn 9. That's Katowski.
It's got to be Saw. That's that pack that was so close together. And,
yeah.
As much as we love to see that pack racing, incidences like that is not uncommon.
No, it's not. You're completely right about that. You start running all together bunched up like that, and you're going to have an incident sooner or later. It's just a matter of the severity of it.
Yeah, I didn't see the other cart numbers that were involved in that incident. Was that going into 8?
I think it was 9, actually.
It was 9.
because I saw a Kart limping away from there. 2 laps to go at the line. Saw a Kart limping away from there, and I saw a driver out of the Kart on that angle at turn 9, so I believe that's where that was. Trusho doing a great job here withstanding this pressure from Vanchev.
Yep.
Not letting it get to him, not letting it fluster him.
Yeah, Sarah's definitely just kind of coasting right now.
Yeah.
No reason to put herself in any harm's way. Got a nice almost 4-second lead with a lap to go.
All right, here they keep going. Coming to the white flag at this point, Sarah Bradley has crossed over the line as of now. The gap, 3.2 seconds. Again, Sarah just managing that. Trusho, Vanchev, Medeiros, the battle that we watch, although Medeiros has kind of fallen off the back.
Trying to see who else out of that group. Katowski fell off.
Quijano. No, Quijano was involved in that. It looks Quijano, excuse me. All right. As they come through these last flick of corners here, Sarah Bradley about to complete lap 16 and take victory in the ROK GP Junior pre-final. Trusho, Vanchev, Medeiros crosses the line and sets the fastest lap along the way.
Yeah, I mean, a little bit of surprise there with Bradley. Like, she's been up front, but not dominant like she was in this event. So they figured some things out, you know. I'm sure that she has more in that cart than what's there. No need to push it.
Yeah, no need to push it. And remember, tomorrow on the sticker tires, you could be able to go a little bit faster. Some drivers respond a little bit better to those stickers. Some drivers don't. We'll have to see how she does. What we were saying before you came in, Sarah hadn't been in winning form up to this point in the event, but she had been in consistent good form.
Top fives.
Yeah.
It's what you need to do to collect those points. Just get the finishes.
Yep.
A DNF kills you.
Yep.
So, you know, get those points, get in, get good position. She's going to be starting pole for the final. It's her race to win.
Yeah. And we've seen that inside line off of the start is an incredible boon to the rest of the field. So good running there for her. We're going to go ahead and take another quick break. We've got a little bit of a parking lot out there to clean up, so we're going to take a break away from the microphones. We'll be back with you shortly.
27 years ago, Bill Wright began the Florida Winter Tour to break up the slow winter months for karters. And as the word spread, the tour grew. Importers, teams, manufacturers, and drivers alike all came to Florida to prepare for the upcoming season. One weekend became 2, and the fun became serious fun. Since then, the karting season has started with the Florida Winter Tour, where teams compete to establish dominance for the coming summer. Drivers from all over the world look to make their name and leave their mark on the national scene, much like Pato O'Ward, Enzo Fittipaldi, and others have done in Florida Winter Tours of the past. The original Florida Winter Tour, the series that made karting a year-round sport in North America, and where tomorrow's superstar drivers are discovered. 27 years later, you can still go karting and have some serious fun. Are you ready to join the action?
right, as we get back in and ready to go, the ROK Micro Division headed out on track, powered by Orsilon Racing. Some of the smaller karts that we have, indeed the smallest karts that we have, headed out onto the track. This one for 7 to 10-year-olds. Weight's about 230 pounds. It's a ROK Mini engine with a restrictor on it in fixed gear ratios. So one of the more restrictive categories that we have, but that has not been in any way a detriment to the racing we have seen today.
Oh, not at all. This has by far been, to me, this is pro-level racing by kids 7 to 10 years old. I mean, just had not an issue at all with any of these races. You know, they line up on time. They get in good, clean starts. Not hardly any carnage off the starts. You know, and we said that. Just a great way to start your racing career and build it up through the ladder.
Yeah, it's absolutely fantastic, and it has been exemplary to see these drivers practicing good driving habits and really get everything exactly where we want it to be. And like we said, it's been some of the best racing we've seen all weekend long. Side-by-side, close racing, good heads-up driving. It's been a real treat.
Yeah, I mean, Westbrook and Nario have just been all over the place. And, you know, Cam Becker had a top 3, finished 3rd in the earlier race today. So that's a name that we haven't spoke too much about. So he's definitely someone to look for. You know, we talked about that earlier. You know, these drivers that we don't talk about much throughout the week. Then we start talking about them in the pre-finals and then in the finals because they are getting their karts dialed in and responding to the track conditions.
Yeah, exactly, and that's really the way that you want to see it. You want to come alive. It's the same thing. I'm going to translate it back to Indiana speak. It's March Madness. You want to get hot by a Big Ten championship season. That's when you want to get up and going. If only the Hoosiers could learn how to do that.
Much like what Ohio State's doing right now.
There you go.
They're on fire. So, well, you know, I brought this question up to you earlier. If you're in the back of the field and you need to get a good starting spot, do you put your sticker tires on?
I think it's worth a shot.
I mean, you have nothing to lose.
Yeah. If you're starting in the back of the field, try to give yourself any advantage to get yourself up in front. We've seen what you can do, and particularly make sure you try to end your day in an odd-numbered position because that is the way to get safely through that first corner.
Absolutely.
All right, onto the grid right now we go. It's Nario and Medeiros ready to run. And we are racing once more. A little bit of a slow getaway. It's actually the outside line that gets the good run. Here they come down into the first corner, steaming their way on through. Let's see if everybody gets through cleanly. It does indeed look like they did.
And that may be, could be a start penalty on Nario there because he kind of went out of his line. So I'm not sure how they're going to look at that.
Yeah, we didn't wave off the start, I can tell you that.
No, they would just give a start penalty. I'm not sure. Again, it just depends how they want to look at it.
All right. Well, we'll keep you abreast of that if we hear anything. This is a 10-minute plus 2-lap event, by the way.
This is a familiar sight.
Yeah.
You know, the two Orsilon karts just kind of doing their thing. And then a couple laps later, you're going to see those two Bennett karts just close up together. Actually, we have 3 Bennetts together now. And let's check who it is as they go across start-finish line.
Yeah, that's Nario and Medeiros up at the front of the field here. We'll get an idea of what those Bennett karts are, that 3-4-5 combination. Westbrook, Gottschalk, and Iker Alvarez. Alvarez has been a driver that we've seen slowly work his way up through the field over the course of the running. That's one, and here comes a move from Medeiros down into turn 4. Gets it done.
Yeah, I don't think he likes to follow.
No.
No, he's like, I'm going to lead this thing. You can go ahead and follow me for a while. So, but there it is. You know, Cam Becker is right on Alvarez's tail. He's the one that I think we need to look out for here. Very fast and had some very good consistent finishes.
Yep. And there we see that little bit of battling has allowed for Westbrook Gottschalk to close on in. Alvarez and Becker a little bit farther back.
Yeah, and that's Cam Becker's on that Kart Republic, which seems to do really well on this smaller chassis.
Yeah, it does. It does seem to do fairly well, as we've seen over the course of the weekend.
And I believe our 2 top guys, Medeiros, who's our top one? We've got
Medeiros and Nario.
Yeah, they're the Orsalon teams. They're on Tony carts.
Oh, thought about a little bit of a look. There's a little bit of a hip check down into turn 4 from Nario to Medeiros, but that's allowed for Westbrook to catch right back up into this battle, and Dutch is right there.
Absolutely. And what's interesting here is you have teammates with Orsalon, 2 different chassis.
Yep.
One's on a Tony, one's on a Paralink.
Very interesting.
Yeah, but here's the Benix coming up quick.
Yep, and that's Westbrook and Godshock. They've dropped Alvarez like a bad habit. They are all the way up to the front here. Going to close on in. Little check of everything for Medeiros. Nobody sliding out of line there. Through 10 and 11 into 12. All stays the same. There's a good move from Westbrook, but he's got to back out of it as they go through the kink onto the main straightaway. Let's see if anybody pokes their nose out of line. Godshock thought about it into 1. Westbrook thought about it as well. Let's hold here. Here comes a move from Nario. 3 wide. Got it! And nicely done by Dutch Westbrook.
And Godshock took advantage of that as well and just followed his teammate through that.
Absolutely beautiful textbook there from Dutch Westbrook, recognizing an opportunity and pouncing on it.
I don't think the Orsalon team's too happy with that one, so I think they're going to probably get a little payback here in a little bit.
I don't think they are either, but look at this. Iker Alvarez now starting to catch up to the backs. Lennox Lockhart as well. They've dropped Cam Beckert down to 7th, and Jack Katowski is in 8th.
Just like all my bets, whoever I put my money on never comes in.
Yeah, well, my problem is I bet on Indiana sports teams to win things.
Well, you got a 50-50 shot on Monday. Notre Dame, Ohio State.
That's a good point. I don't count Notre Dame as an Indiana sports team.
I don't either. Yeah, Nario kind of gapping Medeiros a little bit here. Kind of sticking with that Bennett duo up there.
Yeah, they're really running well, and now it looks like Nario, or Medeiros, as you said, under pressure here from Iker Alvarez. He looks like he is under fire as opposed to being on the attack.
Yeah, but you got Katowski, who set the fastest lap of the race by a good margin right now. So he's right there in that back group. I'm trying to see where's 92 at in that. He's behind Becker. I think he just went on the inside of Becker there.
And there you see Nario signaling to Medeiros, give me the bump draft, let's go, let's work together to take these guys out. I don't think Medeiros wants to play those games.
No, not at all. I'm just...
Westbrook and Godshock.
Godshock with the clean pass right there, which I am just shocked these teammates are racing like this right now.
I'm not. It's the pre-final.
I know. There's 4 minutes left, though.
Yeah.
It's like I would just tag in, team up, because all they're doing is allowing the Orsalon team to catch up.
Once again, tell a driver not to race. It's like telling water not to be wet.
Race with 2 laps to go. I'm a team manager. I'm sitting them down, and they're not getting their coffee. They're not getting their crackers later. No crackers for them.
Coffee?
That's me.
That's me. You giving coffee to an 8-year-old?
Maybe. I don't know what that team does.
That's why they're so good. But here they go. Bennett trying to be able to hold off that attack from Orsalon. And, of course, this would be a little bit of bragging rights here. Orsalon, the sponsor of the micro division. So you definitely like them to be able to get a win here.
Yeah, it's always nice to have the cart with the title sponsor as a winner.
Exactly.
But, the Bennett's are doing great. But they've been there every single race. This is not an unfamiliar sight for us.
No, it's not.
It's been kind of almost, you could repeat the last 3 races, and this has basically been what it's been.
Here comes a move from Nario down to the inside on Dutch Westbrook. He's got that to play.
Splitting that Bennett sandwich.
And now how much is that going to help him get into position here now that he's split the teammates up?
Yeah, good question. And the question is sitting over there in 3rd right now, is Nario going to be, or is that West? That's Westbrook. Is Westbrook going to be working with a competitor right now, or is he going to want to just kind of get him loose, get off around him, and get back to the bumper of Godshock?
Yeah, that's going to be the question. Zev, though, going to try to hold on here as long as possible. They've got to be a little bit careful. Lennox Lockhart now leads that second pack. Cam Becker directly behind Lennox. And that means that if they battle too much, those two are going to be able to close on in. Under 3 minutes to go as they cross the line.
Yeah, I think that's Katowski that's at the end of that other, quadruplet?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think we would call that. So,
And we know Jack Katowski's got a lot of speed.
yeah, Becker right there. He obviously knows I got money on this one. He just set the fastest lap of the race.
There you go.
It's like I'm going to prove him wrong.
All right, here they come through 6, down into 7. Good run there from God's Chalk. But also keeping an eye there on Medeiros, who looked like he had a pretty decent run as well. They're going to stay in line, down into 9.
There's a look over the left shoulder. Thank you, Gottschalk.
There you go. Pushing their way out. Here comes a move from Westbrook into turn 1. Benek 1-2. Is there going to be a response into 4? No, there's not. Not from the Orsilon team, at least. Big hop, skips, and jumps there over the curbing.
Yeah, I need to look at that because looks like it's starting to get dug out pretty bad over there if you get swung out wide. And you could see how much it was upsetting the chassis.
Yeah, it was very, very rough. And you see there as they come out of turn 8, everybody avoiding that runoff because I think it has gotten that bad.
Yeah, especially with these smaller tires and smaller chassis, you're not going to – if you dip a tire, you're not touching tire to grass. You're touching frame to concrete.
Yeah.
So, yeah, you definitely don't want that.
All right, here they go. 45 seconds on the clock. This is 3 laps to go at the line. See that big lean there from Nario and Medeiros.
Gottschalk's got a little bit of gap there. You know, is he able to keep that there for 2 more laps? No.
No.
He got a little loose there, and that just allowed Westbrook to catch right back on his bumper. But he's also, Westbrook, getting some help from Nario right there as well.
Well, there's that inter-team battle that you kind of talked about. Are they going to play nice, or are they going to play nice and play together, or are they going to fight within the teams there? And it looks like it's going to be the former. Two to go at the line. Signal given by the flagman. Thought there was going to be a little bit of a look there by Gottschalk. Oh, Westbrook getting interested.
See, that's what happens. Gottschalk goes down, does a little defensive move, and it slowed his momentum down enough to where it gave Westbrook that ability to get that run, which translated into a pass right there going into 4.
Yeah, and he makes it work there. It'll be white flag at the line.
Yeah, my guess is Gottschalk's not done with Westbrook yet.
Oh, but he got bumped out of the way a little bit there by Nario. Holds on to it. Checks to the left, checks to the right.
I don't know why you're checking to the left. There's nothing but a junkyard over there.
Does it again, though.
Yeah.
Maybe that's just his thing.
Yeah, it could be. Well, whatever it is, it's working for him.
Right shoulder, yeah.
Because he is fast.
Very, very quick. That's Dutch Westbrook we're talking about, driver of the 33.
The white cue ball helmet. See it right here.
Yep. Going to take that move down into 1, get it done. Question is that because he was offline a little bit to make that move with Zev, is that going to open up the door here for Gottschalk?
He even
tried. And here comes the 47 of Nario around the outside.
Oh,
here comes up in the middle. That's going to be Medeiros.
Yeah, that, I think that even surprised Gottschalk or Westbrook on how inside he went.
Yeah.
Because he was in full defense mode and still lost the position.
There was just barely a cart's width space in there. All right, now it's all going to really come down to 10, 11, and 12 if you are Gottschalk. or excuse me, if you are Nario.
But you know what, though? This isn't the worst situation for Team Bennick right now. If
Here they go
Westbrook-
to the line. Who's it going to be? Let's see as they come across. I think it's going to be Westbrook. It is by 0.04 of a second. Westbrook over Nario over Gottschalk.
Yeah, but you know what that means? You're going to have Bennick 1-3 starting on the inside.
That's a really good call
dangerous
there.
combination right there.
Yep.
So that's actually not a bad situation for those guys to come in. I know that Gottschalk probably wanted to win there, but I'm always trying to look for sunshine.
Well, and I think you're right about that having that preferred line like that is going to be really, really good. That's going to set both karts up to have the best start that they can going into the final tomorrow.
Yeah, and there's your boy Aiden Go with the fastest lap of the race. I mean, again, we're just talking about just the parity of this class. And, within 0.2 of a second, you have basically the top 10 karts. I mean, it's fantastic. That set gear ratio that they have to have. ROK's done a great job with producing an awesome engine for these kids that's very, very equal.
Yeah. Well, and once again, we've seen here that the tiniest competitors put on arguably the best racing. I mean, a fantastic run here for all of them, and we don't have any karts to clean up.
And the funniest thing, you talk about that, is I forget that they're 7 to 10 years old when I'm out there watching.
100%.
I am enthralled just with the racecraft that these kids have.
It's really pretty impressive to watch. I can tell you that right now. Just the heads up to be able to run it like that is really, really good.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. All right, we're getting set here for ROK Mini, powered by AM engines. Should be coming out here in a few moments' time.
Yeah, how are we doing on time?
It is just 3:46, and this was supposed to begin at 3:50, so we're ahead of schedule.
Yeah, so they're going to hold them for 4 minutes here.
All right, great.
Yeah, we never go early. Always on time.
Mm-hmm. All right, because we're going to be waiting here for a couple minutes, we're going to run to commercial. We may pause a little bit when we come back to screens. Don't worry, we're just going to wait until the karts come back out. We're very precious commentators, and we need to save our voices. Thank you, and we'll be back with you shortly.
27 years ago, Bill Wright began the Florida Winter Tour to break up the slow winter months for karters. And as the word spread, the tour grew. Importers, teams, manufacturers, and drivers alike all came to Florida to prepare for the upcoming season. One weekend became two, and the fun became serious fun. Since then, the karting season has started with the Florida Winter Tour, where teams compete to establish dominance for the coming summer. Drivers from all over the world look to make their name and leave their mark on the national scene, much like Pato O'Ward, Enzo Fittipaldi, and others have done in Florida Winter Tours of the past. The original Florida Winter Tour, the series that made karting a year-round sport in North America, and where tomorrow's superstar drivers are discovered. 27 years later, you can still go karting and have some serious fun. Are you ready to join the action?
Welcome back to the Florida Winter Tour for ROK Cup. The ROK Mini Class heading out on track, powered by AM engines. This is one of our leading classes here that leads up the ladder, as it were. Very excited for this one as these kids make their way out. Compared to the micros, we add about 15 pounds onto the cars, take off the restrictor.
Yep.
And we have
Open
a little
gearing.
bit of fun.
And open gearing. So
All right, well, surprise of nobody, it is going to be Santiago Orioli that leads off on pole position here. Alex Chandler, Jaden Francisco, Cameron Johnson, and Noah Ibarra. My sleeper pick to watch out for in this race is going to be the car starting off at 6th, which is Cooper Lorenzo Lopez. That 104 looking particularly good.
yeah, he ended up at the top 4 that last race. Top 4th. I don't know why I say it that way. But yeah, Chandler, had the victory on the earlier heat race, followed by Orioli. But Orioli and Chandler had the exact same lap time.
Yeah.
I mean, fastest lap times. It's insane.
It's going to be really, really interesting to see how this will all shake out. This has been, like the micros, one of the most consistently exciting racing that we have seen here this weekend. So I'm particularly excited to see how this is going to play out and what exactly is going to happen in this series. As they get ready to get going, this is going to be another 10 minutes plus 2 laps.
Yep. Same standard.
Yep.
Just a little bit longer race because it's a pre-final. Again, I don't think I see anybody on new tires in the back over there. But I wouldn't be surprised if someone didn't throw some stickers on.
All right.
As we're taking a good look at the groove we like to call them, the marbles, just from these Levanto tires, is laying the rubber down on the track.
Yeah, they really and truly are. I mean, you can just see just how much of that debris, that clag, is off circuit right now.
Yeah, the question's going to be, what's going to happen overnight tonight?
Yep.
This place is a rental car track. So, when we close down for the day, this track isn't done. There's hundreds of rental carts that go around this track, and those rental tires are different compound, and that does cause an issue with that groove.
It certainly does. We'll see what that groove happens as we go racing. Oh, contact. Orioli right off the start, swiping across there. I think that was Alex Chandler he got into. Big checkup farther back in the field. Don't know if that actually led to an incident, but Orioli right off the downbeat, and I believe that's Javier Francisco that's been able to get up into P2.
Yeah, Chandler, got up in the air there, but I don't think he let off the pedal.
I don't think he did either.
Because he's sitting there in 3rd, so he just dropped 1 spot. But that was an aggressive move by Orioli at the start.
Shades of Schumacher is what it was.
Yes. Not a bad one to be a shade of either.
Not at all. But here they go as they start pushing their way down the back straightaway into turn 9. There you can see the really aggressive lean that some of these karters are putting into their machines.
Oh, someone got on the back there as well.
Yeah. I think that was on the back of Cameron Johnson in that red cart.
Yeah, I think it's not going to be long before Chandler gets around Francisco here, but I know that Chandler's like, I cannot let Orioli check out.
Yeah.
Like, I need to get on that bumper as fast as I can. And that's either around the 131 or push the 131.
Excuse me, that red cart was Cooper Lorenzo Lopez. I believe it was Ludmilla Ibarra that got up and onto the back of them. Orioli continues to lead with that battle. Francisco and Chandler right now. Big look from behind from Chandler, checking out of his rear view. And now look at this. Francisco really closing up into turn 6.
Yeah, and there's Cam Johnson just back there with no help in that island, like you like to call it.
All right, here as they go, starting to push. You see those drivers start to duck forward a little bit, try to get themselves ahead.
It's interesting. I'm looking at this. So Orioli's on a Kart Republic MPG chassis. He's figured something out with that kart. There's other drivers that are driving the Kart Republic that aren't. Is Orioli going to help those teammates out?
Well, that's the question. I mean, that's the teammate game that sometimes you have to play. I think that particularly is most analogous to when you talk about cup cars.
Yeah.
When you go in those manufacturer alliances, particularly at super speedways, and how they all have to work together. It's going to be interesting to see if they take that approach or if they're going to take another approach to it. It'll be very, very interesting.
But also, what's interesting to a lot of people is like Oriole might like his cart set up completely different than, let's say, a Danny
very
O'Gara.
true.
So I know that my teammates, I like my cart set up completely different. I drive off the front end, and I like the rear end to be super loose, to where I can just rotate the cart. Where then I have other drivers that love their cart to be overstuck and drive off the rear tire. Completely different driving style, completely different way to set a chassis up. But they both are fast.
Yeah, and see, and I'm the perfect middle ground in between the two. I want a perfectly neutral cart that I can feel the weight distribution back and forth the entire time.
Yeah.
I like that middle ground setup. That's where I like to play.
Yeah, my favorite chassis in the world is when I go into a corner and I hit the brakes and it automatically starts rotating, and then I can get on the gas as fast as I can. As soon as that cart rotates, I'm gone.
There you go. All right, brave photographer down there into that corner, by the way. As they keep going around, Jaden Francisco continuing to apply pressure behind Santiago Oriole. Alex Chandler in third place.
And there's Ludmilla, who set the fastest lap of the race with a 59.88.
All right, here they go. Down into turn 10 and 11.
The only one to break the 1 minute barrier so far.
And by a pretty healthy margin. That's 12 hundredths of a second that she was able to do it by, so not too out of the realm of possibility. But I'm watching this battle up for P1 right now, and I've got to think Jaden Francisco, it's just a matter of time the way he is all over the back here with Oriole.
Oh, absolutely.
All right, he's going to keep checking right now, looking to the outside. I like what I'm seeing, though, out of Alex Chandler. He's not being overly aggressive either. He's keeping everything together, keeping things nice and tight, and just kind of letting this battle play out in front of him, not being too aggressive with it and waiting for everything to take place.
Well, you know what he's doing? He knows that Francisco is going to sit there and shove it in on Oriole. And what that's going to do is open up the door for Chandler to make a pass on both of them.
Exactly. It's playing the long game. It's playing that waiting game as a driver, and that's very, very smart to be able to do. Now, they're going to come across the line here with about 5 minutes left on the clock. We're running just under a minute, 59.71, fastest lap of the race set by Santiago Oriole. Let's call that there about 7 laps to go.
Yeah, and that's significantly faster than what they were in the earlier session.
Yeah. Well, I think the track is dry. It's a little bit cooler. The sun is starting to go down. We're getting into that perfect kind of Goldilocks zone.
Yeah, the air is, obviously, the humidity's dropped tremendously now. The air is not nearly as thick as it was earlier today.
Yeah, that's all just going to help make a little bit better horsepower out of those engines, correct?
Absolutely.
Yeah. All right, as they get their way out of turn 9 right now, this is just the waiting game up at the front of the field. Both drivers taking a huge hop at the curb. Jaden Francisco just waiting, though, to see if he's able to get the attack and where he's able to do it. Asher Pavon, excuse me. Yeah, setting fastest lap. All right. There's that little bit of how you doing, a little bit of a bump draft coming down into turn 6. Francisco, I think, keenly aware of what we were talking about in that run with Alex Chandler, that he wants to try to separate from Chandler as much as possible so this can be a 1v1 battle for the lead.
Yeah, and we know that these minis or these micros are so back and forth. I mean, it would be a chance for Francisco to go ahead and pass Oriole, and then 2 laps later, Oriole is right back around Francisco. So I really think Francisco he's the one that kind of is running the race right now.
Yeah.
And he's just sitting there with Oriole in his visor, but knowing that I can get him at any point in time. And I think that's why he's kind of looking over his shoulder to see where Chandler's at. And Chandler's not on his tail, and there's nothing that Chandler can do right now within striking distance that I think has anything of concern for Francisco.
No, and I think part of the reason why he's waiting so long is that same reason that we talked about earlier with Chandler. He doesn't want to run the risk of putting him into an opportunity where there's going to be a problem, and he's going to have a little bit of a coming together, or certainly a moment where he's going to open up the door for Chandler. He wants to leave this move as late as possible to prevent those opportunities from taking place.
Yeah, I just saw side pot on the track, so someone's going to be getting the old meatball flag here in a minute. But that is not one of our top three. Right there. Just enough to say, I'm right here, buddy.
And just enough to maybe see if he can unsettle him coming into the corner a little bit. Particularly into turn 6, that's where we've seen that be most effective. Just give that little bit of overspeed coming into that sweeping right-hander. See if that throws off the balance of the car, gets him out into the marbles, and then you take advantage.
Yeah, it looks like we're about 4 laps to go. I'm thinking maybe 5, depends on where they cross the line. You know, is Francisco just going to sit back there and be patient, or is it about time to pounce?
Well, going to have to find out.
I mean, I would never make a move right now. I would wait for that 2 laps to go.
Yeah, I think I'd probably be right there with you. Then again, I am pretty impatient. So we'll have to see. Whoa, Chandler's starting to get up involved in this.
Well, Orioli got a little squirrely, and that caused Francisco to have to pinch his cart down. And that was just enough to get Chandler up
nice
in the
move.
mix.
Nice move by Chandler. Not going to seal it there at the end of it, but very good heads-up play from him.
Yeah, and this is not what Orioli or what Francisco wanted.
No.
Not at all. So we'll see how this plays out with, 3 laps to go once they cross the line. Yeah, Barr just set the fastest lap, or Chandler did, sorry.
In perfect symmetry there, by the way. Both Francisco, I was laughing because Francisco and Orioli both looked behind him at the exact same time.
I was always told never to look behind.
Yeah.
Yeah, I would get my head smacked if I came in and I looked behind by my dad.
All right, 2 laps to go at the line. Here we go. All right. And maybe now or never time for Francisco. And here they continue to play. Looking for Francisco to try to make that move sooner rather than later. Gives a little bit of the front bumper to Orioli coming down into turn 6. Nothing to play for. So those glances behind. They try to get themselves sorted out. Still not there to play.
Big curb hops right there.
Big curb hop. All right, white flag lap coming out here as they cross over the stripe. Here comes a move by Francisco. Defensive line there for Orioli. Is that going to cost him as they come out of turn 2?
He's going to be so far on the inside here. That's not going to get anything for Francisco to try to make this. But Chandler's going to get the run, my guess.
Couldn't quite seal the deal.
He's doing everything he can do to try to get that cart.
Yeah, Chandler's going to try to send it into 6. That's not going to work. Francisco able to hold it off. Now looking for a little bit of an opportunity here coming through turn 8. Looks behind again. Defensive line there for Orioli. He's going to hold him there. Chandler gets a little bit roughhoused by Francisco.
Yeah, it's fun to watch Chandler just trying to work every angle possible to try to get the much advantage and drive off of that cart. Just not enough.
And there, Orioli crosses the line to take victory here. Jaden Francisco only able to get second. Alex Chandler third. Cameron Johnson in fourth. Ludmilla Ibarra, good recovery there in fifth. She was up and down throughout the field. Yvonne Cooper Lopez, or Lorenzo Lopez, Simon Jack Klein, Dominic Gaddis, Luca Becerril round out your top 10 here in this ROK Mini pre-final.
Yeah, this is going to be a good final tomorrow.
Very,
those top
very
three
much so.
are so equal.
Very, very equal. Well, folks, we continue to do the unthinkable. We're ahead of schedule here. So we are going to take another quick commercial break and leave you a little bit, get ourselves set up. I hear tell we're going to have a guest coming up to join us here on the booth, so we're going to get set up for that. We'll be back with you in about 5 minutes' time.
27 years ago, Bill Wright began the Florida Winter Tour to break up the slow winter months for karters. And as the word spread, the tour grew. Importers, teams, manufacturers, and drivers alike all came to Florida to prepare for the upcoming season. One weekend became two, and the fun became serious fun. Since then, the karting season has started with the Florida Winter Tour, where teams compete to establish dominance for the coming summer. Drivers from all over the world look to make their name and leave their mark on the national scene, much like Pato O'Ward, Enzo Fittipaldi, and others have done in Florida Winter Tours of the past. The original Florida Winter Tour, the series that made karting a year-round sport in North America and where tomorrow's superstar drivers are discovered. 27 years later, you can still go karting and have some serious fun. Are you ready to join the action?
All right, welcome back to the Orlando Karting Center for the Florida World Tour of ROK Cup. We are delighted to be ready to be going here for ROK VLR Masters, but I'll tell you what here, Jason, we've got a special guest up here in the booth.
Very special guest and a winner of the pre-final. We have our own Sarah Bradley here. Hi, Sarah.
Hello. Well, thank you for having me up here.
Awesome. So, last year I was at the at the ROK Cup Vegas, so saw you out there. You won a nice little prize. Tell us a little bit about that.
Yeah, while we were out there at the ROK Vegas, it was a little bit unbeknownst to me, but I guess you guys have been considering me as an option for a long time for the Radford Racing School in Arizona, and that was just an amazing opportunity for me to step my foot for the first time ever in a Formula 4 car.
Is that something that you aspire to do? I mean, I know me personally, I ran some cars for a little bit, ran some dirt stuff, but my heart was always in karting, and I could never see myself leave karting, but I'm also old. So how about you? I mean, is Formula cars where you want to go, or is that?
I've always said that, I'd raced anything, but we've always been trying to look at how to get into cars, because now I'm at the age where I should probably be moving up if I want to do anything outside of karting, but we were struggling to find, a connection or a place to really get my foot into there. So that was a really great opportunity for me to try it for the first time and see if it was something I was good at or into, and of course I was.
No modesty here. True racer.
There you go. Well, talk to me a little bit about the experience in terms of driving that Formula 4, what you were able to translate over from your karting experience into that. How much of a mentality shift did you had to go?
Well, I mean, some people would say that it is just a big go-kart, and to be honest, it kind of is just a big go-kart with gears, but it was really fun, and, it teaches you a lot about, for me, it seemed like you really emphasized, it's just an emphasized go-kart. It's heavier, but it's got 4 wheels and a steering wheel, so the weight transfer is it's the same, but just more emphasized. So it really helped me learn, just kind of the basics and the physics of racing in itself.
Now, were you able to translate that back to karting as well? I mean, take what you learned from the Formula 4 and put it back into karting?
Yeah, absolutely. They taught you things like if the car is understeering, you may need to get on the brakes harder to point the cart and get it. And so in karting, your cart is never going to be perfect. So it really does help to take those things that you've learned and apply them back to here.
Was there anything that surprised you about stepping into the F4? It just like, did you when you think formula, you think fast, you think aggressive, you think, agility. I'm just kind of curious what your thoughts were, stepping into that car.
Yeah, I've heard some people say that it was actually kind of slow. And I don't want to say slow. That's such a negative word for it. But it's very relaxed, if you will. It's more so about keeping yourself under control, where a go-kart is just so darty and light. With a car, you got to maintain control and, just maintain your control and how I messed that up.
I'm sure it's. I'm going to relate it to probably back in the day when I ran Yamaha 3-hole can. Like, momentum is huge. Same thing with 206s. Like, you can't do stupid mistakes in that F4 car and be fast because it doesn't have the power to probably pull you out of your mistakes.
That's true. You just have to be really smart, and you can't be darty. You have to be really smooth and precise. I feel like that's the words that I was looking for about 15 seconds ago.
Which is always a good asset to have in any type of racing. Smooth and
Exactly.
precise. I mean, fantastic on that. But as you're looking here, we have our VLR Masters coming on track right now. So what's next for you?
Well, hopefully just looking in tomorrow is a race win. But
I like it.
We'll see. No one knows what the weather's going to do. We paid off on a little gamble for that pre-final on the tires. But we hope to keep winning, this year to help me get my name out there and to get connections. And then hopefully by 2026, we'll be in some sort of ride for any type of cars, whether it be Miatas or Formula 4.
Absolutely. So aspirations on moving up to the senior level classes, is that something that, are you just going to – because a lot of the people that I know, racers that I know that race karting, will go to kart. Danny Formal, for example, runs Lambo, gets in a go-kart anytime he can possibly get in a go-kart. Is that something that, you look forward to doing? Or, once your karting career is done, you're just going to kind of wave off to, two-cycle stuff and move into cars?
No, if I had it my way and I had all the money in the world, I would probably continue doing karting forever and try senior and maybe even shifter one day because – I might even try senior maybe later this year just to test it out, but I'm always going to love karting. It's what I've grown up doing. It's just it's not something you just like stop doing and forget about.
No.
But racing is racing for me, so I'll do anything.
So how long have you been in karting?
A while. I have never really remember like not doing it really. I know I have like kind of a late memory, but I started when I was about 5.5.
Oh, nice. So you have been in it. And so
Yeah.
you are at that cusp now where you can either run the junior classes and or the senior classes, or are you just kind of using that 1 year?
I can do senior, but I already have so much lead on my cart in junior as it is. They're afraid it might break my senior if I do senior.
Yeah,
I'd be willing to try it.
That's another argument that I've had with a lot of organizations is the weights are so much heavier here in the States than they are over in Europe. And I don't understand that. It's anyway, that's a discussion for another day, but as we see the Masters going on here, who we got?
Pavin up into the lead of the race. Alvarez holding in behind Del Bon. A little bit surprising that he lost some positions there, but he's trying to game his way back up through the field, setting the fastest lap of the race. So let's focus in a little bit about this weekend while we watch somebody go wide. What's this track like to drive? What are you finding out about it? What are some of the quirks and inconsistencies?
I like this track. It's very unique, and there's a lot of unnatural corners, I'd say, especially 3 and the chicane and the way you have to kind of hit the curbs in this track are just very different, and it's very technical, and it's a very fun track. I think it's definitely different from maybe being in a car because in a go-kart, you can hit these curves, fly over them, do weird stunts with them, but it's a technical track, and I think it's really fun for me.
Yeah, so you ran last weekend with Scusa. So did you run the X30 package or did you run the KA?
X30.
X30. So, and I had an interview with Gavin Bailiff, so I talked to him about the differences of running, the VLR from the KA. But, tell us a little bit about, what you think the differences are between running the ROK GP motor on the Levanto tires compared to your experiences last weekend.
The main difference is actually more so the tires than the engine. Well, they both have their own differences, but these tires are a lot softer and they've got a lot more grip, and it just helps the kart. You can do more with it because they've got more grip and they're softer. And personally, I really do enjoy the Levanto tires, and I always have. The GP compared to the X30, I think, has a little bit more torque on the bottom, which helps it, get up and go. But I think in terms of top speed, it's pretty similar.
Pretty similar. Okay, that's awesome. So, some of your drivers that you're with, your competitors that you're in, are doing double duty. So, was there any thought about you running the VLR junior class as well?
I would we could, but normally we don't really have, I guess, the budget for that.
Okay.
I've said I'd rather do as much racing as I can in one class than half the races in two classes.
Yeah, it's a lot. I think when you get, this level of racing, it takes a lot to run two classes. And I think, can you give all to both classes like you can if you really just sit and focus in on one class?
Personally, no. The only time I think I've ever done double was I actually did Supernats this year in double because I have the morning and afternoon classes. But I think even as it seems like there's almost a time crunch. So for the ones doing double, it seems like that could get a little bit stressful. And I think it's so much easier and more relaxed and a little bit more settling if you just kind of focus on one, and it's just easier to... Why would you stress out doing two and potentially not do good in either than just to focus on one and do your best in that?
Yeah, just sit back and enjoy the weekend a little bit too, I think. That's for one thing, that's what I love about karting is the family affair. I'm sure, Speed, you guys have a great tent down there with some great camaraderie and some good stories, and with Mike Speed. Is Mike? I haven't seen. Is he here?
Mike's not here this weekend,
Okay.
but he's usually here.
Just the stories that he has alone, I could sit underneath that tent forever. But you guys definitely got your kart dialed in. You said something about your tire choice. You want to talk a little bit more about what you did there?
Yeah, actually we did really smart choices, so props to, my mechanic and me, because that's also what I wanted. But this morning it was wet for heat 2, and it was kind of at the point where some people kind of thought it was starting to dry up, so this grid was like, yeah. So some people went on slicks, but I was like, no. I looked at my dad, I was like, no, it is still wet. Keep me on these wet tires, please. And he was like, all right, if that's what you want. And it just turned out that we ended up lapping the slick tire drivers twice. And
it was significantly slower, though. You could tell on the time who was on slicks. It wasn't quite the timing yet to go with slicks at that point in time in the day.
And then for the pre-final, looking at the weather, it's most likely that tomorrow could potentially even just be a washout. So it's going to be pretty wet. So we took the gamble to put on news for the pre-final.
You guys did?
In hopes
Okay.
that I did, yes. I think I did, and maybe second and third and fourth did. We put on news, and then it was pretty 50-50 the rest of the field. But why we put on news now, because the probability of it raining and us not even being able to use these new tires to our advantage is probably pretty likely.
Very smart, and it's a gamble, but I think we're going to be wet tomorrow.
I think we will be
so
too.
it's probably the correct gamble that you guys did.
Well, something else I want to ask you about here, because I don't know if you've watched back the broadcast from yesterday, but you may or may not have a move named after you at this point. Going down into turn 8, you were the first person that we saw throw a move down into that corner yesterday. Absolutely spectacular. What was going through your head, and how did you pull that off?
Do you specify which one that was? Because I do like to pass there quite a bit.
It was in Heat 1 yesterday. I can't remember who it was on, but you just threw an absolute sneaker down to the inside of turn 8. And you've made it work, and really nobody else has been able to make it work with the efficacy that you've had.
I think it's just such a good pass. I like to do it because you can go off of 7 and just right into the inside of 8 from quite a far back personally. I'm happy to hear that there's a move named after me now.
It was called Junkyard Corner, but
And
now
we're kind of like, hey, it's the Sarah Bradley corner.
Oh, that's so cool.
But yeah, no, you've been really impressing us up here with everything that you've been doing, and we're super excited to see. So if it does end up being wet tomorrow, do you think you've got the setup to be able to make that play, or?
I hope so. I know historically I've been a little bit better in the dry, but I think we're getting it figured out for the wet. So hopefully I can just maintain my position, or it's just dry.
I mean,
I like, obviously rain racing is fun, but I've always said it's just kind of slow. So I just prefer the dry a little bit better. But
yeah, but you're
we'll
starting pole tomorrow.
That's true.
So you're the one that's going to control the race on wet or on dry. So that's definitely an advantage. All right, we're seeing here, so not really much action happening, but Delvon passed Pavin for the lead there. So
yeah, and Pavin's been able to keep this close. Elefante kind of in a league unto himself here in third place. Alvarez holding on to fourth. Falcone in fifth. Still hasn't been able to figure out that cart.
No, I know. It's crazy. But so you guys are on what chassis now with speed?
I'm on a Sodi chassis personally. It's open tent now.
Okay.
I'm on a Sodi chassis, and my two teammates are, my junior teammate's on an OTK, Carlos Sainz kart, and so is Ardilis, who's also on a Carlos Sainz kart. But it's open chassis. I know last year in juniors we had me, Ardilis, and Wolney. We had a KR, a Sodi, and an OTK. So
yeah, and that seems to be kind of the way that teams are going with these tents is really just trying to offer what can make the drivers better with, telemetry and coaching and mechanics, to where, hey, you may love the Sodi kart, but your partner may not like the Sodi kart. He may like the OTK better.
That's what I've noticed, actually. I mean, I know a lot of the big teams like Orslon uses Tony kart, and RPG uses Cosmic, but I've noticed a lot of people actually don't like the Sodi kart. But for me, it seems like it's a chassis that's been working best for me. It's what I like, and I feel like for teams to thrive and have all their drivers, I think it should be driver preference. Just me personally, if I would have a team, because it does get a little bit complicated when people are on different things, but every driver has a different preference, and I think there's nothing wrong with that, and that's what that driver should be allowed to do.
Oh, absolutely. I think, and it's very interesting that the teams are going that way, but I think the way that you explained it makes sense to a lot of people, and, I've always been on different chassis, like my whole entire life. I've never, I drove 9 different chassis this year.
Wow.
Yeah. Yeah, 3 different Burrell Arts and a bunch of other stuff, but 9 different chassis this year. It made them all work, but what was comfortable for me is not going to be comfortable for somebody else. So, as we're wrapping this up with 2 minutes to go, well, Sarah, do you have any of your sponsors you want to thank? I always like to hand that out. I'm sure Mom and Dad is probably one of them.
They are my sponsors. I don't have any other outside sponsors yet, hopefully so. So big shout out mainly to my dad, who does, so much for me. My dad's my mechanic at this point in my life. So much thanks for my dad, who I know puts in a lot of work for me, as well as my mom, who, she took up catering for the team to just kind of help offset some of the fees and stuff. And also to my team. I've been with this team for almost 2 years now, and I've never stayed with a team that long before, and this team just feels like such a family. Every time I come to the racetrack, I'm so excited to see all of them, the mechanics, my teammates, just the way we all get along. I mean, we just pied my friend for his birthday literally 10 minutes before we came here. And it was I just love my team. They've helped me so much to grow. Sodi for helping me find this chassis, and just everyone that's, helping me wants to see me succeed.
Yeah, that's awesome. Fantastic. So if someone wants more information on the Radford F4 program, what's the best way for them to find it?
I think I would have to give the shout out to Scott Goodyear on that one, who ran the program, who helped us navigate the program and what we could have expected there.
It's kind of a name in racing, isn't it?
A little bit.
Yeah, a little bit. Yeah. So that's fantastic that we hear that. So, well, Sarah, we appreciate the time. Best of luck to you tomorrow. We'll be rooting for you up here.
Thank you so much for having me.
All right, thank you.
You're more than welcome. Thank you. You got it. Don't worry. It's all good. All right, so that means we are going to officially come back in here and get things going, if we can figure out how to get that microphone unplugged.
There we go.
There we go. Sarah, thank you so much again for joining us. We really and truly appreciate it, and best luck to you tomorrow. So, all right, we get back into racing action. 3 laps to go here.
We have some action right here.
We do. Pavon holding off or in the sandwich middle here with Elefante as they try to be able to hold it in. We're going to have to see what this ends up playing out. Delbon pushing ahead, but he has been under heavy pressure this entire race from Pavon. And there's the signal at the line. 2 laps to go.
Being very protective of that inside line. What's that going to do? We've seen this before, the leader being very protective of the inside line, and what does that do for the third-place cart?
Exactly.
They
It's
get a
gonna
run
set him
on
up.
him.
Elefante, and there's the spin from Pavon. Sends it right up. Here comes Elefante. It's now a two-kart battle, and the driver that has been dominant here in the Masters category in the form of Mark Pavon finds himself in third.
Yeah, I don't think there's any recovery from that with only 2 laps to go. So, does Elefante have something for DeBont there? I am not sure, but I'm just not a big fan of defensive moves. It's almost like prevent defense in football. I have so many teams lose because they're playing prevent defense. It's like you're leading the race for a reason, because you've been running good lines and you've been fast.
Exactly. Well, we'll have to see here if Delbon decides to go for that. White flag in the air, already a defensive line as they cross over the stripe. Elefante tries to cross him over, coming up through turns 1 and 2. That's not going to play out, but this is the big overtaking opportunity. Big defensive move up onto the grass for Delbon.
Wide turn, inside tight. Is he going to be able to do the same move here? But
Yes, he is. The double crossover.
He set that up 2 turns before. Textbook move.
Brilliant stuff from Elefante to be able to get that to play. Does Delbon have anything to give him here as they come through turn 8 right now, heading back onto the main straightaway? Pavon maybe actually get into this battle as well. He's thinking about taking it 3 wide.
Well, look at that. Alvarez is just back there peeking in now.
And here comes Delbon. He got the move on Elefante, but here they come through 10 and 12. Big move to the inside for Alvarez. That's going to take out him and Pavon. 2 incidents in 3 laps for Pavon, but here comes Delbon to the line. Look at him. He's so excited. Delbon gets the win.
Fantastic finish. I thought Elefante had that.
I did too.
What a great move through 4 and 5, and then Delbon said, no, thank you.
No, he just absolutely slammed the door on him coming out of turn 9, made it play. Absolutely brilliant, and credit there to Alexander Delbon. That was absolutely brilliant. All right, with that, we are going to take another commercial break here and come back with you probably in about 5 minutes' time when it will be time for the ROK LVR Senior Class.
27 years ago, Bill Wright began the Florida Winter Tour to break up the slow winter months for karters. And as the word spread, the tour grew. Importers, teams, manufacturers, and drivers alike all came to Florida to prepare for the upcoming season. One weekend became 2, and the fun became serious fun. Since then, the karting season has started with the Florida Winter Tour, where teams compete to establish dominance for the coming summer. Drivers from all over the world look to make their name and leave their mark on the national scene, much like Pato O'Ward, Enzo Fittipaldi, and others have done in Florida Winter Tours of the past. The original Florida Winter Tour, the series that made karting a year-round sport in North America and where tomorrow's superstar drivers are discovered. 27 years later, you can still go karting and have some serious fun. Are you ready to join the action?
Well, race fans, that sound means one thing and one thing only. It's time for VLR Senior Class, sponsored by Nash Motorsports. As we get up and going here for one of the most action-packed races that you will see, the most horsepower, the most weight. Well, not the most weight, it's 350. But it's going to be pretty fantastic one way or the other. The Masters actually has the most weight in the category. But going to be pretty fantastic to be able to see. Eisenbart is going to be leading the way with Garzon, Caden McQueen, Louis Westover, and Mauricio Hernandez going to be your top 5. The action in this field has been fairly electric all day long. There's been no denying that. It has been absolutely fantastic to be able to see, and it's going to be even more interesting to see just how they play themselves out. All right, as they get there ready, lining up on the back straightaway. Getting set here as the whole field gets their way on through. Plenty of weaving there. Again, getting temperature into those tires, making sure they're coming up into their perfect operating range. This will be another 12-minute plus 2-lap race. As the field gets their way on through, Eisenbarb and Garzon on either side here. Official getting out of the way. We get ready to go racing, and there we go. Green flag in the air. Big dive down to the inside as it's 2x2, and they sort themselves out. Eisenbart going to be trying to be leading as he comes on out, and it is Garzon directly behind him. I think that's Cade McQueen in third, so your top 3 ending up exactly as they were. Big hop, skips, and jumps over the curbing. One cart way off into the dirt. Going to get a face full of Florida sand there, and it looks like at this point everybody's through relatively cleanly. Let's see what can happen. Eisenbart continues to lead. Cade McQueen able to get a move on Garzon. Didn't see that one happen on screen, but good nonetheless there for McQueen as they head down the back straightaway. Oh, that's somebody's nose tipped down there. That will be a 5-second penalty. Not sure exactly who that is in the field, but definitely a downturned nose. They all filter their way through turns 10 and 11, coming back onto the main straight here at this point. Eisenbart leads, McQueen. Westover actually been able to jump up into P3, then Garzon, Hernandez, Ali Bai, Martin, Bailiff, Ramos, and Cuesto, your top 10. Just trying to figure out exactly whose nose that is that looks a little bit deformed. Here as they come. Back down into turn 8. The field filters their way on through. Somebody's day over a little bit early there, unfortunately. Three, 4 wide farther back in the field. Eisenbart setting fastest laps. All right, as they continue to go. We're going to look back farther in the field here. This is the battle with Louis Westover and Sebastian Garzon. This is for third place right now. Kane Martin behind them. That's the 916 that you see on your screen. That is Westover. All right. Whoa! Big move from Garzon coming up the inside of turn 8. Did he get it done? Yes, he did. That's the Sarah Bradley special. Able to make it work. And now that's going to have Kane Martin licking his lips a little bit, ready to move up ahead. See if he can get a little bit of a run. All right, here they go. Oh, Now Westover back in the catbird seat. Is he going to have a look to the inside here going into turn 4 on Garzon? No, he's going to stay in line. I thought that Louis may have had the overspeed to be able to get that to play. He's not quite able to get it done. All right, as they come down the back straightaway here. Garzon in that third place position. Eisenbart and McQueen separating out at the front of the field. Westover trying to put pressure to the back of Garzon. Garzon whittling that number 950 Kart forward. Seeing if he can get anything down to the inside. Here they go. Here he comes down into turn 6, then down into 7 and 8. This is the place that we saw Garzon be able to send that move a couple of laps ago. Not quite enough to get it to play here. Now welcome into the conversation Diego Ramos in the 913 coming up right behind Kane Martin. All right, Eisenbart sets another fastest lap of the race. He comes down through. Whoa, a little bit of a tight run there, a little bit farther back. That was Kane Martin trying to send a little bit of a run. And I think, or Ramos rather, sending a little bit of a run. He got it on Kane Martin. Goes as they all go in. Looks like there that Westover making a little bit of a change to that carburetor, just trying to engine out that feeling a little bit more to get it more into his liking. All right, we tick down with 6 minutes and 20 seconds left to go on the clock. Ramos now starting to put pressure to the back of Louis Westover and Sebastian Garzon. Here comes a move by Westover. He felt the pressure from behind from Ramos. Ramos going to follow him on through. That's a 1-2 punch. And that's 2 positions lost for Sebastian Garzon. Good action here from 3rd back to 6th place. Chance Gasoli not really involved in this conversation. He sits back in 7th. This is really a 4-car breakaway. Same with Caden McQueen up ahead. Oh, big hop, skip, and a jump there. Here as they go, Ramos now on the back here of Louis Westover. Putting a lot of pressure here to see if he can get anything. Here he goes down to the inside of turn 4, goes for the maneuver, gets it done, easy as you please. Folks, put that up on a blackboard and teach it in school. That's how you get it done for Diego Ramos. I've just been informed that kids these days don't know what a blackboard is. Well, I'm 34, and you're going to have to deal with my idioms. Here as they continue on. The question now is going to be for Ramos, what he's going to be able to do. It's still about a 4-second or a 2.5-second gap up to Caden McQueen in front of him, but with the pace that we've seen Diego Ramos have, I don't think it's out of the question that he can try to catch him here in these final 4 minutes, 20 seconds, and then lap. Yeah, he could very easily catch back up on the back of Caden McQueen here. That gap sitting at about 1.5 seconds or so. trying to see what they are able to do.
And I'm back. Sorry about that.
It's all good.
I got trapped into seeing just exactly how fast these karts are going.
Yeah.
The camera doesn't know justice.
Oh, of course.
But I also did a little recon when I was out there. Every single kart rolling off that grid's got brand new stickers on it. Everyone's using the Sarah Bradley methodology. So I'm saying either we have 193 weathermen here all saying it's gonna rain tomorrow, or everyone's going to be on at least one run set of tires for tomorrow.
All right, this is going to be interesting then. This is going to be very interesting. All right, well, for me, my big story in this race is Diego Ramos really charging his way up through the field, was in about 8th or 9th position at the start of the race, moved on up, as you can see, into 3rd, and currently chasing down Caden McQueen.
Yeah, he's found something with that Burrell art. Now, where's the rest of their Finnegan Bailiff or Burrell Art guys? Just kind of seeing if they're using the information that possibly Ramos is handing down to them. And Finnegan's been around that 7th to top 10. Where's his brother at? I do not see Gavin at all there, which means he probably got, there he is at 13th. So, yeah, they're not doing too bad. It's Della Vecchia just set the fastest lap of the race with a 55.66. But again, I'm guessing that all these drivers went out on brand new tires as well. I think that was kind of the status quo once Sarah set the standard there.
Yeah, I think you're right about that. I'm actually checking the weather report for tomorrow to see what it's going to look like. And it looks like we've got a 80% chance of rain at about 11 a.m. So yeah, it's going to be wet tomorrow. So definitely the good call here. All right, Ramos has been able to get this gap down to McQueen to 1.3 seconds, just under 2 minutes left to go on the clock. My question is going to be, what's that going to do in terms of time to catch, time to pass?
Yeah, like we've talked about all weekend long, it's easy to catch them, not easy to pass them, especially at this level.
Yeah, very much so. We're also taking a look a little farther back here. This is the battle for 5th place. This is Kane Martin and Chase Gasoli as he tries to close on in to get a top 5. Martin's fallen back a little bit. Gasoli now down to the inside, going to try to get it to play. There's that crossover maneuver that we've seen, and he's got it. The Nash driver able to pull it off. Gasoli, arguably the best name in the field, and also a great move.
Absolutely. I think he had a disappointing run in the earlier heat race today. So good to see him back in form, charging up through. Granted, his teammate had to pay for the consequences of that one, but beautiful pass for him.
Yeah, very good pass there for him. Love to see that. 55 seconds left on the clock, which means roughly 3 minutes to go 3 laps to go at the line for these drivers.
It looks like Gasoli's got Kane in his sights. But like you said, 3 laps to go. Not sure if there's enough time.
Well, no, he got Gasoli. Now the question is going to be is if he can get Louis Westover. Westover started strong.
You're right.
But kind of fell off. There's the answer. He's going to try to make a pass on him, but there you have Westover able to get down to the inside, but the Gasoli pays it right back, pays it in, and moved Gasoli up to 4th.
Yeah, he is on a roll right now. He has that Nash Motorsports part just hooked up. But Ramos right there just keeps setting quick lap after quick lap. But, Eisenbar just kind of in his own little realm out there, isn't he?
Yeah, he really is. He's running his own race. But Westover fights back on Gasoli. Kane Martin getting involved in it. The 2 teammates going to be running side by side as they come down into the corner. Not sure who was able to get that to play. My goodness gracious. That's the 934. So it's Westover, Gasoli, and Kane Martin with 2 laps to go.
Yeah, and you got Garzon back there just kind of chomping at the bit. Right there. Look, closed right up on him. The 949. Oh, that's Alibahi.
Yeah, that's Alibahi trying to be able to close on in. He's going to get into it. Now Garzon tries to take a wide run through turn 5, see what he can do.
Got him.
No,
I thought he had that momentum coming off. Just kind of stalled out.
Yeah. All right, here as they go, coming down into the corners now at this point, out of turn 8. We did see Ramos send an absolutely stellar Sarah Bradley style maneuver down into that corner.
Yeah, and I mean, as they're battling, golly, just starting to close up in that CRG right on Garzon. So it's making a nice little 6-cart pack right there.
Indeed, and as they come to the white flag here, white flag waves. Martin able to move up over Gasoli, Garzon, Alibai. 2 drivers out of it there, farther back in the field, unfortunately.
Yeah, it looked like a little frustration there. It was cart 960, which would
Delavecchio.
Delavecchio, yeah. That's a name we've been saying a little bit. He's been up front.
He's been up. He's been running
top
well.
10. That's something, I don't know, mechanical or just, got into it with somebody.
Well, there are 2 drivers there, so I'm going to put 2 and 2 together.
Yeah, at least they're not fisticuffs.
Exactly. All right, but here they go. Louis Westover leading over Kane Martin. A little bit of a battle there in the back. Here comes Garzon. Looking for a big move. That's also Gali trying to be able to send a big move as well, but we've got to turn around to the start-finish line because here comes your winner, Alan Isambard. Absolutely incredible. Look at this, McQueen and Ramos. Who's it going to be at the line?
McQueen.
Oh, my goodness, by the merest of margins.
200th.
Wow. And what a final run there for Olin Gali. Really impressive there to see him rise up through the field. He didn't have the best starts, was definitely a little bit farther back, and good to see him rising up through the field and be able to get that.
Oh, absolutely. So it's going to mark itself up. But tomorrow, it's a completely different day.
It really and truly is. It's going to be wildly different for all of these drivers and all of these karts. It's going to be a completely different situation, and we just don't really know how it's going to play itself out.
Yeah, the question is are you going to start, you're going to roll the dice, assume it's going to rain tomorrow, and go ahead and start setting your kart up for wet conditions tomorrow, or do you wait until the morning to see?
That's the million-dollar question. That's really the million-dollar question. And we'll have to figure that out tomorrow. But in the meantime, we're going to take one more quick break before we come back with the final event of the day, VLR Junior, presented by RPG.
27 years ago, Bill Wright began the Florida Winter Tour to break up the slow winter months for karters. And as the word spread, the tour grew. Importers, teams, manufacturers, and drivers alike all came to Florida to prepare for the upcoming season. One weekend became 2, and the fun became serious fun. Since then, the karting season has started with the Florida Winter Tour, where teams compete to establish dominance for the coming summer. Drivers from all over the world look to make their name and leave their mark on the national scene, much like Pato Award, Enzo Fittipaldi, and others have done in Florida Winter Tours of the past. The original Florida Winter Tour, the series that made karting a year-round sport in North America, and where tomorrow's superstar drivers are discovered. 27 years later, you can still go karting and have some serious fun. Are you ready to join the action?
live.
Karts are headed out on track, and we go racing one last time here this Saturday for the VLR Junior category, presented by RPG. DJ Clark and Jason Ewers up here in the booth to bring you along for all of the action. And, well, we've been treated to an absolute spectacle here today.
Yeah, it's been some great racing from all levels. You know, anywhere from the 206s all the way to the VLR series. It's been fantastic racing. Long day here.
Yep.
I mean, this is a lot of racing these guys are doing. Tomorrow's a much lighter day, but I think it's going to be a lot wetter day.
Yep.
Even worse than what it was probably this morning, from what it sounds like.
Yeah, it sounds like this morning we just kind of came out and there was precipitation. There wasn't really precipitation. There was just more of dampness on the track that had to be cleaned up. There's a little bit of mist that came in, but nothing too crazy. And I think we're actually going to get some proper rain in tomorrow.
Yeah, and these camera angles are fantastic. One of our camera guys with the mobile camera now on track, just kind of showing you a different view of what these drivers are going through. Some of these quick left rights that they have to do up on those curbs, and really get to see the speed that these karts are carrying.
Yeah, it's really pretty remarkable seeing just what they have to do and really being aware of all of that. All right, everybody coming down into turn 9 to form up here at this point. It is going to be Vanchev and Truchot leading the way. Katowski and Kennedy, Salomao and Rivera, your top 6. We've got a waved off start here, so they're going to come back around again. All right, so we're going to come back around again here at this point, and we will start when they come back around for the first time. Looks like there was just a little bit of separation.
Yeah, and I like that. You know, trying to get the karts all gathered. You want to give everyone the ability to have a chance to have the best race that they can have. And by giving a green flag to really shouldn't be a green flag start, you know, hats off to the flagman to notice that. Get these karts back in line, you know, have a fair race for everybody.
Yeah, exactly. Make sure that everybody's going to have a nice, even, fair race. You don't want to have starts that you've seen in other major series that drive me crazy.
Yeah.
Biggest race in the world.
Absolutely. And I can tell you right now, Vanchev has definitely been the most dominant driver in this class so far. He's pulled the hat trick off through all the finals or through all the heat races. So we get the pre-final here. You know, we'll see if he can continue that role. My guess is probably yes. But tomorrow, rain, great equalizer, but he won today in the rain. So,
yeah, exactly. We'll have to see how it shakes out. We'll have to see how everything goes as the field does make their way down through turn 9. Flag workers getting everything together, making sure everything works right, and that everybody's where they want them to be. Coming down through. There we go. Great view of all those karts as they make their way through. Now starting to line up double file. Down through turn 12. All right, as they get down onto the starting grid, Vanchev ready to lift, to get into it, and there we go for one final time here today. We are racing. Couple of karts sticking out of line there. Little bit of bumping and shoving back farther in the line. One kart getting spewed off. There we go. We've got a couple off, but it looks like they're going to be able to get restarted. Those two, not so much.
No, what a shame. I hate to see that. But that's racing, trying to fight for that inch. And it's just not there sometimes.
No, it certainly isn't. Vanchev going to take off into the distance here. I think that's still Truchot behind him, as he's going to be able to hold on to it. Yeah, that is Truchot in the 800. Nico Katowski going to be right behind them, as there you can see him kind of ducking under, trying to be able to push ahead as much as possible. Big weaves down the back straightaway as they try to get themselves sorted out by turn 9.
Yeah, I kind of let a couple laps get in, let everyone get kind of settled in, and then we kind of really get to see who has the chassis. You know, who's the fast kart out there. Right now, there's so much just positioning going on that it's kind of hard to see who's got, oh, we've got another accident with the 859 and 808.
Yeah, saying that that's done there. By the way, Katowski and Salamau, those are the two up in front. Salamau able to get the run in the 854 as he continues to go. He's now up into second place. Third place is going to be Katowski as they continue to run behind Vanchev, trying to close this down as best as possible, but they don't want to let Vanchev slip off into the distance. Truchot moved down into fourth place. Jensen in fifth. They're a little bit ways off of this battle for first place.
Yeah, and a name that we're not seeing that we've been seeing up front is Edward Kennedy. I don't know if Kennedy even started this race.
I'm not sure. I didn't see him listed out there.
No, it's showing him did not start, so interesting situation there with that. And Salamau definitely in command so far, but does Vanchev, who's won all three, just sitting back ready for his chance?
I very well could be, but remember what you said in this previous round, that we saw everybody coming out here with the anticipation of rain tomorrow. Everybody coming out in fresh sticker dry tires here, so I wonder if this is a situation where Salamau feels a little bit better on those sticker tires.
Could be. He likes to grip a little bit more. You know, I think these Levantos have definite advantage of the great thing about them, they last forever. But, you know, sticker tires are faster. The Levantos are probably faster about the first 5 laps, and then they kind of level off. So we'll see if maybe that kind of brings Vanchev's kart back to where he's been the past 3 races.
Yeah, I wonder, too, if that's going to be the case, and we'll have to see what ends up happening there with all of that. Here they go. Truchot and Gutierrez trying to, it looked like, work together to close up that gap a little bit, but it just doesn't look like they have it. A full 1.93 seconds behind your leaders, and that's going to be about 1.3 seconds behind.
And there goes Vanchev on the inside with it, and there you go.
And that was a bad line. That was just a bad line by Salamau.
Yeah.
He missed the corner.
He did miss the corner, went way high, and left the door open. And, of course, as a true racer, Vanchev's like, I'll take it.
Yeah, if you no longer go for a gap that exists, you can no longer call yourself a racing driver.
Yeah, but right now you have Salamau under pressure from Katowski.
Yeah, Katowski's going to try to maybe force the issue a little bit. We'll have to see. And look at that. Truchot, Gutierrez starting to close in a little bit more. They're starting to feel a little bit more of that pressure coming in from behind, courtesy of that mistake from Salamau and courtesy of the fact that they're able to pull up and get closer.
Yeah, there's a couple names we haven't talked about. Drew Jensen sitting at 6th, and sitting at 8th is Pizarro. A couple names that we have not talked about much this weekend.
No, we really hardly mentioned them at all.
Pizarro's up to 7th now, so they figured something out. Maybe the kart, like you talked about, likes new tires.
Maybe the kart, maybe the driver.
Yeah.
I mean, it could be a combination of the two, that just a little bit more grip on those tires for the drivers makes them feel more comfortable in the car. All right, as they work their way down into turn 8 right now. Flying down that back straightaway, we focus in on Vanchev being hunted here by Salamau. A little bit different entrances there into turn 9, but they're both keeping together. Katowski, on the other hand, starting to fall back a little bit.
Yeah, I don't know what happened there. I don't know if really that just Salamau and Vanchev just have a little bit better kart with them battling, allowed Katowski to kind of catch them, and now it's kind of equalizing out to where the speeds are really showing.
Yeah, that could very well be the case. Let's see here. Salamau takes a little half-hearted peek to the outside. Now looks just to stay in line through turn 4, now into turn 5. They go.
Yeah, I mean, Salamau definitely the fastest kart on the track right now, but, you know, is it fast enough to get around Vanchev? And I guarantee Vanchev is not going to make it easy.
No, he's not. He's going to put up a fight here. Because remember, what's on the line for this? This is pole position for the final tomorrow. And we have seen time and time again, looking to today at Alessandro Truchot, that you're on the outside, you're going to be in a bad position.
Well, and you add the dampness tomorrow. I mean, this is the last race of the day tomorrow.
Yeah.
So they could be dry tires with still wet conditions on the outside to where we have a dry line. That inside line will have an extreme advantage if that is the case.
That's a very good point. I mean, that could be the difference tomorrow. If you're on that outside line, you just find yourself up creek without a paddle.
Yeah, absolutely. It's one of those where you just kind of check your brakes and try to get down as fast as you can on the inside line.
Yeah, exactly. I love seeing these karters. They've got how much horsepower sitting underneath them, and they're still pushing the cart forward.
Oh, absolutely.
Trying to say, go.
We're running probably 25 horsepower, 22 horsepower with these VLRs, somewhere around there, which you don't think is a lot, but when it only weighs, 300 pounds.
Yeah, what's the
power to
horsepower
weight
ratio?
Yeah, I mean, it's pretty incredible.
Yeah, it definitely gets you up and going. Here, seeing that battle, Gutierrez and Truchot not exiting the frame quite yet. They're still involved in this conversation.
Yeah, that was a good camera shot there of how hard they're hitting these curves.
Yeah, it really was. Just shows you how much damage they're taking through. We talked to Sarah about that a little bit more when she was specifically talking about turns 7 and 8 and just how brutal you've got to be really going onto those curves. And it's exactly right, and it's exactly what we're seeing these drivers do here at this point.
Yeah, and it's I grew up never really curb hopping.
Yeah.
Like, we didn't really have curb. I grew up street racing, so we didn't really have curbs. So, nowadays it takes a commitment, and it definitely unsettles the kart.
Yeah. I can only imagine that it can. Here as we watch.
Yeah, it looks like
Katowski's been caught.
Yeah, he has by Truchot and Gutierrez. So
yeah, so we'll have to see if he's able to close that back in. It does look like Vanchev's starting to pull away a little bit here from Salamont. We're talking about hundredths of a second pulling away. It's not much at all. If there is a mistake made by Vanchev, he'll still be all over it. But this is where the battle is. Big move down to the inside. Gutierrez got him, and Truchot follows him on through.
Teammates, right? Yep.
That was a nice heads-up play from both of them there. That was really good.
Yeah, and how many times have we seen that pass today? I mean, every class, that's definitely the most aggressive corner on the whole entire circuit.
Yeah, it really is. And for good reason. It's the heaviest braking zone leading off of the longest straightaway, really, that has a high-speed corner before it. 3 is not that much. It's more of a brush braking corner because of the speed you're carrying out of turn 2.
Yeah, and it leads into another slow corner. So we talked about that earlier a little bit. Like, you can afford to scrub speed there because it's not like you're going onto a long straightaway.
Yeah, it's not like, well, it's frankly not like turn 9 where you do lead onto that long straightaway into turn 10, and if you compromise your line out of 9, you find yourself in problem.
And I think that's why we're not seeing the activity on 9 that we thought we were maybe possibly going to.
I think you're right.
These drivers are smarter, and these engines just don't have – it's not like it's a shifter where you can just downshift, grab a gear, and get right back up to speed. It takes a little bit. If you scrub some speed and you bog that motor down, it's going to cost you some time. Exactly. And it looks like here that that gap's still just growing infinitesimally. Yeah, I mean, growing nonetheless. I mean, Vanchev just went purple here with a 55.76, but Salomon was, an 8.0. Yeah. So, it's not like 400ths of a second. Yeah, which is not much at all. And we're looking here, Vanchev just went purple in Sector 1. See what he went Sector 2. He was equal with Salamao on Sector 2. And just a smidge faster in Sector 3. So we'll see what happens when they come across the line here. Yeah, we watched the leader, the battle right now for 4th and 5th, Truchot and Katowski. Gutierrez and Truchot. And my question with them is, these are two teammates. Are they playing nice, or when do the gloves come off? Because if they play nice, they do have a chance to catch Salamon. Man, I don't know if they've got enough pace. Yeah, they're running right with him. I mean, I think they're going to play nice together. Yeah. Because it doesn't benefit them hardly at all to be able to fight with each other, because that's just going to allow Jensen coming up from behind, who's, kind of out there on island by himself, but it's good to see, a new name up front that we haven't really talked about too much with Jensen.
Yeah, Drew Jensen doing a good job. He's got about 2 seconds on either side of him in between Joaquin Gorlero Pizarro and Katowski in front of him, but holding his own. And crucially here, that's a 6th place position. 6th place start tomorrow. You really want to be on those odd-numbered positions, but Jensen could be in good stead. Maybe try to jump down to the low line as soon as the green flag flies. We'll have to see.
Yeah, absolutely. And he is on an OTD with Nash Motorsports. I mean, he had a top 10 at Vegas with ROK, so definitely I always have had pace. Just kind of maybe figured something out this weekend so far, and that's why we're seeing his name, just outside that top 5.
Okay, just for the record, that 818 is a lapped car that we're seeing right now. That is a car that's a lap down.
Yeah, I think they're just kind of keeping an eye on that because we have our leaders coming up on them. And again, Vanchev just keeps going purple. Another purple fast lap right there. A little bit faster, 3/10 faster than Salamao. And, when you get to the 3/10, 4/10, that's when you start to visually see the kart checking out a little bit faster, further. So, yeah.
All right, there is Vanchev, your leader. We'll come to the line with 2 laps to go.
And really, kind of an uneventful race here, considering a pre-final. They kind of just all settled in and doing their thing with 2 to go. Looking at the timing scoring here, I mean, is Truchot and Gutierrez going to battle it out for a 3rd and 4th here? That's the closest that we have on the track right now.
Well, this is the Roger Penske School of Racing. The old rule was at the Indianapolis 500, you play the team game until there's 10 laps to go. And then it's anybody's game.
Then it's gloves off.
Then it's gloves off. I think at this point, 2 laps to go, this is where that line comes in and you say, gloves off, let's fight.
Yeah. But, you also don't want to give that up because Jensen is closing on them.
That's another thing. And frankly, here, if I'm Katowski, thinking big picture, we've said this 2 or 3 times at this point, odd number starting positions going to have the advantage tomorrow.
Yeah.
I don't want to make that pass. Even though that's a position ahead, I don't want to start on the outside.
Yeah, I don't know if he's thinking that right now either, though. That's my question. So,
I mean, that is big brain thinking in the moment.
Us racers don't really normally have big brains.
Right.
So. But, it looked like Vanchev definitely has this under control right now. He's just on cruise control, slightly faster every lap over Salamao. So, we just got to see what happens at that 3rd and 4th spot with Ruben and Alessandro.
Yeah, we'll have to see. I think they're holding in position. Look over the right shoulder there from both of them. Trying to keep Jensen behind. Whoa, big wiggle.
Yeah, he went on the inside just to kind of protect that line a little bit, but that's going to kill his momentum.
Yep, there's the move. Trying to make it is Truchot. Going to look for the crossover. I don't think it's going to play. Meanwhile, to the line comes your leader, Vanchev. It's going to be a drag race between the teammates in the back. And Truchot holds off an attack there from Gutierrez.
Yeah, the 2 laps to go. Gloves off right there.
There it is.
And as I've said, that defensive line is equivalent to prevent defense.
Yeah.
It's just, and there's enough racing and enough passing places on this track. I don't know of any place that you can't pass on this track.
I mean, really and truly, we've seen it. We've seen it into 1. I think the only corner I haven't seen a legitimate pass attempt is turn 3.
Yeah, that one's because it's really not a corner. It's more of a
flick.
Yeah, and we're not going to see it in 6 and 7. You might get to see someone under 6, but 7 is so tight and it sets you up for 8. I don't, like Sarah said, you can really put it in on 8.
Yeah.
And get you down and without having any mistakes there. So
yeah, exactly.
Well, what a great end of the day. We're getting a little great video here of them as they take their lids off, looking at their success for the pre-final.
Yeah, I mean, it's good stuff. And this is what you always love to see, this kind of camaraderie of talking about, oh, you went here and I went here and da-da-da-da-da. Doesn't matter what series you're in. Doesn't matter what level of experience you have, whether it's SCCA, SVRA, Grid Life, IndyCar, NASCAR, or ROK Cup like this. There's always that same, we love what we do, and we just want to talk about what we just did at the end of the race.
Talk about how I almost had you.
Yeah.
I almost had you.
Exactly.
Type of a deal, you know. It's fantastic. So,
all right, folks. Well, that's going to wrap us up for our coverage here today. We want to thank you so much for joining us here for the ROK Cup Florida Winter Tour 2025. We'll be back with you tomorrow morning at about 9:30 Eastern Time. So make sure to stick with us on that. And in the meantime, on behalf of Jason Ewers, my name is DJ Clark, and on behalf of the best production team in karting, good night, and thank you so very much.